Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to the Malibu Open 2020. And before we go into the final rounds of events for this competition, we'll have our boat procession and the Star Spangled Banner. Runner Landon Stisha, looking very good on this opening warm-up pass to get things underway here at the Malibu Open 2021, the final day of competition, this being Saturday, October the 2nd, and they're not looking too bad out there, Seth.
Wow, beautiful conditions, of course, and obviously I have an affinity to this young guy. It's my son out there taking a quick ride to get us rolling, but man, have we got a lot of great skiing lined up, followed by a great day you guys had out here yesterday.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, with like 2 at 41 off and looked like she hadn't missed a step.
It's unbelievable. I had a conversation with her this morning. I said, you seem to be healthy and doing well. And she said, you know, I didn't even expect the nerves to be there. It's been a while since she's been in an event like this, but she sure did a fine job of getting things rolling.
I guess when you get to a certain point in your performances, when you're out there in the water, there has to be a certain element, a certain point to where you kind of forget that you're injured and you're carrying something like that, and you're just going on basically on autopilot from there on and out.
I think that's definitely it. You know, you do a lot of training prior to events to be ready to just do what you do and go through the motions when you're out here. Landon powering through his 22 off here. I'm sure a little nervous being out here with the pros as well, and he came right back to his ski and told me last night, gosh, it's great to be back on my ski.
Okay, so it's rather new technology that's come out into the forefront of slalom skiing as we see Landon Stisha make way for our first competitor in the U17 Girls Slalom. Now, there are three tails available for the Conley Deviate. There's the standard, there's the square, and there's the rounded tail, isn't there?
That's true, and now actually with the 2022 product, we have 2 asymmetrical tails that incorporate the one corner that will be similar to the standard tail and one corner similar to the square tail for offside versus onside.
And it's also available for the Carbon V as well.
That's correct. That's our new arrival for 2022.
All right then. So moving on from there, we've got Elizabeth Hall about to take to the water for opening pass. I believe this is going to be, judging by where that rope is mounted, I would say probably 22 off at this stage.
Looking great. I mean, look, first skier off the water. under 17 here on the big stage. It's there are nerves out there. People have to deal with that, and these girls are strong and ready to roll.
Yes, indeed. She's been dropped down to the opposite end of the lake, and the rope is going to be shortened down from 16 meters to 14.25 meters. Not looking too bad for the most part on the opening pass. We'll see if things shake up a little on 14.
Tony, could we ask for any better of a setup right here? Trophy Lakes, Charleston, South Carolina, in the fall. We got a high today of 82 degrees, beautiful sun, no wind, epic water ski conditions.
I thought you were going to ask for a coffee for a moment. Yeah, and Jeff Rogers plowed a lot of his trade right here at Trophy Lakes. A lot of his records and best performances were performed right here in the days past. Here we go, 14.25 meters, 28 off.
Little delay at one there, but powers through the wakes. Oh, and Liz down a little early there. She's going to come up with 2.5. She didn't get the start she wanted, and I think she put some pressure on herself at 3 to dig in and make up what she had lost. And a lot of times the idea is just get back to the handle. You don't have to run it at each buoy. Liz getting a score, 2.5 at 28 off.
All right then, so the boat making its way back towards the dock, and it will pick up our next competitor, Clea Stern. Anything you can tell us about her?
You know, I watch these juniors both at our regionals and nationals. You hear their names and you call out, from an announcing standpoint, you call these girls out when they're coming up. And, you know, Corey Vaughn, we may have a little celebration this evening. And I saw that Matt had made a real nice post for his lovely spouse, Matt Reaney. So happy birthday to both of those.
All right, then. Let's have a look and see what Clea Stern can do. She's going to be coming in on 16 meters, or 22 off the standard 75-foot line, leaving her with 53 feet to work with to get round a course whose buoys are 37.5 feet wide. Let's have a look and see what our skier on the water can do. This is Clea Stern, 16 meters.
So already watching two skiers off the dock here, Liz Hall and Clea Stern, you see two completely different styles. Whoa, we don't have, that's right, that's not Clea Stern. We're watching through the monitor.
Which took place in Santa Rosa Beach not too long ago. That being said, she got through the opening pass of 16 meters and will now get ready for 14.25 meters.
Yeah, she looked great. She stays very balanced on the ski. You see her not overworking. There's a little more of a finesse to it. Great looking skiing so far, though.
All right, and yes, to answer your earlier question, yes, I mean, the conditions here could not ask for more, really. I mean, bright sunshine, hardly a ripple on the water. The only ripples that are on the water were made by the boat and not by the wind, because there is no wind.
None whatsoever. A mainstay in Chilean water skiing, so any great skier that comes out of Chile is definitely spent some time with the Miranda crew.
Oh, absolutely, and a good portion of the reason why Chile are the world champions in the junior ranks of water skiing.
A lot of up-and-comers there. I spent a lot of time there years ago, and man, the energy that the entire group puts into their water skiing. I mean, right around Santiago, there's 5 different private ski lakes and a lot of juniors coming up. And the Mirandas
that leads up to an eventual national champion based upon those series of events.
I didn't know that, and I like that idea, putting some more significance in each of the events and giving someone more than just that one moment for a chance at a championship.
All right, then. So let's have a look at Daniela Kretzmer. This is 13 meters now. She's already taken the lead by virtue of the fact that she made it through 14.25 meters. Good strike off number 1. And seems to have some really good balance coming into these turns.
She definitely does. We're seeing a little
turn. At the same time, though, as you come into the turn with that shortened line, the handle comes back a little bit further and further. It creates a more conducive pivot point so that by the time you throw that ski into its inside edge and turns round, it actually completes more of its turn. So when you hook up, you're ready to go and go cross course with more.
Long pull can be far more detrimental as you shorten that line. But as long as that transition, you're powering through and staying connected as the boat swings you up to the buoy width, it can be advantageous.
All right then. So coming into the course, this is Daniela Kretzmer, and she's gotten through 30 meters now. This is 12.
They need a good start. Not a bad one, Tony.
Oh, look at this. Are you sure they shortened the line here? Whoa, we're getting round buoy number 4. Oh, my word. But I tell you what, 4 buoys on 12 meters is not a bad score to be getting along with.
Yeah, these are under 17 girls skiing this well, and I have no doubt from watching it, even from your comments, she wasn't in trouble. She went a little long into 4. She put a little bit of tail pressure through the finish, and then the rope grabbed underneath the ski to sort of exacerbate the problem and end the pass for her. That was almost manageable had she not gotten the rope under the ski tip.
Taking a bit of a hit there off number 2, but managed to recover enough of it to get outside number 3 and still continue on with the pass. But then she got a little bit of happy feet round number 4, and
that's a helpless feeling because
yeah,
there's just nothing you can do when the ski and the rope are tied up like that.
Mm-hmm.
Great skiing though for Danny.
All right then, moving on from Daniela, we go to Trinidad Espinal.
She's your top seed in this under 17 junior girls event, and then we've got the under 17 boys. She edged out Daniela Kretschmer yesterday by a half a buoy, so we should look for her to press through that 4 at 35 that Daniela put on the board.
All right, here we go. This is Trinidad Espinal. Waiting on that boat speed to accelerate up to 55 kilometers an hour. Line length looks to be 60 meters, at least from our perspective.
Yeah, I think that hop there tells us it's 16 meters, 22 off. Again, a skier who's really balanced on her feet. You can see it on her pull out for the gates. Just balanced, very efficient, getting through that open and pass.
Yeah, slicing and dicing it out there on the 16-meter line or 22 off. That is Trinidad Espinal. And not really overextending herself at this point in the proceedings. You can just tell with the extension coming into the turn with the one-handed grip.
Yeah, skiing the pass that she's in, not skiing it like she's at short line. A good buddy of mine, Doug Ross, I remember years ago, right here, explained to me, you don't need to overdo on your easy passes. Looking good, Trinidad Espinal.
Actually, we got a correction through our headphones right now, and we do apologize for this once again. It is clear stern. I think there was a little bit of a switcheroo so far as the seedings were concerned, which meant that that clear should have started a little bit early, a little bit later, and thus she is on the water right now doing just that, right after Daniela Kretzmer.
Right.
I thought it was Trinidad.
Thought I recognized her.
That's what I say. I'll get Trinidad. Right.
All right, here we go, clear stern. 28 off. Stronger move through the gates. And without that bump at the shorter line, she's staying strong all the way through and out to the apex. No, that's Trinidad. Yep, that's Trinidad.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least we're getting a few of our blown calls out of the way early, I guess.
We were just testing you guys.
Mm-hmm. That is indeed Trinidad, and we double confirmed this now. Trinidad Espinal out of Chile. I noticed that Tanguy Bene was around the dockside, the world famous coach, and still involved in with Chilean water skiing in his current capacity.
One heck of a contributor to our sport, and definitely Chilean water skiing too. And I should have known this. I know Clea Stern. I'm watching, saying I don't think that's her, but we got it. We're on point now.
All right. Alrighty, Roo. We've got that towboat on the eastern end of the lake right now, getting ready to put Trinidad Espinal back into the course. She's run the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14. Now this is 13 meters.
All right. She's got the sun at her back right now, so 35 at the time of day. If she comes back, she'll be dealing with a little bit of sun issue.
All right, not looking bad at all on the 13 meters.
Still looks pretty simple and clean out there. She's going to cruise around 6, Tony. That's 32 off for Trinidad Espinal.
And I figured that that's probably one of her more critical passes, because she decided to take that in with the sun behind, giving her perfect vision of what she was about to produce out there. Now the sun's going to be in her eyes a little bit, and things are going to get a little bit dicey from here on out.
Absolutely, and she knows that the score out there to beat is a 4 at 35, but fully capable.
All right, rocking and rolling out there on the slalom course once again. That is Trinidad Espinal. And getting ready for the 12-meter line. Well, yesterday we had some scintillating performances in the Open Women's Slalom competition. I mean, we look down the list. I mean, the likes of Ali Nicholson and Vanessa Veek and Whitney McClintock-Greeny, and all getting into at least 10.75 meters, or 39.5 off. A couple of skiers that stood out for me, obviously, was Regina Jacques, but also Chelsea Mills, who is battling an injury herself, who came through and produced a great score of 3 at 10.75 meters.
Pretty impressive coming off of injury, and she's been powering through a lot of these events lately. It's pretty impressive skiing, but right now Trinidad Espinal 35 off, 12 meters, a little delay off of 2. She's around 3. She knows she's got to get a full 4. She's around it.
Oh, she's got the 4, and she's inside 5.
Inside. She's through the fist, so we'll wait for that official call.
I'm figuring that ski went on inside on 5, but we're going to take a look at the instant replay to double check. She certainly knew where the lead score was, and she was certainly prepared to battle hard to get there.
Falls back a little bit there at 1, but I think an important aspect here is just mitigating the damage and not overcorrecting. She's staying pretty safe around 3, knowing she needs to get over to 5. Let's see what we got here.
Let's see if we can slow this down a little bit and see. Ooh.
I believe she might have been outside it.
Well, she was certainly prepared to sell it. I know that.
Got to throw the fist, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Got to throw the fist.
Okay, I'll go along with the 5 buoy call. I would say that was enough there for Trinidad Espinal to take the lead and the win in the Junior Girls Slalom competition. We'll now go on to Boys Slalom before we go into our pro section of the event, starting off with Open Women and then Open Men. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. Great to have you on board. My name is Tony Lightfoot. My good friend here is Steph Stischer.
It's a mouthful, isn't it, Tony?
A little bit.
Glad to be here. Glad to be here. Watching some great water skiing. Of these 5 guys, correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, that at least 3 of them competed in the Open Men division yesterday, trying to make it into that final as well. Is that correct?
That is correct. Evan Kraus, Carter Reese, and Charlie Ross.
And Charlie Ross been lighting it on fire lately, getting into 41. He's a strong skier coming from a strong water ski family.
All right, our first skier up in the junior boys section, coming to us from Chile, it's Gustavo Kretzmer.
You know, something that's interesting, Tony, in the divisions I ski in, you don't see many people with as much hair as that guy has. It seems to be thinning in my division, but look at this guy. He's rocking the flow.
Absolutely. One skier whom we'll see in the Pro Men's Slalom semi-final, one Matteo Luzzeri, has shed a little bit of hair himself.
All right, looking good on this opener. Clean and steady. Riding that good slalom ski. Gustavo Kretzmer, an easy 6 to start us off in the under 17 boys division.
All right, getting that underway. And a good-looking gate shot, and well in control of that pass from start to finish.
So right there on the offside, we'll watch this as he progresses through his passes. He gets a little bite out of the ski. It's helping him get through that offside, but he's got to make sure he keeps moving and stays on top of it. Doesn't let his center get behind. But a good-looking opener. He's our first of 5 guys. We've got Juan Luis Pawanka, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, followed by Evan Kraus, Carter Reese, and your top seed, Charlie Ross. As Tony mentioned, Tanguy Bene still down there on the dock. He's coaching them through it. Got a good group there. Pass number 2, Gustavo Kretzmer. I believe his sister is Daniela that skied earlier. 13 meters, 32 off. Strong out of 2. I believe that offside is even cleaner now at the shorter line. Easy 6 for Gustavo. He'll be coming back at 35.
Absolutely, getting on track with the opening couple of passes now that he is limber and good and warmed up. Now he can start to attack the more difficult passes, the kind of passes that would effectively challenge the likes of Evan Kraus and Carter Reese and Charlie Ross, whom we'll see a little bit later on in the U17 Boys Slalom competition.
It's interesting watching coming into the light with this, the replay and the slow-mo, watching the face more than the skiing and the intense focus on anyone that takes water skiing to this level. There's a lot happening in 16 seconds out there, and you've got to be laser focused throughout. Gustavo's showing that he has that, and he'll be coming back at 12 meters. See a little shot there of our U17 guys walking through their various preparation styles on the starting dock. Carter Reese sizing it up.
All right, and here we go. This is Gustavo Kretzmer. A 12-meter run. All right, so let's have a look and see. Gustavo Kretzmer around all 6 buoys and looking in very, very good state. And we'll let you guys take a look at the instant replay and check this out for yourselves. All right, so a brilliant looking 12-meter passer all the way from start to finish. You know, it's just one of those critical passes that one really has to come to grips with, you know, before they can even begin to contemplate doing the same thing on 11.25 meters or even 10.75.
Yeah, and important to note, as you know, each of these opening passes is not only to warm up the body, but to feel things out, test the site. In this case, we've got absolute perfection. But when you have wind, when you have more extreme sun issues or backwash, learning how to feel it out so that you are prepared when you get to the more difficult passes. And speaking of that, 11.25, 38 off, coming back down the course, Gustavo Kretschmer.
All right, here we go. Gustavo Kretschmer. This is 11.25 meters now. Ooh, a little bit out of sorts there off buoy number 1, and in all kinds of shape there and inside number 3 as a result.
Yeah, so that one ball is what I had alluded to watching his open pass. You see that he moves and leaves his hips behind him. You can get into any new school technique, old school technique, but the fact of the matter is, if your center of mass doesn't stay over those boots and move with the ski and reconnect with the line, you can't go anywhere. So you get a stumbling turn that doesn't produce acceleration, and it puts you in jeopardy at the next ball.
Yeah, he tried to get that ski to move a little bit quicker towards the end of that turn, but the only thing that he did was produce something that was contrary to that. So a 2-buoy count of 11.25 meters, setting the standard for our remaining skiers to follow. Our next competitor to take to water is Juan Luis Puanca.
I'm going to let you pronounce that last name the rest of this series. I'm going to avoid it.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
You seem to be good at that.
All right, then. We've got Manon Costard from France, and we've got Jamie Metcalf, both of them warming up. A little bit of plyometrics there.
Yeah, like I said, just like the ski passes, you got to warm up the body, you got to warm up the mind. There's a lot going on. So a typical warm-up, you get a lot of this. It's just exercise. And then there's some heavy focus on what moves you're going to make on the water.
All righty, Roo. Here we go. Juan Luis Puanca. He's also from Chile.
That is some clean moves right there. Notice little to no body movement through the finish of the turn. Creates no drama, creates no issue with the ski.
What about the head positioning off 1, 3, and 5?
So, in general, what I like to see personally is same, no major movement. He's doing that rotation of the head, but his shoulders aren't going with it. So a lot of times when people ask, where do I look? Where do I keep my head? It's kind of a trick. So for a lot of people, we'll have them look at the boat instead of across course because we don't want their shoulders rotating through and beating the hips to the handle. In this case, when he rotates his head, notice his shoulders don't move. His entire body comes through and moves with the ski. I can only imagine that that's by design.
Yeah, indeed. And it's only going to get harder for him with the passes to come up next, starting with 13 meters, because once you get up on the boat, that head rotation's got to be more and more extreme for the rest of the body to come through, I would imagine.
Absolutely, and the other thing that changes is just a slight tempo and pace change throughout. So the idea on the opener is you establish your rhythm, and then when you increase intensity and tempo, you increase it throughout. One of the biggest mistakes we make is to increase the intensity in one spot on the next pass. So you get a turn that's far too aggressive, and then you're not able to maintain intensity through the wakes. So being able to meter that increase as you shorten the line is paramount.
All right, then. It looks like the boat is taking our skier, Juan Luis Puanca, back to the dock for some strange reason.
This is the don't try this at home ride back to the dock with the rope between your legs. That's a professional move. Stay away from it.
Absolutely, because the consequences doing that wrong can be quite catastrophic.
That's a pretty troubled area there.
Mm-hmm. All right, then. We're going to try and monitor the situation dockside, but in the meantime, we'll step aside and we'll continue on right after this at the 2021 Malibu Open.
Remember clearly.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines. Okay, now never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
So Juan Luis, it looks like we are back. So Juan Luis Pawonka going through 40.25 meters, and you know, from time to time, it probably helps some people to just not hear us, and for a pass or two, you know, just to take in the beauty and the elegance and the precision out there on slalom skiing.
Yeah, there may
So
have
he
been
says.
a few people who said, "Oh, they're not talking. This is a relief. We can watch in peace."
All right, so who do we have at the helm there?
That's Austin Rogers, son of Jeff Rogers, and I only mention it because he's standalone. He doesn't need Jeff Rogers to have purpose, but Austin grew up pulling one of the world's best water skiers from age 11. So I go to Jeff and Austin a lot to get driving tips for my son Landon to make sure he's coming up like Austin.
All right, then, here we go. This is Juan Luis Pawonka.
A little better one there. You notice on the repeat pass he took there, he broke forward going into one. Clean that back up here, and he's back to that very stable and simple looking slalom skiing. A clean one for Juan Luis. We've got all of our ladies down there warming up. You see there on the webcast, Whitney McClintock getting the body ready for a Saturday morning slalom ride here at the Malibu Open at Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina. We see Juan Luis here in his replay. Much better job moving through and out to one, makes for a cleaner one. And still that very stable body position. Clean water skiing. It's kind of a clinic this morning with all these U17 kids. So after Juan Luis, we've got Evan Kraus, Carter Reese, and Charlie Ross. Then we'll move into Open Women's, the slalom semifinal, followed by the Open Men's Slalom semifinal. We've got 10 women and 12 men who made it through to this semifinal today. Will be some phenomenal water skiing.
All right, then. So here is your first opportunity to vote for your skier of the event. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and check out the play link to vote for your skier of the event.
All right, Juan Luis, 12 meters, 35 off. Little hesitation at 3. Kind of over-rotate. So you mentioned that head at 135. It looks like occasionally it comes across too much, right?
Indeed. And there are some elements that you can overdo. But the thing that struck me, and you mentioned it a little bit earlier, Seth, is that you can't just change one thing and hope that the whole thing matches together. You've got to change more than one aspect of your slalom skiing if you ever hope to progress. It's got to be the complete package.
Absolutely. And mind you, I talk about this a lot in coaching. You'll have people say, well, I watched this skier or that skier online and they were doing X, Y, or Z. None of us, no pro, none of us throughout the years do it all perfectly. And what you see as we shorten the line is any small problem gets exacerbated as we shorten the line and intensify things.
All right, on dockside getting ready is Evan Kraus out of Canada. And here is an explanation of the boat response from 0 Alpha from A all the way through to
Austin.
From A all the way through to C. So if you want the boat to respond to you a little bit quicker, you select A. If you want it to be a little bit more sluggish, you select C, and somewhere in the middle is B. All right then, here we go. Round buoy number 1 and number 2 trying to get across course, but the handle coming up a little bit high. I think he got outside buoy number 3. He certainly tried to sell it, and we'll see if that score is enough. That was on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, and you could see the disappointment in his face there. That wasn't what he was looking for. But if we watch this on the replay, looking at 1, that over-rotation of the upper body ends up causing hesitation at the finish of the turn before he accelerates, putting him down course and putting more pressure on that 2-ball turn. Slow turn at 2, tail turn, just gets enough to get outside of 3, and he'll fight to get the full buoy, but not happy with what he got there.
Yes, indeed. I mean, certain techniques, certain elements of techniques do work for a good few passes, but when you get to this line length extreme, then they don't work out quite as much.
True, and the other aspect of this, oftentimes when you see a head or the shoulders turn a little early, that's just the impatience because you haven't set everything up to be happening right on time. So if the transition through and out is effective, the ski's moved out on its turning edge, and the ski's set up properly, it really starts to come back before you have a chance to make the mistake, in essence. That's why you see it work on the opening pass, and the subsequent passes, it becomes a little more of a problem.
One of our female pro athletes along the dockside getting ready to take to the water herself whenever the pro women get out onto the water within about the next 3 to 4 skiers. Here comes Evan Kraus.
Canadian contingent here. Our number 3 seed in the U17 Boys Slalom. A little down course through that pass, but just getting the nerves out and getting moving. Interesting the gate stance there, Tony. A little separated, looks like purposely, and then advancing into that strong connection. I don't see any problem with it in and of itself, but easy to get caught without reconnected coming into the gates.
Seems to be using a lot of his height for leverage to get from one side of the course to the next, not really piling on the pressure too much at this early stage.
Which, yeah, as we discussed, I think is appropriate to not overdo your openers, but you don't want to see a 6-ball like that where you've underdone it and create a little bit of panic and the higher heart rate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that will get your heart rate beating a little bit faster, and at the time where you need it the least. Carter Reese is on dockside right now, taking in the conditions and just trying to mentally focus upon the performance that he'll produce within the next few minutes. But in the meantime, we'll see Evan Kraus work his way behind the boat and turn around the western island, and then come into the course very, very soon.
You know, we're looking at 9:15 on a beautiful Saturday morning and still not an ounce of wind. Perfect conditions here at Trophy Lakes. Evan Kraus, 12 meters, 35 off.
All right, his gate pullout looked a little bit sketchy, but let's see. Oh, and look at that round buoy number 2. He's starting to get in really, really deep here. Started in on 13 meters, and that is 12, from what I understand.
Yeah, that was 12. That was a better finish than a start, I think.
Mm-hmm. We're just looking at this, a look at the specs of that Malibu towboat, the response TXI, doing a fine job here at the 2021 Malibu Open.
So you mentioned his stance and using his leverage. I see him there on the offside, holding that stance and alignment even better than the onside. And oftentimes this happens on the onside. It's not as critical for you to be in strong position to build power, so you let the hips set behind you a little. But the problem comes when you're trying to move through that swing right off the second wake. If those hips are behind you, the boat takes advantage of you rather than being up and connected to the handle in the boat.
And they're one of our female athletes getting warmed up and limber and getting psyched up for the event to come. That's Elizabeth Montavon.
Elizabeth, one of the skiers who knows that as a professional athlete, you have sort of a duty to the fans of the sport to stay connected. I see her putting out notifications for people to ask her questions and, interacting with people and helping people, and that's what it's all about in the sport.
Alrighty, Roo, here we go. This is Evan Kraus now. He started on 13 meters, which is 32 off. He's run that and 35 off, but now this is 11.
Right.
Purposefully took this pass away from the sun. Oh, look at this, 11.25 meters. He slices and dices and gets around all 6.
All right, there's your new leader comfortably with a 6 at 38 with 2 skiers remaining, and he's still counting.
I would not have pegged him to have run this pass based upon the first 2.
Yeah, I think part of that, as I was watching his opener, I had the assumption that he was at 28 off. So knowing that it was 32 now makes me see it a little bit differently. But he just hangs in there. He does nothing dramatic, just keeps moving, getting back to the handle, fighting through it.
Well, it certainly got a little bit dramatic towards the end, I would say, at least from my perspective. But anyway, 11.25 meters. He is your new leader. Will now look to put a count onto 10.75 meters. That is 39 and a half off.
And we got another one of our great drivers, Christopher Eller, standing on the dock there with Carter Reese. What a beautiful sight. We got all these people down here getting ready to gear up for the day, and such a great spot here at Trophy Lakes. And a great city for food especially. All right, here we go. Evan Kraus, 39 and a half off, 10.75. Not the one he wanted, Tony. Over-rotated, came in a little hot and down course, but he'll get a score of 1 at 39, and he's your new leader. I don't think he's happy with that 39. He's capable of more, but he wanted to put it out there further for Carter Reese and Charlie Ross. That little bit of disconnect there coming in didn't allow the ski to move out onto that turning edge enough to have the intensity through the finish and keep moving or get moving early enough, and just comes up short of 2-ball.
And I don't know what he was gesturing going in, coming away from 2-ball with. I mean, it just looked like he was dipping his head a couple of times to the side.
You see there when he does transition, he lets the hips fall behind a little so the ski doesn't continue out. Looks like he might have tweaked something.
Might have tweaked his neck a little bit, I would imagine.
He's too young to be dealing with that, right?
I would say so, but you just never know. There we go. That's Evan Kraus, and along shoreside is Jamie Ball, whom we'll see a little bit later on in the women's slalom competition. Currently the first place competitor on the Water Ski Pro Tour.
Nonetheless, great skiing for Evan Kraus, guaranteeing no worse than 3rd spot, but in your lead right now. And here we go. Carter Reese on the water. Carter's another one of those in the States where I've watched as an up-and-coming junior, and his presence here shows that he's not up-and-coming. He's here. Carter Reese, 28 off, 14.25 meters.
All right, here we go. Carter Reese, not elected to go with anything shorter than 14.25 meters to start off with, which means that if he gets that far, if he gets to 11.25 meters, he's going to have it with the sun in his face.
Yeah, I think one of the things now is the sun's high enough that I believe although it's bright, it's not a specific impediment on the water. It's not blinding you in a specific spot, so it shouldn't be much of an issue at this point.
All right, that's one of our female competitors, Ali Nicholson, who's been going great for the tournaments that she's skied in this season. A newly qualified nurse out of Milton in northern Florida, and it's basically vacation time for her, and certainly well deserved based upon what she's had to deal with in the last few months. So she's got this tournament, she's got the Worlds to train for, and we'll see what happens after that.
Yeah, she's on the phone there. My presumption is maybe that's mom, dad, or Zane. She's got a great familial network there for her water skiing. She's got a lot of help. Zane Nicholson, one of our great skiers coming up.
Whoa, did he hear that? It's an opt-up from 28 off through to 35 for Carter Reese. So he's figured out that skiing into the sun is not going to help him on 11.25 meters. So in order to change the sequence of passes, this now is 35 off.
Yeah, and a lot of skiers train for that potential. I've never done it personally. Wouldn't happen often, but Carter may do this in practice quite often because he looks great here at 35. Little hustle at 5, but still an easy 6 and out the gates.
All right, working that deviate through all 6 buoys. So, what would be your rationale for opting up? Because in a lot of instances, it's about water conditions, it's about where the wind is blowing. None of those factors are in play here, so it must be some other element.
The only thing I can figure is the sun. And I just mentioned that it might be high enough to not be a concern, but perhaps I'm wrong because I'm not out there. We've got no wind. We've got a very symmetrical lake with equal setups on each end. The other possibility is perhaps he made a ski change yesterday and he wanted to make sure it was good, and after the first pass realized it was fine and said, hey, let's move on.
Maybe something along the lines of changing the tail.
Possibly. It's a DV8, so he could have swapped out his tails to match what he's feeling here at Trophy Lakes.
And another skier that takes advantage of that is Manon Costar, as we mentioned, from Conley.
And there she is, ready to unsheath her sword, go out here and fight with these other ladies.
All right then, Manon Costar, who is very much in the thick of things so far as the Water Ski Pro Tour slalom rankings are concerned, currently in 3rd place in that respect. All right, here we go. This is Carter Reese, 11.25 meters.
He's got to run it. Not the best one he could ask for, but still in it at 2. Gets stumbled up at 3. Around 4, but he won't get any more. Evan Kraus holding on to the lead.
And it can happen that quickly, folks.
Unfortunate. Not a great start. Let's watch here on the replay. Loads a little early without movement through the gate. A little bit down course, but still okay. Disconnected a little going to 3, so that's going to put him a little further down course coming into the ball. Puts a lot more demand on it, and he just can't make it happen. Didn't hear the official. Did you hear the official score yet, Tony?
No, I didn't hear the official, but based upon what I saw there, I would probably surmise that it'll be about 3 at 11.25 meters. 3 at 11.25 meters. Certainly didn't do enough to sell me on 4, but it is being reviewed at this time.
Now this one matters. This call matters because there is a 3 currently on the board, correct?
Absolutely. That's one Luis Pawonka.
I don't think I saw it.
3 confirmed, inside 4 on that one.
All right, so we've got a tie for what's currently 2nd spot between Carter Reese and Juan Luis Pawonka. Evan Kraus still holding on to the lead with 1 skier remaining. Charlie Ross from Orlando, Florida, with a Canadian background. You see his father there, Drew Ross, standing by.
And I tell you what, this skier has raised a few eyebrows in recent times.
He's been skiing great, and a great humble kid. I shouldn't even say kid now, but a great humble guy, and that's great to see off the water, somebody who can excel but doesn't carry the attitude into their daily social life.
All right, looks like we got a few people commenting right now. We got Billy Martin for good morning to you. We've got Bill Fossbanner. I don't know whether you know him, but he specifically wishes you good morning.
That's nice. Good morning, guys. Glad to be here. Thanks for tuning in. Here we go. Charlie Ross on the water, east end of the lake, pass number 1. Your top seed in the U17 Boys Slalom event.
All right, here we go.
32
this
off.
Is Charlie Ross.
Like Evan.
And not looking too bad on the opening run, carving up a very, very tall figure there. On pass number 1, that is Charlie Ross. And I mean, his stock really started to rise after the Swiss Pro Slalom a few months ago, and it's been continuing to rise ever since, with some brilliant scores not too long ago at the Holy Cow Cup just outside Polk City in Florida, with scores into 41 off. So he's actually been into 10.25 meters at least 3 times this season. As we check out our open men that are waiting around dockside, there's Matteo Lazzeri, fortunate enough to make it through to the men's slalom semi-final. He was on the bubble to make it in at 13th place going into one of our last competitors, but he had a little bit of a troubled situation, and that elevated Matteo Lazzeri into the semi-final round.
Yeah, so he'll be your 12th seed, but hey, he's got just as much of a chance as anyone right now.
All right then, so here we go. We've got Charlie Ross around the West Island. Now approaching the course on 12 meters, electing to go with 32 off, and it's a pass that he is quite accustomed to starting at.
So now we'll see him at 13 meters. Not a big deal here for Charlie. Looks simple, clean, and easy for Charlie Ross at 35. He'll be coming back at 11.25, 38 off.
All right, then our projected start time for the women's semi-final is within the next few minutes. So those of you waiting on that action, you won't have to wait too long.
How about that sign we just saw? The wind is at 4 kilometers per hour out of the west. 4 kilometers per hour. What is that? Barely over a mile per hour.
Yeah, I mean, you could actually blow bubbles faster than that.
Inconsequential wind here at Trophy Lakes. Now, going back to what you said about Charlie Ross and his recent rapid success, there's a portion of that I'm sure is straight technique, getting into 41, running 39 consistently, but some of that is the confidence that continues to build the more often you do it. Learning to have that headspace. For example, right there you see women's slalom skiers on the dock, headphones in, try to get in the zone. The headspace is key, and this kid's got it.
Yes, and also taking a little bit of time actually away from the sport during the course of the summer, because right after the King of Darkness, he, his sister, and the remainder of the family actually took a road trip all the way up to Ontario and spent a good portion of their time on a log cabin on a large lake out there, and not really focused on too much on the hardcore aspects of skiing, more skiing because you love it and for leisure purposes.
Yeah,
here we go.
So he got a great start, Tony. That one ball was killer. Looking clean out of 5.
That's 11.25 meters, and he runs through that pass and is within 1 buoy of taking the lead and the win here in the junior boys slalom competition.
Something tells me he wants the win, but he sure wants a whole lot more out here, and he's capable of it. The fact that he didn't quite make it into the Open Men's semifinal means that he knows he's got to jump in and put up a score here.
All right then, so we got to Charlie Ross through 11.25 meters, quite accustomed to seeing him do that. Now let's see, 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. He'll be skiing this into the sun, however, which could pose one or two obstacles there for him.
Yeah, that sun, I like I said, I said it wasn't an issue, but Carter Reese obviously made some sort of choice based on it.
But as we continue rolling on, the sun's going to get higher and it's going to be less of an impedance.
Non-issue, non-issue. We got Elizabeth Montavon down there. She'll be the second skier off the dock in the women's semifinal. She's ready. Jamie Metcalf on the dock.
Okay. I know, because like I read the rules online, but
I'm going to head down there and talk to some of these ladies before they ski and give you some perspective on what goes through their head. Here we go.
Here we go. This is Charlie Ross. More than one buoy is needed to take the win here, which he will get. Round buoy. Look at this.
There he goes.
Look at this. Round buoy number 3. He's still there. He's good to go. Round number 4. Checked up off number 4, much the same as he did yesterday. But there you go. That is a 4 buoy count at 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. Enough for the win, but you kind of suspect that he really wanted the entirety of that pass.
Absolutely. In this replay, watch his facial expression. You get it right there a little bit. 3 to 4. He is gritting to try to get himself back in the game to run the pass. Charlie Ross, great skiing, and your winner in the U17 Boys Slalom event.
All right then, and whilst we send Seth Stisher down dockside to interview a few of our skiers before they head out into the water, my thanks to him for keeping me company here at the announcer's point. He will hot-foot it down to the dock, and we'll continue right along with the Open Women's Slalom competition. Here is our start list coming up. We've got Jamie Metcalf taken to the water first. It looks like on the top end of that order. Then we've got Elizabeth Montavon, Karen Trulove, Ali Nicholson, Vanessa Veek, Chelsea Mills, Manon Costar, Jamie Bull, Whitney McClintock-Rini, and Regina Jaquist. I tell you what, we've got some great slalom skiing to come, and we've seen some good skiing already in this event, the 2021 Malibu Open. And joining me here in the announcing point will be Freddie Winter, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll rejoin the action right after this. There we go, the rather stoic look there of Jamie Metcalf. So, right here in the announcing point, and trying to emulate the voice of our good friend Mr. Bob Marley. How you doing, Mr. Fred Winter?
I'm doing wonderfully, Tony. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. I'm still getting a little bit of flack from a lot of folks there commenting about how we handled the situation with you yesterday, but
I mean, I don't think that's fair, honestly. I think, your job is to report what's going on, so I think you did a good job there. So that's I don't think you deserve any flack whatsoever.
Why, thank you. I do appreciate that. All right then. So we've got our list of skiers. We've got Jamie Metcalf. Let's go through each of these skiers one by one. We've got 10 in this semi-final. Jamie Metcalf, what do you reckon?
Jamie, third at Worlds in 2019, right? So she just crushed it over there in Malaysia, rough conditions, and did really well. So it's a different situation today. It's perfect, it's flat, it's gorgeous, but she's going to do really well. It's really great to see the skiers from Europe. Well, she's from New Zealand, but she lives in Europe, doing all those tournaments and then coming over here and doing well. So we've had dinner the last couple of nights, me, Jamie, and the gang. So I'm kind of pulling for her.
All right then, skier that's been making a lot of noise off the water and on, Elizabeth Montavon.
Yeah, she's been skiing well, and she looked good yesterday. I was impressed with her. I think she's on her third tournament of the year. I think she did Hilltop and got 5th, I believe. So she's going to come in today, and if we're looking at the top 4, I mean, I don't want to sort of say that what a score is going to be, but it's going to be deep 39. So I mean, we're looking these first few girls: Jamie, Elizabeth. Who else do we have there, Tony?
Karen Truelove next.
Karen Truelove. Like, yeah, these girls are going to have to put big scores up in order to get a chance, because you look at who we've got later down the list, and there's some really very, very top skiers.
Likes of Ali Nicholson and Vanessa Veek and Chelsea Mills. Now, Chelsea Mills skied out of her skin yesterday, despite the fact that she's carrying an injury coming into this event.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great day of skiing yesterday. I mean, and just looking at 3 of those names there, so you got Karen, Vanessa, and Chelsea, and not to put too fine a point of it and hopefully I don't get in trouble for saying this, but these are all ladies that are more advanced in their years. They're doing incredibly well. Karen obviously has been there for a little while. She's been the very best in the world, but Vanessa and Chelsea really moving, up a level as they as they keep getting older, which is just unbelievable. Chelsea and Vanessa both made the Masters this year, and they're, I think, where are they on the, like, Chelsea's like 5th or 6th on the Pro Tour ranking, and Vanessa right below her. Yeah, Chelsea 4th, right, there we go, and Vanessa may be in 7th or something like that. So we've got a lot of really good skiers, and they're looking to get some big points today.
All right then, before we go into our final 4, a reminder that the latest episode to drop this morning on the TWBC podcast is that of Chelsea Mills. Check it out on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. Manon Costard, the 4th from last skier, looking very, very strong. She's currently in 3rd place right now. Then you have the likes of Jamie Bull. Then we've got Whitney McClintock-Rini, who celebrates a birthday today.
Yeah.
And then, surprise, surprise, it's Regina Jaquez.
Yeah, and these are, not to say anything negative about the other girls, these are the very top ones in the sport. They've been passing titles between, the 4 of them in the last 3 or 4 years, Jamie coming up and just destroying it more recently. But you really couldn't, all of these ladies are capable of getting huge scores, so it's going to be, those are guys are going to be the ones to beat.
All right, looking at the Pro Tour leaderboard, there's Jamie Bull right there in the lead with 212 points. Within striking distance, it's Whitney McClintock-Rini, who would need to win out on this particular tournament to get within 3 points of that particular total. Then Manon Costard in 3rd, Chelsea Mills in 4th, and there you see the remainder of the list, which you can find out more about by going to waterskiprotour.com. Here we go, is Jamie Metcalf. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. Looking in good shape. Skier who resides in Switzerland these days, but originates out of New Zealand, the current World Championship bronze medalist from 2019. That is Jamie Metcalf.
And Jamie, a very interesting case. She skied a lot when she was younger, and she took, I want to say like a 10-year break. I might be getting the story slightly wrong, but she came back, decided to start skiing again, put her old ski back on, had her first set, and broke her ankle. Something insane. Like, the very first set she had, she broke her ankle, had to take another year off, but then she came back and won a World Championship medal, which is quite a good story. She's done amazingly well. She came back, she's running mid 38, and then she's now mid 39. It's awesome.
All right, then, let's go dockside and join Seth Stischer.
All right, we got Karen Truelove here down at dockside. We're interrupting her warm-up routine to get a few words from her before she skis. Karen, Trophy Lakes, this is no new place to you. You've skied here since you were a kid. What's changed now as you go out to compete against some of these younger girls, and you are the one who we know can do what needs to be done out here?
Well, thank you, Seth. Yes, I've been here so many times. The odd thing is, I feel like every time is a new time. I think that's something that I've taken with my careers. I don't ever take anything for granted. It's always a new set, no matter how much I've skied somewhere. And it feels like that too. I mean, I'm hoping today yesterday we had a little bit of glare issues, so I'm hoping that it'll be feel a little bit more settled for me, and I don't have as much hesitation. So we'll see.
All right, well, we're excited to see you. We appreciate it. We'll let you get back to your routine, but good luck. We've got a skier on the water. Back to you guys.
All right, then, here we go. Jamie Metcalf out in the water. Was slaloming pretty well at the San Gervasio Pro-Am competition a little bit earlier on in the season, around about the first weekend in July. Showed elements of brilliance out there on the course, and doing the same right here at Trophy.
So, yeah, the thing I like to see with Jamie is she has a really, really good offside. Like, her onside has 3 of them. She's a lefty, but watch here. Watch how balanced she is. She makes sure she gets her weight right in the middle of the ski as she's coming through the back end of that turn, so she stays balanced, and from there she can do a really good transition through the wakes.
Right you are, and good extension, round number 3, skiing a little bit into the sun at this point. But then again, as the day progresses, the sun becomes less of an obstacle because, well, it rises up and it's more over your head, and, you know, you get to see the buoys a little bit better going in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a factor here. I mean, the girls that are, or ladies I should say, that are coming up, they're all going to be looking at that sun a little bit, because coming back towards the dock, the second pass, it's very sunny, so it makes it hard to see the gates, it makes it hard to see the buoys. Always just feels a little bit weird when you've lost even 20% of the vision that you're used to having. So they probably don't want to take their hardest pass into the sun. They probably want to take it going away from the dock. So we're going to see them potentially start, messing with their line lengths in order to change that.
All right, having run 14 and 13, this is now 12 meters or 35 off. This is Jamie Metcalf. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, running with A2 on the zero off system. Looking in very, very good shape. And as she gets round number 5 and cruises away round to buoy number 6, let's check in with Seth at dockside.
All right, we're down here now dockside with Allie Nicholson. Allie, we found you playing around in the water with dogs, and you're up in a few. Is this part of your routine?
Oh, yeah. They don't go very far without me, so I'm used to warming up with them. I tried to roll out earlier, and I had one on either side. I was like, okay, guys, this isn't going to work. We got to have at least a little space. I got to get a little warm, but yeah, pretty used to warming up with the dogs.
Well, you've done a lot of great skiing over the years and a lot of practice and experience, so I know it is more about just getting warmed up and loose and going at it, right?
Yeah. I try not to get too serious down here. The more serious I get, the more nervous I get, so I try to relax, have fun, treat it like any other set.
Well, we're excited to watch you go have some fun, and we're just looking at some of the different routines people have. I like yours. Good luck, and back to you guys.
Okay, that was Allie Nicholson that we heard from a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this list here, Tony. I mean, we've got a kind of mix of Karen, Manon, Jamie, Whitney, Regina. The more the skiers that have been running into 39 for a few years, but the other guys, Jamie, Elizabeth, Vanessa, and Chelsea, go back to the Malibu Open of 2016, 17, and 18. They were nowhere near running into 39 really. So, sort of mix of these very high-level slalom skiers who've been there for a long time, and then the guys that are kind of newer to it.
All right, then working away towards 11.25 meters, a critical pass for our female competitors in this round of the competition, the semi-final. We only advanced 4 through to the final round of the competition, so eager to pick up the pace here at 11.25 meters. Here is Jamie Metcalf. Oh, look at that. Beautifully executed run, very well controlled from start to finish, and she could well be a joker in the pack.
I'm so happy for her. That's amazing. I was talking to at San Gervasio. She was telling me about how the coronavirus situation really screwed up her skiing last year. She skied 15 sets in 2020, and I know that, as someone that likes to ski a lot, if I was to ski 15 times in a year, it would take me 3 years to come back. So it's amazing. I don't know how many 38 she's run this year in tournament, but she'll be really happy to have got through that, especially with all the skiers coming up. Just looking at buoy 4 here, she's disconnected, she comes in, but watch how good buoy 4 was, and she needed it because 5, like her onside I would say was not the best that it could have been, but the offside definitely saved her.
And definitely having that kind of mental focus and that kind of confidence in knowing that even if the turn isn't completely perfect at the end, you still have a chance and you can still make up some ground as well. I mean, that having that kind of thing is priceless.
Well, the interesting thing with the onside and offside deal is that, like, on the onside, you're less likely to fall. The offside is a more risky turn, but if you can have a stable and balanced offside, you've really got a better chance of getting down the line. And she came into buoy 4 not in the best of shape, and she just nailed that turn, and it set her up for to do a safety check. Our favourite turn on buoy 5, and she got out the exit gates, and she'll be really happy. And now with the sun behind her, she's actually got a good setup, and she'll be hoping she can get a good way down this. She's capable, I think, of 4. I believe she ran that a few times in the past. So let's see what she does.
All right, here we go. 39.5 off 10.75 meters. All round number 1. I don't think she got outside buoy number 2, and that's going to set the standard for the remaining skiers to follow at 10.75 meters. That is Jamie Metcalf got a little bit long into buoy number 1, and from there she was unable to recover.
It was kind of what I saw there at 38 a little bit, that she was just sort of riding the tail into her onside. So she had too much of the tail in the water, so it just didn't want to smear around. So she just struggled. From there it was going to be tricky to get around 2.
All right then, so looking at the instant replay, we're going to check in with Dockside in a moment, and there you see Jamie Metcalf with 1 buoy at 10.75 meters. Let's join Seth on Dockside.
All right, I've got your under 17 Malibu Open champion here, Charlie Ross. Just ran 4 at 39. How was it out there, Charlie?
Yeah, it was really nice. The driving was amazing. Obviously, Trophy Lakes is amazing, so yeah.
You did great. I know you've been running 39 some, and I could see it in your face watching on the webcast. You were fighting. You did not want to give up on that 39. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I was just a little bit on the tail. Obviously, ski at 3 and 4, so you can only go as far as you can when. But yeah.
Well, you've been doing great. Watching you ski, knowing you, having met you, knowing the kind of humble guy you are. You don't look humble when you're out there. You look super confident. It's impressive.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we appreciate it. We like watching you. We like watching what you do, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thanks. That's Charlie Ross. Back to you guys.
What a good guy Charlie Ross is. He's one of those just young rippers, just doing unbelievably well on the Pro Tour and all the junior tournaments.
All right then, so our next competitor to take to the water. We got Elizabeth Montavon about to take to the water. All right, 14.25 meters, as I mentioned before, a skier that's been making quite a bit of noise on the water and off. This is Elizabeth Montavon, living in southern Florida, where she trains with the likes of Chet Rayleigh and Stephen Ireland. Let's see what she's got on the opening run there, Freddie.
Well, she started at 14 or 28 off, so that means she's taking her 38, the big pass that she's got to run if she wants to make the final. So she's going to take that into their sun, so backing herself with a big score at 39 on the way back.
All right then, and another slalom aficionado in the announcing position. We've got Matteo Lizzeri. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Tony. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing very, very good. Now, for those folks that don't know, Matteo Lizzeri, for the last few seasons, has been instrumental in providing a pro tournament in Europe on an annual basis in San Gervasio, which is just outside Brescia in the northern part of Italy. Tell us a little bit about that event.
Tony, it feels strange to tell that story to you because you know very well, but sorry, the volume is a little high. We started in 2014, had a little gap here last year because of COVID, and we were the only cash prize tournament in Europe this year.
All right then, so, and you making it through to the men's slalom semi-finals, a little bit of a shocker considering who needed to be eliminated to give room for you to go into the final, in semi-final.
The man setting.
So, yeah, it was actually quite funny. I said this morning, like my third thought was after, well, that was a shame, and oh God, Worlds is coming up, was, well, at least it was Matteo that got in, and we're roommates this weekend. So we had fun with it, and Freddie Krueger actually saw us arrive in the car together this morning, and he said, I'm glad you guys are on speaking terms, which of course we are.
All right then, here we go. Elizabeth Montavon, her second pass as she ran 14. This is 13 meters or 32 feet off, and certainly is brimming with confidence going into this event, and that's reflected in her technique out there on the slalom course, Matteo.
No, good pass. Just a little cautious one ball, and then from what I could see, she maintained her rhythm all the way through. For these ladies, 20, 30, 32, it's just warm up, finding a bit of a rhythm, and clearly Elizabeth used them to that advantage.
And certainly likes to use the back of the ski quite a lot on her onside turn. And whilst we look at her and see her execute a great pass on 32 feet off, we'll go to dockside and check out Steph Stischer.
All right, we're down here with Jamie Metcalf. She just got done skiing, ran 1 at 39, and great performance. But I understand training-wise, you've been kind of bumps and bruises through the way here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not quite ready yet, but a couple more months would have been nice for me this season. But it's Worlds is here, so now it's time to go out there and ski. So no, but it was good. I'm happy, and a bit disappointing to do all that hard work and run such a nice 38 and then get 1 at 39, but it is what it is, and no, it's good. I'm very happy.
Well, maybe that's just a great lead up to the Worlds. That's just like a training set for you now, right?
Absolutely, and I needed that confidence. I haven't run 38 this year. I think I've done 3 tournaments this year, so this is my 4th. So it's about time I started to run it consistently. It was a very nice pass. Unfortunately, I pulled all the way to one boy at 39, and that was all.
Well, it was great watching you, great performance, and you guys here on the water. We'll go back to you guys.
All right, looking at Elizabeth Montavon, her third pass. This is the 12-meter line, and looking very, very strong on that one as well. And as we continue to look forward to our other events, which includes the men's slalom semi-final, in which you, Matteo, will be heading out first off the dock. What are you kind of thinking about, even at this early stage, and getting ready for that semi-final?
Well, I'm trying to take yesterday's set and take it away of my mind as quickly as possible. I know I've been skiing better than that. We are 12 skiers and only 4 go through. It's a strange place to be first off, so I'm just going to go as hard as I can and turn as many buoys as I can. There's not a whole lot of strategy when you're first off the dock.
All right, then. So a good perspective there from Matteo Lizzeri, who is in the semi-final round of the men's slalom event. We are 2 skiers into the women's semi-final round, and now we've got Elizabeth Montavon about to approach 11.25 meters, having run the first 3 passes of 14, 13, and 12. Now, what changes between 12 and 11.25 meters, Freddie?
I don't know, was it 3/4 meter? I don't know. It's not that anything necessarily changed. I don't think she wants to do anything different here. She's just been trying to dial in her last 3 passes to get more and more connected, to have an understanding of what her ski's going to do, and then it's more that the mistakes get punished more as the line gets shorter. I think that water skiing really. It's a game of weakest links. So if she's disconnected through the gate here, for example, if she has a narrow gate, if she grabs the handle early at 1, then she's going to be in trouble. So she's got to make sure that she does a good job, and she needs to run this. So I believe she's going to have a good chance.
All right, then. We also saw a view along the dockside with Karen Truelove. She'll be taken to the water next. But I tell you what, here comes Elizabeth Montavon, early as you like, into buoy number 2. Getting some really good turns off 1, 3, and 5. A little rocked out the back on 4. Oh. Now, this is a great looking run there, 11.25 meters. Not the perfect looking run, But you don't have to be perfect. You just have to get around that sixth ball and through the exit gates there, Freddie.
Did you see that game face out the exit gates? Like,
oh, yeah.
No smile, no fist throw, no nothing. She's like, I don't care that I've just ran that. I've got to go and go big on this next pass. So, yeah, she actually had a good start, I think. Big one. Started just getting a little later and later into 4, I thought. And so she finishes, with a lot of angle, but slightly back foot heavy. So I wondered if she was going to be able to hold that out of 5, but she did. And so she's through to this next pass.
All right, and Elizabeth Montavon representing the Ski or Die brand out there on the water, doing a fine job. I'm sure that she's got a lot of fans in South Florida and around the world. And let's check in with Seth Stischer.
All right, we're down dockside with none other than Nate Smith. Nate put a good score out there yesterday. We were just chatting, and you said you got a lot of other stuff going on as well right now. What you got going on in life?
Yeah, a lot of people know I've been in flight school up in Indiana, so kind of traveling back and forth to all the tournaments and back in Indiana in the wintertime, which makes it a little tough. But, a lot of good skiing yesterday and second seed for today. Go out and try and make the finals and see where it goes.
Yeah, obviously we all love watching you do what you do. It's a clinic every time, but we'll be excited to see you come from that number 2 spot and come in with a vengeance, right?
Yeah, Will always skis well here, so I imagine he puts up another big score again. But, just go out and do what I can try and do, and hopefully the score's big enough.
All right, we'll see Nate again here in just a little bit. And just so you know, we're standing on a hill. He's not this much taller than me. Back to you guys.
All right, then, let's continue right along. Elizabeth Montavon.
One course to take the lead, and she needs to get down it.
And gets the half buoy necessary to put her out in front of Jamie Metcalf, but I doubt whether that score would advance her through to the next round. What do you see here, Matteo?
Well, I thought it was a much better start than what the score produced. I think she had to make a choice, obviously, right there off the second wake. Do I try to turn or do I keep it safe? But we're at that stage of the tournament where, as I said, she's early off the dock, only 4 go through. You have to run as many buoys as you can. So, she tried to turn. Unfortunately, that didn't go well for her this particular time.
It's like that Steve Winwood song, when you see a chance, take it.
Absolutely. And especially, as I said, like early on in the series, if you're third last, second last of the dock with 4 going through, you can be a little bit more careful, but not at this stage of the event.
Alrighty, so hands on her face there, realizing that an opportunity could have well have slipped away for Elizabeth Montavon in respect to making it through to the next round of the competition. There we see on dockside there Whitney McClintock, currently the second place skier in the water ski Pro Tour standings. And I'm sure, as many of you know, and a lot of you have commented, it's her birthday today.
Happy birthday to Whitney.
Do you know who else is celebrating a birthday?
Isn't Corey Vaughan celebrating a birthday today?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's. I feel like they should have a, celebratory cake together, blow out some candles,
or at least a procession in going into bumpers.
Exactly. Yeah, a party in the woods. I've had 1 or 2 over there at bumpers. Those were a good time. Not for the faint of heart.
All right then. Okie dokie. Our next competitor to take to the water is Karen Truelove. Lives in Windermere these days, but originally out of Fuquay Varina in North Carolina, so a little bit of a homecoming there.
Tony, your knowledge of people's hometowns is just unsurpassed.
You want to know where Freddie originally came from?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a shame you're not going to see me on the water today for you to shout the London borough of Wandsworth. It's always my favourite.
All right then. Okay, moving right along, we've got Karen Truelove out there, one of the most consistent female slalom skiers out there on the water. It's been doing this for quite a while now. And I tell you what, she doesn't stand exceptionally tall compared to a lot of other skiers that she would ski against in the pro ranks. but she seems to be able to use what she's got very, very effectively, Freddie.
Yeah, she does. She's, I can't say enough good things about Karen. I think she's one of the coolest people in the sport. Someone I spend a little bit of time with. I'll go around to the Krugers when we're doing Mastercraft stuff, and she's great. So to her skiing, yeah, she's been doing this a little while. She's the consummate professional, and she's ripping it up there. That was as easy a pass as you could possibly see.
It just seems to me it's quite funny that two of the most consistent slalomers out there on the pro scene stand relatively short. I mean, we're talking about Regina Jaquess and Karen Truelove. You know, so I'm trying to figure out which one of them between them is actually taller, because I think they're about the same height, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, people make a big deal out of height in water skiing. There's no doubt that it is an overall advantage, but there are positives to being shorter. You have a lower center of gravity, means you're being pulled around less by the boat, because obviously the taller you are, the higher the handle is off the water, so it's got more leverage on you. So that low center of gravity can be used to advantage. Regina uses it to advantage a lot. She does those huge turns and doesn't get the boat pulling her back. So yeah, and I think also, you know, in women's skiing, they're not into 41 quite as much. It's often at 39 that the medals are decided. So, you know, you can be a little bit shorter. I'm not sure you'd see many men at 5'4" or whatever running into these short lines.
All right, then we see Karen Truelove through there on that particular run. That was pass number 2, the pass of 13 meters. And just look at her go into buoy number 1. Looks very, very smooth, and then coming on out, not perturbed at all by anything that comes between her and the successful running of the pass. Just does it very, very smoothly there, Freddie.
Yeah, she does it again. I mean, these are sort of warm-up passes. The only thing I could see that might screw up these girls' second passes, these ladies, sorry, I've got to stop saying girls, is the sun in their eyes. I think it's going to get better and better, but I think it's still there. We can see the silhouette in the camera as they go away from the dock.
All right, then. Back here in the announcer's spot there, we've got Freddie Winter. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and you guys out there have a chance to vote for the winner of this, the skier of the day here at the 2021 Malibu Open. All you got to do is go vote at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. While you're there as well, why not go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to purchase that TWBC apparel, which I know you enjoy and love.
I've got a t-shirt, a TWBC t-shirt. It's the softest one I own. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. So get on it. The store is only open for this weekend and this weekend only. Here we go. This is Karen Truelove, 12 meters.
A little bit of a weird one there. She kind of grabbed the hand a little bit early, got a little bit of a bite. Not the most comfortable 35. I mean, we kind of can say she's definitely going to run it, but that's probably not going to make her super excited about her next pass.
Let's check in dockside with
all right,
Elizabeth.
we got your new leader. Elizabeth Montavon just ran 1.5 at 39. How was it out there, Elizabeth?
It was great. You know, that was the first time I've run a 38 at Trophy with continuation, so I really can't complain about that. I felt pretty good about my gait at 39. One ball I was a little bit narrow, so I had a lot of speed after having a loose line into 2. And I knew I was going to have that speed into my offside, and I just didn't set my hip as I should have for an offside with a lot of speed. So, you know, I know the mistake I made. If I could do it over again, I promise you I wouldn't do it that way, but I can't complain. At least I made it to 39 this year.
Absolutely. It was great skiing. And, you know, hearing you spell that out to us, it's no surprise because I do see all the things you do on social media to help people, all the technical stuff you post. You obviously know what you're doing and you have a plan, and it's impressive. I mean, is there anything, so let's say you make it into that top 4. Is there anything right now that you're going to be focused on moving into that round if you make it?
You know, I think with the top 4 round, you really got to ski like you've got nothing to lose. Kind of like if you don't come out of one ball, you're okay with it. You can't play it safe. You can't stand up, keep the arms close, take it narrow. So if I made it to that top 4, I'll, you know, go all out like I did at one ball, but I'll have a better 2.
All right. Well, great skiing. Congratulations so far. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Seth, and indeed Elizabeth Montavon for her comments there after her performance. We're looking at Ali Nicholson on dockside, and in addition, we're checking in with Karen Truelove on 11.25 meters off, 38 off. Let's see what she's got. A critical pass. She knows that she has to run this. A little bit loose off number 1, but managing to still stay on course round number 2. Takes a big hit off number 3. Come on. Even bigger off number 4. She's still there. She's still in with a chance. And there you go. It's a 6 buoy count at 11.25 meters. It's Karen Truelove.
That's so great. That's awesome. She was not in that from about buoy 2. If you watch, 1 was fine. Buoy 2, she gets the handle really high, and it looked like she had the ski just a little bit far out in front of her. And let's see if I'm right here. Yeah, just not quite finishing as bounced as she'd like, but she made it work. Pretty good turn at 3, hand a little bit high. But what I want to highlight, and this has kind of been the story of this year, I think, we've seen the women just do so much better as a whole in pro tournaments. Obviously, we had the absolute peaks, you know, Whitney, Jamie, Regina, Manon all running 39 a little bit. But I mean, generally in pro tournaments this year, which I've not seen in the past that much, you're going to see 38 run in all the finals, you know, by most of the skiers. So we've seen the first 3 here run 38 when they didn't run it yesterday. I think we're going to, you know, be cool if we saw everyone run into 39.
Yes, indeed. And yesterday, Karen Truelove scored 4.5 at 38 yesterday, so that is a significant improvement. And interesting to see Freddie Krueger along the shoreline and giving us the the clenched fist at the end, you know, celebrating that pass. Let's see how far Karen Truelove can go with 39.5 off 10.75 meters. More than 1.5 will give her the lead. Let's see how she fares. Round buoy number 1. Oh,
that's a good one.
Good one. Look at this. Round buoy number 2, she's still there. She makes it outside buoy number 3, and she could be in with an outside chance of advancing. 3 buoys at 10.75 for Karen Truelove.
That's fantastic. Really happy. Well, and interestingly, that 3 at 39, it might be one of her better scores in recent years. I can't remember her getting past 3 for a while, so that's really, really good. And critically, that's the 5th best score we've seen from the ladies in this tournament. So yesterday, the top scores, Regina and Whitney ran 39, Jamie ran 5, Manon ran 4, but there was 3 girls at 3. So, you know, that really is throwing down the gauntlet to Ali, Vanessa, Chelsea, and the remaining girls I just mentioned, that they're going to have to turn 3 and get over to 4 if they want to be with a really good chance of getting into that semi-final. The final.
All right, then, we're taking a look at this once again. I believe the officials are calling 3, so let's have a look at the instant replay from the boat cam view. Takes a big hit there. Yep, that's definitely 3. Now, the critical moment here is off that turn. Yep, before the boat guides, that's 3. Solid as you like.
I don't know, I think Karen kind of wussed out there. Like, I saw Adam Caldwell go through those same exit buoys yesterday with only 1 foot on his ski, so I think Karen kind of played it a bit safe with that S-turn.
Well, we look forward to seeing Adam Caldwell ski in the semi-final. He's an interesting character, isn't he?
Oh my God, that was the coolest thing I think I've ever seen on a slalom ski. Like, I don't get impressed. I've seen most things in water skiing. I've never seen that. That was unreal yesterday.
I've seen John Battleday pull some stuff that's quite incredible.
Yeah, I worked for him for a long time, but I'm not talking about on a ski. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no. So Karen there, she's in the lead. We've seen escalating scores. Jamie improved by 2 buoys on or 2 or 3 buoys from yesterday. Elizabeth by about the same amount. Karen improving by 4.5 buoys. So that's huge, and that's what you need to do in a semi-final with a top 4. It's probably the most brutal cut of the whole year, with the exception of Masters, where they cut to 4. But to go from 10 down to 4, it's rough. So they had an easier cut yesterday from 12 to 10, but now they're going to go to 4.
All right, and we transition to dockside and check in with Seth Stischer and Karen Truelove.
All right, looks like we just continually get lead changes. We got Karen Truelove, 3 at 39, a great score, did what you needed to do. Tell us how it felt out there.
Yeah, my first couple of passes, I was actually not skiing, to plan. So as I was going through, I was trying to work it through my head. And my 38 was a little bit scrappier than I was hoping for. But I got a good gate, committed to it, and got a good one. I just got a little bit excited, and that pass for me, if I get too excited, I kind of overwork it. But I mean, that's my best score in a few years now, and a new record for my division. So I'm happy. I mean, the girls skied great before me. I think there's a lot more to come. So everything's feeling great, and looking forward to the rest of the day.
I think that's still a solid score. You got a lot of people coming out. Getting a piece of 4 is going to be tough for a lot of girls. So you probably ought to be ready to potentially ski again if there has to be a runoff for those 4, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I usually know the rules, but I'm not sure if they'll go back to like a backup. But that's what I was thinking was 4, was probably after what I saw yesterday and just the strength of the field. So I think that's a good call. We'll see, though. I mean, I'm happy. I keep building through the year, and hopefully it'll just keep getting better.
Well, you certainly did a great job and wowed us, and we're glad to see you still crushing it. And maybe we'll get Tony to check on those rules and tell us exactly what happens if we do have a tie. So back to you guys.
All right then, kind of putting me a little bit on the spot, but I think if you do have a tie for 4th place, it would have to be runoff.
I don't know. I think it might go back to countback on the previous round. I'll get the rules up on my phone and we'll have a look.
But if there is a perfect tie between our skiers, those that tie in this round and going back to the previous round, then potentially there could be a runoff involved. We'll double check with our officials, but we're taking a little bit of a technical delay here, and before we take Ali Nicholson out the water, and with that, we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll return very, very soon. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. All right, looks like we're almost ready to go, Freddie, and Freddie feverishly looking into our rules for the competition and trying to find out what the tie rule is.
I see Jerry standing right there, but I'll run up there. Sorry, what is this?
All right, let's go dockside.
All right, we've got Vanessa Veek. She's getting ready to get on the water. We have a little break here, but they're about to gear it back up, so we'll be quick with you, Vanessa. But you've been doing some great skiing and putting some good scores out there. You're a mom of 2 as well. How do you get focused here for this sort of event?
I think that I just try and continue my chaos that I do at home, try and keep everything relatively the same as what it is when I train at home. They're always around, so often I'm quite distracted, whether they're on the shore or they're in the boat as well. So we just try and keep everything the same, yeah. But my husband's very kind. He's taken them off for a little bit, and I've had some chill time and music time for myself, so that's been nice, yeah.
That's cool. I understand the whole familial thing with chaos, and it's adversity training at all times. But we'll let you get back to getting ready, and maybe we'll talk to you again after you take a ride. But good luck.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
And there is Vanessa Veek representing Australia, and a resident in South Florida, which meant that she didn't have to face anywhere close to the amount of challenges that most Australian athletes face in order to travel to a lot of the events that they're expecting to ski in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, so must be strange for Vanessa to hear another Australian voice around. I guess she saw the coronavirus coming, and she's like, I'm just moving over there ahead of time.
The situation is a little bit more complicated than that, but I think that the situation was probably a little bit more complicated than that, Freddie. But let's not forget we've got Jamie Metcalf as well, who comes to us from New Zealand. So you'd have to have a really, really keen ear to discern a New Zealand or Kiwi accent compared to an Aussie one.
I was trying to brush up on my Kiwi accent, which I'm not going to display here, but I was trying to sort of understand, how to get back into that flow and imitating her a little bit the last couple of days. And she said, it's strange. No one's really picked up my accent for a while, but she lives in Switzerland, so maybe not many native English speakers that she sees every day.
You're probably more than likely to hear her speaking French rather than English right now.
Yeah, that's right.
All right then, looks like we got to change our driver. We got Pat Bloodworth at the helm of that towboat. We still have Connor Pauly with the boat side camera.
So let's just go back to those rules. I had managed to find them. For ties from the semis through into the finals, it says, if a tie exists for the last position or positions into the next round, a runoff shall occur utilizing random draw for order. The second skier after the draw must score higher than the first skier off the dock. In the event of a tie, the first skier shall prevail. So that's a really interesting rule. It's what people sort of refer to as Pro Tour rules, where you really want to be first off the dock. You can do a score, and then if you get tied, then you go through.
All right, let's check in dockside.
All right, we've got Chelsea Mills on the dock getting ready to take her stuff to the water. Chelsea, you've had some injuries, you've been traveling a ton, you got a lot of things going on. How do you center and get focused for an event like this?
Oh man, well, I just did everything I could to rehab and get in the gym, and then skied a few days before the event. My body wouldn't let me do anything more than that. So, and then ankle was about the size of a softball last night, so did a lot of things to just get the swelling out. Got it about halfway down. So I've done everything I can do at this point, so I'm just going to go see what happens.
I trust that you can handle it. I know you got a strong mental game, and you've been doing some great skiing. It's just a little hiccup, but we'll be watching you and hoping you do well, and we'll talk to you after, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good luck. Back to you guys.
I was wondering why the local Circle K ran out of ice last night.
Chelsea is, well, we'll talk about her in a minute when she skis, but she's one of the stories of the season, I think. She's been magnificent on the water this year.
All right then, our skier on the water, having run her opening pass of 14.25 meters. Now this is 13 or 32 off. This is Ali Nicholson.
So, sorry, I missed that. So yeah, I was going to say this. I think this is 12 because Ali always is her trademark. Whatever happens, goes out at 32 off or 13 meters. So I would have been surprised. But again, talking about the tactics of the sun, it probably isn't as big of a deal as it was earlier this morning. But she's taking the 39 towards the dock, her fourth pass, staying on her very normal strategy. But potentially, if that sun's just a little bit on the boys, then could make it a little tricky.
All right then, so starting with 32 off, coming back at 35. Now 38 is going to be with the sun directly behind us, as you mentioned. So 10.75 meters coming back potentially for a fourth pass. So what are the top scores so far, I hear you cry? Well, Karen Truelove currently in the lead with 3 at 10.75 meters, then 1.5 on that same line length for Elizabeth Montavon and Jamie Metcalf with 1. So all of our skiers so far, the 3 that we've taken out of the 10 on this list have skied into 10.75 meters so far. So the standard is really, really high.
Yeah, and again, that's just the story of women's pro slalom skiing this year. It's been phenomenal. There's these other ladies outside of the maybe the elite that you might have said from the last few years have really stepped it up, and they're challenging. The cool thing this morning, we've seen the first skier go out, improve, get a really big score. The next skier went out, got a bigger score. The next skier went out, again improved a lot, big scores. So Karen's in the lead right now. Ali, barring a miracle, absolutely has to run this pass in order to have a chance of getting into the next round. So she's going to be motivated here.
All right. Oh, long pull into number 1 there on this pass, 11.25 meters, but was able to bleed that speed off effectively to execute that turn. Look at that, round number 4. Now she's found her rhythm.
Yeah, I didn't like that edge change into buoy 1 at all. She pulled hard and then just threw her feet. So the faster you move your ski, the more you lose your balance. In my head, anyway.
Yeah.
But just watch how far she moves through the edge change here. And I was, yeah, it was quick. So She doesn't ski dissimilarly from Elizabeth, who we saw a minute ago. Both lefties, and you'll see that Ali, like Elizabeth, comes out of the turn on her onside, very straight-legged, quite far back on the ski, but very tall. Yeah, Boy 5 was a pretty big turn. She kind of needed it. I mean, she was sort of in control, but yeah, you see that pretty loaded through the back end of that turn. I feel like Ali's had a pretty rough run of it this year. She's done a lot of really good qualifying, and things haven't really gone her way. So I'm saying this about everyone, but I'm kind of pulling for her.
All right then, so Ali Nicholson, who is a nurse by profession, she qualified and got her degree in nursing, and has been plying her trade in a local hospital in Escambia County, where she's a resident of, Milton, Florida specifically. And, obviously with the pandemic and COVID-19, she has been completely busy off her feet with that, so not allowing an awful lot of time to train and compete. But now's vacation time for her. She said to me that, I'm skiing in this event, I'm taking a little bit of time off from work. I'm going to be skiing and training consistently from now all the way through and past the Worlds. So things could be looking up for Ali Nicholson consistency-wise.
They could be, but let's look at this pass quickly. So she needs 3 1/4 to take the lead. That's a big one. 2 is going to be crucial here offside. That's a really good 2. She's going to go far down this pass, I think. Oh, unless she falls. Oh man, I shouldn't have spoken, but she had a good 1 and 2. Just a lot of load out of that Boy 3. We're going to see in a second. Well, let's just watch this quickly. To me, that's a better gate. She pulls pretty long. She doesn't throw her feet quite in the same way. It's a big 1. She goes over to 2, and I'm thinking, wow, this is a fantastic Boy 2. Comes to 3, and then, it was one of those turns. If she'd have just managed to hold on, she would have, got all the way down it. But in the end, she ended up just with a little bit too much pressure on her body. Couldn't quite hold on, and that's rough.
So they're looking back at buoy number 3 with a very palpable sense of annoyance there, having executed that turn and leaving her in the water with 2.5 at 10.75 meters, putting her in second place right now. So let's monitoring these messages. Great that Freddie is taking time to help with the webcast, giving back great work.
Well, I've got nothing else to do today, Tony, so
I wasn't going to say as much, but thank you. Other messages coming through, but let's check in with Seth Stischer.
All right, I'm down at the starting dock area here with Manon Costard. I knew I'd mess it up, and I asked her how to pronounce it, so we're going to let her pronounce it for all of you.
Manon Costard.
So all of you from Alabama, where I'm from, take note and try to pronounce it that way. She's getting ready to ski. What are you doing here to stay focused for the Malibu Open?
Well, I'm trying to stay calm. I'm gonna take it as usual, buoy by buoy. I'm not trying to focus too much on many other scores, but focusing on myself and what I can do on the water. So yeah, I'm sort of staying in my zone and trying to do what I always do. It's skiing. I do it every day, so I should be able to do what I do every day on a day like today.
All right, that sounds perfect. So you do you when you're getting ready for the ski tournament. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Seth Stischer, and we've got Vanessa Veek out there on the water, having run the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Joining us here alongside myself and Freddie Winter, we've got Ali Nicholson. So Ali Nicholson, what's up?
Oh, I'm a little tired there. Still kind of felt a little unsettled the whole time. The gate from the far end just feels really narrow to me. I set it yesterday at 35, and today I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that again. And I still felt pretty narrow down there. So overall, decently happy. Wish I gotten a little bit more there, but...
We're going to take a look at that pass once again, as a matter of fact, your approach into 39.5 off. Take us through that.
So I've been working on trying to hit my gate a little less hard. I think there I was still a little heavy, and I know that I pull long historically. Definitely long there into 2. I just feel like I rocked back into 2. I don't feel like it looks that bad on the webcast. I felt like I lost my head. and was real narrow coming in there to 3. Just kind of dropped the shoulder in and wasn't able to hold that hit.
Take us through that, Ali. Take us through that, Ali. You're coming into Boy 3 and you're in actually better shape than what we saw Karen, but you know you've got to turn it, right?
Yeah.
So you could have S-turned. That would have been an easy S-turn for you and got the full 3 and tied for the lead, but you didn't do that. But presumably you're happy you went for it.
I'm happy I went for it. I mean, knowing the skiers that are left standing on the dock, yesterday they all got 3 or more at 39, and I figure it's probably going to take more than that to make it to the final. So I don't think there's any playing it safe right now. I don't think taking the lead necessarily is going to be enough when there's more than 4 people standing on the dock.
And that's kind of almost the fallacy of wood skiing, that you can try and turn the buoy and fall and get a lesser score when really you're in better shape, and it's pretty rough. But I mean, I admire you. I think you did the exact right thing there and didn't quite come off, but next time.
Yeah, back to the drawing board, keep working. We'll see how the rest of it plays out. Unfortunately, right now, I don't think it's probably going to be enough to make it to the final.
All right, then. Congratulations to you on making it this far, and continue to enjoy your vacation.
I will. Thank you.
No worries. Okay, we've got Vanessa Wieck out there on the water, having run through 14 and 13 meters, and looking in very, very good shape out there. And here is a surprise package so far as this season is concerned. She qualified for the Masters. She's done well in a lot of other tournaments as well. So we'll continue to monitor the situation with her, having run her opening 2 passes, and 11.25 meters comes up next.
Oh, well, we're getting news here that Ali scored 2. I think they're saying that she went inside of that Boy 3. It's down to displacement of the buoy. So I'm slightly confused by that. I would say I didn't see it, but I wasn't watching incredibly closely. But I'm sure the judges did their due diligence, and that'll be the score that she ends up getting.
Here comes Vanessa Wieck. Her season's best is 3 at 10.75 meters, about the score that she would need to obtain here and now to advance possibly through to the next round of the competition, or at least give her a shout of doing so, because the current lead is at 3, courtesy of Karen Truelove, Freddie.
Yeah, so I mentioned Chelsea being the surprise package of the season, but Vanessa equally so, if not more, because she hasn't entered a pro tournament. I mean, I'll be honest with you, when I saw her on the list at the Swiss Pro, the first tournament of the year, I was like, oh, okay, that's cool that she's going to come. I didn't think that she was necessarily going to, I don't know, make the final or place high, and I believe she came 3rd at that tournament. So she's just been crushing. She then went on to get to the Masters. I think she came 6th or 7th there. She's got a lot of points. She's in 7th on the leaderboard, which just shows consistency. She's turned up at almost every tournament there has been, I believe, mixing that with all of her other responsibilities. I've seen her kids running around, real cute little guys. Good to see her skiing. So she's going to be coming in at 38, 11 meters, and she's going to need to run it.
All right, then. More messages are coming through. Michael S. is saying, listening to Fred Winter talk is like taking a short course in slalom perfection. Really great. Thank you.
That's very generous, making me feel slightly better about my sitting here and not out on the water today.
All right, then. Just consider it therapy. Okay, so here we go. We've got Vanessa Wieck coming into the course, and we've got her at 11.25 meters. Believe this is actually 10.75 meters. Yes, indeed. Here we go. Vanessa Wieck.
No, I think this is 11. So she went in at 14, so this is 11. She must run it. She's pulled along to 4, a little bit out back at 4, but nothing too bad. And her sort of, the first time I saw her was actually, I was in the booth with you, Tony. The first time I really thought about her skiing to any high degree of analysis was I watched the second round with you at the Swiss Pro, and I remember thinking, wow, that offside. And it's something I've seen throughout the whole year, kind of in the same way as Jamie Metcalf just gets the nose of that ski through really well while not dropping the shoulder, staying over the top of the ski. And that's kind of the bread and butter of her skiing. I mean, that's a good turn.
All right then, so Vanessa Veek looking in very, very good shape indeed. More messages coming through. Guess where this comes from? Go our Aussie Nessie, oi, oi, oi.
Say again?
That comes to us from Heather Bonney out of Western Australia. And one of the other messages that's come through is, where do you get a TWBC T-shirt? Well, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop and get yourself one of those T-shirts.
You won't own a finer T-shirt, both in terms of how beautiful it is on your skin or the fashion that it shows.
Why, thank you. All right then, we've got Vanessa Veek coming in on her next run, 10.75 meters.
Got it.
So Vanessa coming in, she knows that she has to get beyond 3. 3 is going to be a dicey score in order to make the final. We know she's capable of 3. She does it quite frequently. Let's see. So around buoy 1, she's a little late, but she has tight line. She's deep. Oh my God, she's nearly out the front, going towards 3. And wow, I thought she might have held it. She was, well, we're going to see on the replay, but she was nearly going out the front. A crash that, dare I say, I know quite well at this lake. But fortunately, she didn't do that. She did get around the buoy 3, but not out the exit gates of that buoy to get the confirmed score. So she was pretty loaded out of 1. 2, we're going to see here, crazy, that might be from a different angle, but I think her fin even popped out of the water just to pop back in. But she just couldn't quite take the hit here. And that's the difference here, is that, with the men's skiers, you might have seen them take it. They might have just, with a little bit more strength, perhaps just taken that big hit. But it's not something we see quite so much in the women's divisions. So it's not a perfect one. She's out the back. Watch the ski here. Watch the tail. Unreal. Kind of just flaps around, and she's really in a bit of trouble into 3. 2.5. She will be, I'm going to say, probably disappointed. It's not the score she needs. She's, with all these great skiers coming up, she really needs to take the lead or at least tie it. But she's put a good account of herself this weekend. Getting around 3 at 39 twice that's probably not something she was doing this time last year or prior to that. So I think she's done really well, despite the disappointment that she almost certainly has.
Okay, so yes, it is 2 1/2. That puts her actually in second place right now. Isn't that correct?
Second place, yeah, because Ali's score got downgraded from 2.5 to 2.
All right then. So now we're getting towards the nitty-gritty a little bit. 5 skiers remain. We got Manon Costar, then Jamie Ball, Whitney McLean-Sockrini, and Regina Jacobs. But before those 4, we'll have Chelsea Mills.
And Chelsea, as I've said, she's just done phenomenally well this year. She probably didn't dream as she woke up on the 1st of January that she would be a pro event champion, but she did just that. She went to the San Gervasio, flew all the way to Europe, supported pro skiing, and came away with a win. It was great to see, beating Sam Dimala in the final there. And she's been there or thereabouts. I think she got a 3rd at the Lake 38 Pro. She's always been pretty close. She's got a pretty rough injury right now, so that ankle's been bugging her. She took a big crash, but she's fighting through it. And if there's someone who's more scrappy or determined to go and ski despite everything, then it's I don't know who they are.
All right, let's tune in with Seth for Dockside.
All right, I'm down here at Dockside with Nick Parsons. Now Nick coming up later in the men's semifinal, so with a bunch of other people just chilling out right now. Nick, you've been doing a ton of traveling, I guess, with your ski. And the ski, verify for me, we've seen the pineapple, and I hear people call it the pineapple, but what is it actually?
Well, it is called the Parsons Project. That's the brand, but then the logo we've been using is the pineapple, and it kind of, I don't know, people seem to take a liking to the pineapple, so it's been working.
Pineapple is a symbol of, it's a welcome symbol in a lot of cultures, right? So come ride me?
Yeah, I think Hawaii, yeah, it's the thing, yeah, so, I don't know, yeah, come ride me, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you ski here a little bit later. We'll let you get back to chilling,
I know you don't get too amped up too early, but at what point do you start getting ready to ski? How many skiers out?
It's kind of like a delay in my mind. I'm like, watch the skiers, and then you see like 2 in front of you, like, oh shit, I gotta get ready.
I understand. It catches you by surprise, but go out there and show us what you got and show us what this ski does. Good talking with you. Back to you guys.
All right, and here on the announcers booth here, we've got Vanessa Veek and Noel Veek. Noah Veek, and who's this little character here?
What's your name? What's your name?
This is Ezra.
He's Ezra.
It's Ezra. So, Vanessa, how do you think you did out there with 2.5?
Obviously, that's not the score that I was chasing. I didn't feel as good this round as I did last round, but everything was perfect out there. The lake, the boat, the crew. So I'm sure you're going to see some amazing scores from the girls to come.
All right, we're going to take a look at the last instant replay that we had of you with that pass attempt at 10.75 meters, having seen Chelsea Mills go through a second pass. But tell us a little bit more about this.
Well, so I think I was over my feet enough at my gate, and I tried to hit my key coming into one ball, but I was a little narrow. And then, you see my handle go high there. That's certainly a key of mine to keep it low coming into 2-4. And then coming into 3, obviously I had no idea what I was doing.
All right, and I'll give the microphone over to Noah here and ask you, how impressed have you been with Vanessa's athleticism and competing this season?
Oh, very impressed. I mean, everything that she's been through with the 2 kids to come back, and I know that she's not the only one in the field that's done that, but to have 2 kids running around is insane, and we couldn't be more proud of what she's done this year, and we'll just keep it going.
All right then, and we wish y'all the very best of luck going forwards. Vanessa, Noah, and this little this little guy here. Congratulations. And
Say hi. Say hi.
well, he's a little bit shy, of course he is. All right then, thanks a lot. Congratulations and best of luck going forwards. All right, there is Manon Costard getting ready to compete out there on the water, and on the water right now is Chelsea Mills, having run her opening 2 passes. 14 and 13 meters, now 12. And bear in mind, she's still trying to recover from an injury that she sustained to her ankles just prior to this competition.
Yeah, she described it to me, and it sounded very, very similar to what I did when I broke my ankle and had some serious soft tissue problems, in 2016. So I commend her for being out there. I've seen her walking around with a boot on quite a lot. But she's out there and she's crushing. So I mean, she's, like I say, she's dedicated and she's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. With the opening pass of 14, coming back on 13, that is 12. And I think you get to a certain point, I don't know about you, but you get to a kind of rhythm and you're skiing from side to side. And, sometimes you forget that you have an injury situation. You're kind of in that pain-free zone a little bit.
Between the gates, you tend to, the pre-gates and the entry gates and pre-gates, the entry gates and exit gates, you tend to not feel the pain too much. It's just around it, and you just obviously don't want to do yourself any long-term damage. So pass to Seth now.
All right, I'm down here with Jamie Bull. Jamie Bull's up in a few skiers. She's one of your top seeds in the women's semifinals. Jamie, you're down in Louisiana now, having to balance school and skiing, but you still got events. How's that balance going?
Yeah, it's a little tough. Just trying to make it work, get ahead on school before I miss quite a bit of it. So be busy after Worlds and Collegiate Nationals, but it's going to work.
Hey, the life of a pro athlete who also has to educate, right, and plan for the future. So you're getting focused right now. Anything specific that you do in preparation for an event, or at least leading up to your turn?
I mean, I always do the same warm-up, whether it's for tournament or practice, and then just trying to get into the zone, see what I need to do, and try and go have fun.
Well, we're ready to watch you go have fun. Good luck with everything.
Here we go, 11.25 meters for Chelsea Mills, round buoy number 1, and number 2 selecting A2 on the 0 off. Oh, look at her go. Round number 4, and a little bit late coming into number 5, but she's determined. Can she make it round buoy number 6? Just about makes it. Oh my word. that was some determined skiing towards the end there, Freddie.
Yeah, I didn't like Boy 2. She looked really slow out of that, and I was wondering if she's going to make it. I mean, I'm sitting here really hoping all the girls run 38 or 11 meters the whole way through this just to make it this awesome final. So I think she was deep at 1, over to 2, and I think she was slow here. A little bit of loose line. Yeah, she's not in good shape there. But she made it through. She kept going, she kept calm. And the thing is, when you're skiing well, like she has been, she's been the person that has not missed 38 this year. So, you know, she just she had the confidence to keep going. Whereas maybe if that was a 39, if she had that bad of a Boy 2, she would have lost a little bit of confidence and not, you know, made the same committed turns as she got over to Boy 3 and 4.
So a skier that's only been competing or essentially being a part of the sport for about 15 years, now that may not sound too significant, but the fact of the matter is that she started skiing in her 20s. She'll turn 40 this year. And I mean, it's remarkable stuff.
Is she turning 40 this year? I thought she was.
Yes, she is.
Well, that's even more impressive. But yeah, you don't see that. Tends to be that, you know, everyone that has been that's on the dock today, they've been skiing since generally before they were 10 years old. So for someone to pick it up more than 10 years after that, that's pretty amazing.
All right then, there's Manon on the dock side now. She is our 4th skier from last on the water, and from that point onwards we'll determine who has made it through to the next round of the competition at this stage. Here we go. This is Chelsea Mills, round buoy number 1. Round number 2, can she get outside buoy number 3? Oh, and does she tie possibly with Vanessa Veek? I'm not too sure.
That could be a quarter, couldn't it? And that's going to be a big call. We're going to have to see, one, where she let go of the handle. I think she got around the buoy with it, but I don't think she necessarily turned inside. I'd need to see the replay before making a definitive call. It's going to be between a quarter and a half, or 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, I should say. Not a great one. Finished on top of the ski with no angle. And then just kind of got the turn in. It wasn't anything special. Did she go around it? She got around it.
Yeah, she did.
But we're going to have to look at that handle. That's actually more of a factor than I thought it was initially. So,
or is it just the act of the ski actually carving inside to go towards buoy the next buoy?
It is. If her, I think it's her front foot or the back of her front foot, the middle of the ski cuts back across inside that line, that imaginary line between 1, 3, and 5. But I want to look at where she lets go of the handle, because of course in order to be in a so-called skiing position that the rules mandate you, she has to have a hold of the handle, and I think she let go beforehand. I'm going to give her a 2. Obviously, I'm not a judge, but I think she let go of the handle before the buoy, which would mean that she gets a 2, which is going to be critical.
So in the last throes of the review on that particular performance for Chelsea Mills. Other scores that we've seen so far are 3 at 10.75 from Karen Trulove, Ali Nicholson with 2 at 10.75, 2.5 at 10.75 for Vanessa Veek.
And remember, the skier is able to protest, so if they don't like the score they've been given, they can go and challenge it. There is a fee involved there, and I think you will see skiers do that. So we're just hearing that it is a confirmed 2, so Chelsea is judged to have let go of the handle before the buoy. It would have been, inches, centimeters, millimeters, but from here, to me, that looks like the correct call.
All right, from here on out, it's a case of who makes it through to the next round of the competition. So, in order to advance,
it's 3 1/4. So with 4 skiers remaining, we know the score to beat. The score to beat is 3. So Karen Trulove will be at worst 5th. Not a fun place to be when the cut is 4th. But Manon and everyone remaining needs to run the same score that they ran yesterday in order to get to the next round.
All right, then here we go. This right here, right now, is Manon Costard, the current world slalom champion, will be eager to defend her world championship title in a few weeks' time over in Lake County in Central Florida. But right here and now, 14.25 meters, are looking in very, very good shape indeed. And has been known to come into the course on 13 meters, but in this instance, I think 14 is probably the more appropriate line length to start off with.
I don't think she's done it this year, Tony. Did she start at 14? She was actually considering going out. Well, full disclosure, I should say, she and I are partners in crime. So I'm pulling for her more than everyone else. I'm going to show my bias a little bit here, but she looks good. So apparently that was 13. So she's coming back at 12, 35 off, and I think that was a really good pass. I'm happy with how that looked.
Mm-hmm. So Manon Costard hasn't been without one or two challenging situations this season, not the least of which the ski was lost in transit on her way to San Gervasio. I'm sure that you don't want to mention the airline involved there, Freddie.
Oh no, I would never mention the filthy name of KLM on air. Oh, whoops. It was a disaster. But anyway, yeah, her ski arrived actually for the final, but mine didn't. But not that it made a huge difference. Yeah, she's had a tough old year. Had started off with injury that came through the end of last year, but fortunately she's in good shape right now. She's stronger and fitter than she's been, in a long time. She's in great shape. She's skiing really well. It's exciting to see. We train together every day. I drive the boat for each other. She's a better boat driver than me.
She is?
Oh yeah, she's really, really good. Very good boat driver.
All right then, let's have a look and see. Manon Costard, 12 meters, having started off at 13, third on the Water Ski Pro Tour leaderboard in the women's slalom event. And in order for her to elevate herself to up to second, if she scores enough points associated with fourth place, then she will move up, and anything higher than a fourth place finish will definitely enhance her chances and put her in the top two at this time.
Of course, depending on, it's a bit tricky because we're not taking every event. It is not cumulative. We're taking the top 4 events for the women. So Manon, in order to get the points, she needs to beat the other skiers in front of her, because if she has a good result but someone else has a better result, then they're going to get the better differential.
And let's not forget that there is an additional 2 bonus points for the best score, irrespective of what round that it took place in. So currently holding the bonus points is Regina Jacques, whom we'll see ski last. And let's check in with Seth on dockside.
All right, I'm here with Whitney McClintock down at the starting dock. You'll be up in a few, right? You got somebody on babysitting duty right now?
I do. Allie Nicholson's mom, she has a Zane, so she's just in love with my baby. So
I understand. We see a lot of that great family on social media, looking great. Congratulations.
Thank you. We are enjoying life, and the kids love Zane, so life is good.
Good. Well, to the task at hand, you got to go out and do some water skiing right now. You feeling good about things today?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's putting up some huge scores today, so it should be fun out there.
It's strong, and you looked great yesterday, so I suspect no problems when you get out there.
Thank you. Just another day at work.
All right, sounds good. Well, good luck. Thanks for sharing some time with us, and we'll talk to you afterwards. Back to you.
All right, here we go, Matt. Oh, almost getting overloaded there on buoy number 4, round 5. And just shutting it down round buoy number 6. Oh, that was a little bit dicey there, Fred.
Yeah, she has that big offside, but that was probably a bit too big. But she's through. She's run that 11. She's the 7th ski in a row to run 11, which is great. But she's going to need to get a little way down this in order to have a chance to go into the final. She does know, of course, that if she runs 3, then she will be at worst in a runoff with Karen for the drop the shoulder big time there. Needs to keep her shoulders a little bit more level, and she'll find that's just going to make sure that she doesn't fall in, off the side of the ski like that.
Wow. All right then, so she's run through 32, 35, 38, now 39 and a half off comes up, which is 10.75 meters. And in order for her to advance, she has got to get a piece of 4.
To be guaranteed her spot, she needs to get a piece of 4. That's absolutely right.
All right, so Pat Bloodworth at the helm of that That Malibu Response TXI with that 6-liter with the Monsoon engine, and hearing the story from the Tennessee factory yesterday, where they build the marinized version of GMC engines.
Let's watch this pass. This is a big one. She needs to get past 3. So big onside turn coming up. Boy 1. Come on. That's not what she wants. Needs the big 2. Over to 3. Does she go big? Yeah, she'll get around 4.
There you go. She's through.
She's over to 5. Come on, turn it. Get it. Get it. Get it. Over to 6. Big hit coming up. No.
Nope.
5.5. But that's great. She's in the final. She's going to be really happy. She didn't quite get that full pass at 39 at 10.75 that she might have ideally loved, but that's huge, and she'll be very happy to be in the final with the amazing skiing that's been happening today.
And you know what? The worst she can finish is 4th, and because she only needs to come in 4th or higher to actually gain spots on the Water Ski Pro Tour list, she is currently on 185 points now, which puts her 1 point ahead of Whitney McClintock-Reedy.
But of course, with Whitney to come, and if Whitney makes the final, she's going to be guaranteed points. So basically, Manon needs to get ahead of Whitney in order to overtake her on the Pro Tour by the end of the weekend.
But as it stands right now, where Manon Costard is currently in 2nd place, with Whitney still about to ski.
Exactly.
There you go, keeping on track with that.
Tony, you are just an absolute animal. Your preparation is perfect, and I'm so honored to share this commentary booth with you.
All right then, so I don't know what to say, I'm blushing. Okay, there's Manon Costard with 10.75 meters. I mean, she definitely had a plan for this pass, didn't she?
Yeah, I think she really took it pretty easy. Didn't like her boy 1. Her 2, she took pretty safe. We saw her get a pretty bad boy 1 yesterday, but slid at 2. Here she was safe. I thought, okay, you know, she got over to 3, and from there she started to fight. 5 could have been better. I was sort of, you know, onside turn, I was thinking she might have turned it a little bit, but she just struggled at that boy 5, but she's in, and that's all that matters.
All right, then, here is our current leader in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings in women's slalom. This is Jamie Bull, looking very, very strong out there. A winner in a number of Pro Tour stops this season. Also, the U21 women's slalom champion won that title a few weeks ago in Santa Rosa Beach. And, you know, she has been on an absolute tear this season. However, in this event, the Malibu Open last season, she came in 8th spot. So we'll see if she can make some effort to improve upon that position this time around.
Yeah, but she skied amazingly yesterday. She looked really good. Had a bit of a weird boy 3, I think, at 39 that I saw, which probably stopped her running it, but she did look really good. She's won 4 tournaments this year, to my count. She won the Masters, arguably the biggest tournament in the sport. She then followed up 1 week later at Lake 38. She won that one. She then competed at the Ski Stillwater Pro. So she won 3 on the trot. She didn't enter San Gervasio. She didn't go to Europe for that one. But 3 that she entered in a row, she won. And then US Open, she came 2nd, I believe. And then she went and won Hilltop. So of the tournaments she's entered this year, she's come no worse than 2nd, including the Swiss Pro, where she came 2nd, first event of the year.
All right, then. So looking at Whitney McClintock-Reedy, getting prepared for her go there. And you can find out more details on the Water Ski Pro Tour by going to waterskiprotour.com.
So, yeah, it's been a crazy year for Jamie. You know, she's had a year that we've really only ever seen in the recent years from Regina Jaquist, you know, who's been so dominant since, you know, 2016. She's won a lot of the events. So Regina got injured. Jamie's really taken up that spot and won a lot of tournaments. I mean, to have had the record that she's had, it's spectacular.
And I tell you what, we look forward to seeing Regina Jaquist ski, a multiple-time world champion I would almost guarantee that she would be a first ballot Hall of Famer when she becomes eligible, but no sign of that anytime soon. But here is Jamie Ball out of North Bay in Canada. Certainly likes the outdoor life and climbs mountains and does all of that outdoorsy type stuff that Canada is renowned for. And we're still working on a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette.
But again, we won't hold that against her. You know,
I certainly don't. I'm an alumnus at UL. The UL.
But you guys, it's okay. It's okay. You're not quite Monroe, but that's all right.
Yeah. All right, then. So here we go. This is Jamie Ball. She's gone through opening 2 passes. 4 women advance out of this round in towards the final. As it stands right now, the only person that's guaranteed a spot is Manon Costard.
Yeah, Karen Truelove will be, well, she'll be, I don't want to say hoping for someone to go down, but she'll be hoping that she gets her spot in. She is the one who's not in at the moment if everyone, all of these amazing skiers go through. Jamie not looking that good here, finishing on the tail around most every buoy, but does what she needs to do. I don't think she's probably going to be that happy with that pass. But honestly, in some ways, when you get a bad pass on a so-called easier pass, as much as 38 off is not that easy, you actually have time when you get to the end to realize why you did it. That's a pretty good turn.
So you're in the water for 45 seconds, right?
Yep, you're in
at each end.
Yeah, you're in the water for about 45 seconds, and you catch your breath. You try and, I try not to talk too much when I've got my big passes coming up. But yeah, watch this buoy fall, like on the tail, and then her usually incredibly good, stable offside. Didn't really play that well there at buoy 5. Buoy 6 she pulled long and she got there.
All right, we're here with the lovely and always welcoming and happy-go-lucky Regina Jaquist, who's anything but happy-go-lucky on the water. Regina, coming back from injury, great score yesterday. We were talking earlier. How do things feel?
You know, it's just a couple weeks ago, it was always like up in the air. So I am so happy to be out here skiing at the Malibu Open behind the Malibu boat. And, you know, it's come a long way from just where I was 3 months ago. I know everybody back home is watching that has gotten me to be able to be here. So thank you. And we'll try to make that hard work that we've done show off today.
All right, coming in as top seed, we were proud to see you just crush it yesterday, and we hope you go out there and do the same today.
I hope so too, but we'll see. I hope so.
All right, well, good luck. Thanks.
Jamie needs 3 1/4. She's coming in. Big 1 is going to be important. That's not a beautiful buoy 1. 2, she's out the back. She's going to get a full 3, I'm going to say, but it's going to be touch and go for 4. Will she throw it? She doesn't. She's got 3, so as it stands, that is a runoff with Karen Truelove.
Wow. I would not have pegged that if you'd had asked me earlier.
I mean, I'd agree with you there. I don't want to be negative here about Jamie skiing. I just think that towards the end of that 38, her offside deserts her a little bit. Her onside was a little weird, and then it kind of carried through here. You know, that's actually not that bad. So I think I'm wrong. But yeah, 2 wasn't it. Finish on the tail. She just had no momentum, had no fluency. So here she needed the big turn. Ended up sort of, with her weight on the wrong side of the ski, and that's not going to do it. So, of course, we talk about the rules of water skiing. I mean, Karen and her both scored 3. Karen did it by S-turning and sort of squeaking in through the exit gates. Jamie actually got a further, 40 feet over, nearly getting around the buoy, but it doesn't matter. Buoy 3 is buoy 3, and the score is the same. So she's going to have a runoff as it stands, assuming that Whitney and Regina go ahead.
All right then, so and well inside buoy number 3. So now Karen Truelove has to be on ready standby, and she has to get limbered up and warmed up, because it's been a few skiers now since we saw Karen produce the score of 3 at 10.75 meters, and now she is in a position where she could well be running off for the one of the valuable 4 spots making it through to the women's slalom final. Here we go. Whitney McClintock-Rini
But let's just focus on Jamie there for a second. She had such a huge benefit in the case of this runoff over Karen of being higher seeded. Not only does she know what she needs to get, okay, it didn't work out for her, but she did have a clear view of what she needed to get, that 3 1/4 to get in the finals. But in the case of a runoff, Karen's been off the water for 25, 30 minutes. She's going to be tight. She's not going to be nice and limber, you know, like she was when she first skied. So, and I mean, I can tell you, every second between when you know, they're gonna have to go out at 38 off the last completed
of course.
pass. So every second that you have in between those two runs, it gets harder and harder and harder. So I'm going to say Jamie is at an advantage here just in terms of the distance, the time between the two ski sets that they're potentially going to have to take.
All right then, Whitney McClintock-Rini out in the water. She is our penultimate skier. Let's talk about Pro Tour points once again, because Whitney McClintock-Rini still very much in the thick of it. Up until the time that we saw Manon Costard ski, she is in second place. This is Whitney McClintock-Rini with 184 points. In order for her to increase her points total based upon the best 4 events that have been produced this season from each skier, she would actually have to finish in third. Now, we won't be able to determine third or even second or third, but at the very least we'll be able to determine just by the sheer fact that she would qualify through to the next round as scoring at least fourth. If that's the case, then she won't increase her point value, but if she scores third, second or first, then she will actually have more points. But that's a little bit into the future. Here we go. This is Whitney McClintock-Rini. Her season's best is 2 at 10.25 meters. It's currently, as it stands right now, in third place in the Pro Tour overall standings.
Second.
All right, so that was Whitney McClintock-Rini, and she gets ready for the next pass. Ready.
Yeah, Whitney looking really good. Sorry, I'm just going to correct you there, Tony. She's in second place on the tour leaderboard. It is tight between her and Manon. I think there's 3 points in it, which just shows, you know, the level these skiers are at. Whitney, I think, I keep going on people's offsides, but I mean, she has as pretty of an offside as anyone. She gets up there, she gets over her skis, she looks across early, she brings the tip of that ski through, and that's pretty textbook. I think she's skiing really well today. So that's 35 off, and you really wouldn't notice that it was 35 off. That's an easy pass. The wind is slightly picking up, about what it was yesterday about this time, but then we saw it got more and more windy towards where, you know, when I had my very short set yesterday, it was quite windy, and the guys around me, I think Matteo Lazzari actually had the hardest wind, a very strong head tailwind. So we're going to see that become a factor as it goes on. Probably not for the ladies here, not for the women, but for the men. But Whitney, yeah, she's got to run this 38. She knows this. She's got a very slight tail breeze behind her. I'm going to say she's going to run it. She looks great. And then we're going to see her on the money pass, which is this 39, a pass that she ran yesterday. So we know that she's got it in her.
Here we go, Whitney McClintock-Rini.
And a little high there, I'm not sure I love that. Good boy two. And that's pretty good, that's much better. So I didn't love 1, but 2, 3, 4, and 5, easy, and she's early and she's good. I think she's gonna feel pretty good about that. She might maybe overshot the gate slightly. That's kind of, you know, even with a slight amount of wind, your gate can get messed up by having a bit too much speed, especially with a one-hand gate. I did that for quite a while, and I know that if you misjudge the wind, you can kind of end up in bad shape. So maybe that's where that slightly awkward boy one came from, but from there it was easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Oh, absolutely. All right then. So Whitney McClintock-Rini having run through 11.25 meters. Now getting ready for 10.75 meters, or 39.5 feet off the standard 75-foot line, which doesn't leave you with an awful lot of room to work with out there on the slalom course. In fact, you're trying to make up a deficit on the buoy each time you execute the turn. There is a Karen Truelove on ready standby for a potential runoff situation. Getting limber again, and And, you know, that's a hard thing to do. I mean, Freddie, as you mentioned, you know, every second that you're off the water after you ski, your muscles tighten and all of that kind of stuff, you know, so...
It's super tough. There's an emotional part to it. It's not just your body, but you kind of wake up and you know, I'm going to ski now at this point, you know, I've got 3 hours or whatever, and then Karen would have come off the water thinking, maybe 39 is not going to be enough. She probably would have said that the girls that we've seen today, based on their skiing yesterday, would probably have been her score, so she might have struggled there to stay motivated. But here we go, 10.75, that's not a great boy one again. 2 is great, 3 easy, she'll get around 4, she'll put her way in the final, and is she going to run this pass?
Oh yeah, oh look at this.
Pretty impressed. Wow. Good.
Toughs it out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not the most beautiful pass of all time, especially the start. Didn't love her onside there, but the offside just coming through. Let's watch this boy one here. I think a little deep, handle a little high. Not so bad. But watch this, just comes through beautifully. It's hard. I mean, you've got a lot of pressure on your body at all times at 39, but you know, when you come out of that turn, it hits you really hard. So that's kind of what's so tricky about slalom water skiing is not that the rope is, it's not really that the rope is short, that you have less space to get to the buoy. It's more that the pressure on you is so early and so intense, and the magnitude of it at its peak is huge. So to be able to control the ski and get it kind of between you and the boat 6 times as the rope gets shorter, that is really the crux of why water skiing is so hard, but such a tricky ladder that we're all trying to move up continuously.
And there's the second half of our potential runoff situation. There's Jamie Bull, currently lying in first place in the pro slalom standings in the Water Ski Pro Tour.
But let's just for a second, Tony, let's just go back to that sort of mental situation. Jamie knew as soon as she came off the water that she was having a runoff. Karen had 25 minutes, you know, so she then she had to start, you know, getting really psyched up for it. So again, Jamie's maybe got a little bit of an upper hand there. You know, I'd rather probably be in her position than in Karen's, but let's see Whitney here. So we're going for best score. Regina ran a 1 yesterday, Whitney ran a half. If she can get around 2, she can get the best score, and I think she will. No, she's let go of the handle. I think she maybe looks like she's misgrabbed the handle out of 1 or something. She was pretty deep, but so that's, I think, 1 boy scored. It's a fantastic score. She'll be very happy with that. I think one of her better scores of the season. I saw her run 2 a couple of times over at yeah, I think I wonder what happened there. She was kind of good to go, I thought, but anyway, but looking at the best score points, there are, you know, to win this tournament, you're going to get 60 points in women's slalom, but you can get a bonus 2 points, which, as I said, Whitney and Manon, they're 3 points separated, so a best score of those 2 points can start making a big difference. If Whitney had got around boy 2 there, she would have taken the best score points as it stands, giving her the extra benefit over the long term of the season. If the best score is tied, which it is, 1-1 with Regina yesterday, no one gets the points. It has to be an outright best score.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cutthroat, but you know, it just encourages people to get out there and really go for it. You know, there are situations where 5 people, you know, get the best score. We can't, you know, it doesn't make sense that everyone would get those points. So it goes. You don't necessarily get a best score points awarded every tournament.
All right, then that's something definitely to keep in mind, especially given how close Whitney and McClintock-Rainey and Manon Costard are. Coming into this event, Whitney McClintock-Rainey currently in second place with 184 Water Ski Pro Tour points, and Manon Costard with 181. 3 points separating those 2 competitors. So who will finish up ahead of each other? We'll find out in the next few hours. But in the next few seconds, we're going to have our last skier in the women's slalom semi-final about to take to the water. Multiple-time world champion, not only in the slalom event, but also in the jump and tricks, and certainly one of the finest overall water ski talents ever to have graced the sport of tournament water skiing. Her name is Regina Jaquess.
And Regina, of course, going for a decade of dominance at the Malibu Open. She has won 9 of these, and she's won 9 on the trot. Her first one in 2012. She's won every year since, and you know, she's come back for this tournament, her first tournament back, and she was top seed after yesterday. So I mean, could we see her get 10 in a row? That would be something pretty special. So let's see, Regina, as normal, starting at 13 meters or 32 off. I didn't actually really get to watch her ski too much yesterday. I saw it sort of from the sidelines, but I'm excited to see she's wearing a knee brace, which, you know, when you start adding brace into the equation, you know, you lose the flexion that you're used to. You know, she's going to have less lateral movement of that front knee, which is kind of what you use to control the slalom ski. So, you know, not only is she dealing with a different knee after surgery, a sore knee, because of that injury, but she's also, you know, her ability to control the ski is going to be a little bit different. So that's why I was so impressed seeing her get the best score of the day yesterday in the women, running that one at 10.25. A score that we would not be surprised to see her do at the peak of her powers, but she's coming back, and that was a pretty great moment, I have to say.
Superb skiing yesterday. First time that we've seen her ski competitively in a good few weeks. And Regina Jaquist, a fine job with the opening pass, and we'll see what she can do with the remaining ones. There is our schedule. The Open Women's Slalom semi-final that you're seeing right now. Then we're going to continue on with the Open Men's Slalom semi-final. Then we'll go into the final rounds of that event, and then we'll continue on with the jump. So some great skiing to come ahead. My name's Tony Lightfoot, and he is Freddie Winter. On your left and on my right. And we got plenty more great skiing to come here at the 2021 Malibu Open.
What a semi-final here. We've seen 9 women in a row run into 10.75, into 39 off. I don't think that's happened too many times before. Just shows, I keep saying it, maybe it's boring, but the level of women's skiing is up and up and up, and that's just amazing to see.
Okay, don't forget to vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play, and vote for your skier of the day.
Do you ever give your opinion on who should be the skier of the day, Tony?
Oh, no. I'm too objective for that.
No. Well, I'm going to say that my skier of the day so far, I'm going to break the rule, is Karen. She's run one of her better scores in recent years. I'm really excited to see this runoff. If it does end up happening, of course, Regina has to run past 3 at 39, 3 at 10.75. But Karen has been the one that's improved the most since yesterday. I think Manon improved by half a buoy, or what is she? Yeah, no, by 1.5 buoys. Whitney improved by half a buoy, but Karen's improved by, I think, 4.5 buoys. So she's really done the best job since yesterday.
And looking exceptionally strong out there, despite the fact that she's having to work around that knee brace that is currently on her right knee. Looking in very, very good shape at this early stage. It's only past number 2, mind you, but we'll see what she can do with the third pass and see if she can advance her way through to 10.75 meters coming up.
And let's just think about the Pro Tour. We keep talking about it, but Regina is pretty far down that list because she's only competed in one event. She won it, the Swiss Pro, the first event of the year, but after that she's been injured. So she'll be wanting to get the points that you know, here to move up that list. She'd be used to being up the top of any list involving women's slalom. She's as good of a skier as we've ever had in the sport. 11 meters, so she's going to obviously have to run this. Super safe, 1 buoy, big 2. 3 easy. Let's see this buoy 4. That's a better 4, less high risk, and then that's as easy of an 11 meters as we've seen.
Beautiful. That is just a thing of beauty.
It really is. Now, so Regina, I had a chat with her about her skiing yesterday after when I congratulated her on doing so well in the first round. She said that she was really happy with how her offside was doing during her set. She said it's been the part of her skiing that she's maybe been less confident in after coming back from injury. So, I think it's true that 39 she had yesterday, buoy 2 was magnificent after a pretty bad buoy 1, and that was what allowed her to run the pass.
And I mean, rewinding to yesterday, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, she didn't exactly have the best of starts off buoy number one, but she just hung on in there. And as long as Regina Jaquist still has hold of that handle, no matter where she happens to be, she is always in with a chance, I would reckon.
Yeah, she's as athletic as they come, and I think that one of the things with an injury, you know, she's had an injury to one of her knees. Her whole body's not injured. She will be, I would guess, stronger than she's ever been in her shoulders, in her chest, in her, you know, in her core, in her left leg. So, you know, although she's working with a slightly weaker right leg, front leg, on her slalom skis, she's going to be as strong as she could possibly be everywhere else, just to compensate for that, you know, to not give any chances away.
Alrighty then, 10.75 meters. In order for her to advance, she's got to get a piece of 4.
Yeah, she needs 4, and I didn't like her buoy one yesterday. I caught that from the side of the bank, and she's going to need to get a slightly better one to guarantee the 4, but I think she's probably pretty good here. Let's have a look. That's a good enough buoy 1, right? So buoy 2, she's a little bit shoulder heavy there, but she's okay. 3's good. She's over to 4. I believe
she advances,
and she is through 39 and just waiting on 6. It's funny. It seems to be a Regina Jaquist thing. She can get over to buoy 6 and just wait. You don't really see that too often.
And that invokes the runoff.
Yeah, and that does invoke the runoff. So it is Karen versus Jamie. We kind of predicted that from the moment that Jamie did not get over to buoy 4. So those two ladies will be going out there and skiing again. Regina's all smiles. She is in, at least second place going into the final. She needs to get around buoy 2. I believe if she gets a full 1, and ties Whitney, then her superior backup score in the previous round will put her top seed in the final, so she will know exactly what she needs to beat in that final as she goes off the dock. She is setting herself up really well. I've had an injury or two before, and I'm so impressed with how she's coming back here. That is, it's pretty textbook of Regina. She's got an unbelievable mind and ability to get the eye of the tiger going.
And let's not forget that even as recently as yesterday, Regina Jaquist was a game time decision whether she was going to go out there and compete or not.
Yeah, I saw her on the start list. I was excited, happy as a fan of water skiing that the dominant woman of pro skiing in the last 10 years was coming back. But then I got here to the Malibu Open on Thursday afternoon, and she was saying, I'm not quite sure, I'm going to see on the day. But I mean, to be in that position, to run 10.75 2 rounds out of 2, that's pretty amazing.
All right, here we go. Regina Jaquist coming in now on 10.25 meters. Anything more than 1 will give her, as it would stand at this stage, the 2 bonus points for the best score. But unfortunately, it's not going to happen here. Let's give it up, please, for Regina Jaquist, our last guaranteed skier to make it through to the next round of the competition. So far as the 4th and remaining skier to qualify, that is going to be determined via runoff between Jamie Bull and Karen Truelove. A little bit narrow on buoy number 1, but then again, when aren't you? On 10.25 meters, if we're being honest.
Yeah, she didn't get a great gate here, came into it and sort of had all the pressure on the front of the ski, so never really got through. But the interesting implication of that means that she will not be last off the dock. It will be Whitney off the dock last in the final, and it's going to be really interesting to see that go down.
Heads or tails? Tail. It's tails.
Good job. All right, so via coin toss, Jamie will take to the water first, then it will be Karen. Both skiers going into the course at 11.25 meters, the last complete pass for each of those 2 competitors. And this is going to be a battle for the ages, I would reckon.
Oh, it's high drama. I love it when the toss is done on the dock. The skier actually gets to see what's going on, and it's great for us to be able to see it. You know, there's no funny business. It's fair and square, and so we're going to see Jamie go first. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know, you know, if these guys like going first or second, but again, going back to the rules, this is a really big deal. Jamie, if she gets a score and then Karen goes right after her and ties it, Jamie goes through. It's the so-called Pro Tour rules. It's, I guess, a time-saving measure, so we don't end up having runoffs all day. But Jamie, in going first, definitely has the advantage. As per the rules, Karen has to beat Jamie in order to move through to the finals.
So yeah, under the proviso of, you know what you have to do to advance, get on out there and do it.
Yeah, so I mean, in some ways Karen's going to have to go no holds barred, but Jamie will know that if she can get, you know, a fairway down 39, which, you know, even maybe to the same place that she managed before, then you know, Karen's got to go and beat that score. It'll be tricky.
All right, then it's down to this. A runoff for the fourth and remaining spot. I mean, so far as the rankings are concerned in the top four, this is for fourth spot, irrespective of how big that score is going to be compared to the scores that we've seen that have advanced other skiers through to this stage of the competition. So we'll be back right after this.
What do you mean?
The webcast.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Denali. No hype, just science.
So this is a runoff for the fourth and remaining spot going through to the next round of the competition. As I was alluding to just a few moments ago, this does not affect the positions with a third or a second or even first based upon those initial round scores. This purely advances one skier out of a lockjam between two skiers that are tied for fourth place. So, starting on 11.25 meters or 38 off, it is going to be Jamie Bull. She is going to be out there to set the target for Karen Truelove to attack. All right, here we go. Jamie Bull out of North Bay in Canada. And currently residing temporarily in Lafayette, Louisiana, a member of the Raging Cajun water ski team. She'll be skiing for the collegiate national title coming up in about 3 weeks' time. But right here and now, she's battling to stay alive in contention for the Malibu Open slalom title. And I tell you what, 11.25 meters, she didn't look particularly good in the initial attempt on this run, but she comes through really well this time.
That's unbelievable. She looks so much better than she did in the previous round. And let me tell you, I've done a couple of runoffs in my time, and what I'll tell you is this. it feels so weird to go out because we don't really train that much. I mean, maybe once in a while, if we're feeling, like being super prepared. But like to go out on a short rope like this, the pressure on you feels like it's coming so early. You don't have those early passes. Jamie usually goes out 32, so that 32 and 35 to get through in order to warm up. But this is easy. This is good. I mean, we talked earlier about her 135. Maybe not being quite so good as we're used to seeing, and she was finishing on the tail on buoy 4 on that previous one. But this looked magic. It looked like she'd really had a good 5 minutes with herself, going, okay, what did I do wrong? How do I attack this differently?
All right, then, obviously making use of that time, and as I was alluding to, or trying to allude to earlier, when you have a 45-second drop and you had a pass that Jamie Ball produced in the initial round, you can do one or two things. You can either analyze it and come through with something a little bit better next time, or you can just shrug it off and continue on.
I'm going to say these girls, being as professional as they are, they're going to go, okay, what did I do wrong? And it could also maybe be less of that. It could be, okay, let's forget about that one, but what are my keys? What am I doing on my gate? Where am I pulling out? What's the wind doing? How am I going to approach buoy 1 and make sure I can get a great buoy 1 that I need to get down this pass? So it can be more positive than, oh, that was bad, what did I do wrong? It can be, okay, let's reset, let's just focus on what I've got to do.
All right. Okay, there was Karen Truelove there on the starting dock, getting ready for her turn. We'll see what our Canadian native Jamie Ball can produce with the next pass. It's going to be 10.75 meters, 39.5 off. She produced a score of 3. She produced a 3 in the initial attempt to make it through out of the semi-final. Now let's see what she can do here. Not too sure why Jamie Ball is being brought back towards the starting dock.
High drama here. I mean, that's an odd thing. I mean, I wonder, and maybe this is to Jamie's credit, I wonder if they had the rope at the wrong line because it looked that easy. I could be way off there. Jamie could just be skiing phenomenally well, and I wouldn't put that past her. But it was, so okay. Sorry, we're just hearing 6 at 11 protected score, but they're going to remap the course on the 0 off, just to make sure that the score, that the boat is pulling correctly the whole way through the course. I'm not sure quite how that's going to shake out, Tony. She's got a protected 6 at 11, but then does that mean she's going to go out and ski again, and then be able to get a warm-up pass at 11 before coming in at 10.75 or 39 off? That's going to be a tricky one. I'm going to be interested to see what happens there. And poor old Jamie, we talked about how she was able to go out first. She kind of knew what she was going to do, but this is a huge spanner in the works. She's halfway through her set. She just run a textbook 38 off, and she's going to be feeling a bit strange now. If I'm sitting here confused, she must be 10 times more confused. Because she's in it and she's got it, but she's going to stay calm and she'll get ready.
There is no zoom.
Oh, there's no zoom. What do you think? No. This wind's kind of picking up too, so that's going to play another factor. We've got a few more miles an hour of wind, tailwind off the dock.
So there, Jamie Ball just trying to stay warm and to stay limber right next to the tiki bar on the slalom dock. All right, let's have a look at the graphic for the 0 off. This is the graphic that helps us to explain the lettering system, A, B, and C.
And that is why the course needs to be mapped, and it's mapped by, I mentioned a bit of this yesterday, but it's mapped by GPS coordinates. You go to the entry gates, you go to the exit gates, that sort of calculates, okay, well, we know how long it is, so that must be, they can sort of calculate where all the buoys are in relation to those entry and exit gates. So we saw that graphic a second ago. You have an A pull, that's going to be a later pull out of the turn, a B pull, more medium pull out of the turn, if that makes any sense, and C is going to be an earlier pull, a bit more aggressive. Beyond that, you have your 1, 2, and 3. 1 is, if you want to talk about a graph, it starts low and accelerates. That would be an ascending graph. B would be more of a flat graph, and 2 would be a flat graph, and then 3 would be a descending graph. So Karen, we can see Karen there just sitting there, not really know what's going on. Yeah, a little bit of confusion. But Karen, I feel for these girls. It's not easy because you're not used to doing runoffs ever. I mean, they happen. They might happen a couple times a year. So you're going to be in a little bit of a strange situation as it is, and this sort of thing happens. It's high drama. It's going to be interesting to watch what happens.
Yes, most certainly. And so, whilst we get ready for Jamie Bull to get back out in the water and set a score for Karen Truelove to chase down, let's have a look at some of our replays here, Freddie. Whitney McClintock-Carini at 10.75 meters. Take us through this a little bit.
Yeah, I think that all the girls were making sure that they weren't going to go less than 3. So they took it pretty easy up until buoy 3, until they kind of realized they were going to get around buoy 4. That's a pretty big buoy 3 there, and then really went for it. And we saw that with Manon, we saw that with Whitney, and Whitney got the buoy 5 she needed to get around 6 and out the exit gates. And I think I'm going to say from my probably inaccurate calculations, but I don't think that Whitney's run more than 2 or 3 of those this year. I think the first one she ran this year, having got close at Ski Stillwater's Pro a couple of times, the first one she ran was at the California Pro-Am, the last event, which happened 28th of August around there. So she's really hitting form, and she's hitting form at the right time. We've got 4 events left, including this one. We've got the World Championships, which you could say is the biggest one, a huge event. Manon as well, the same thing. She ran her first 39, her 10.7 of the year at the California Pro-Am, so she's on form. She'll have been a little bit bummed to have ran her 5.5 here that she got. Again, 2 was pretty easy. She just made sure she was good, and then from there she attacked. She'd have been maybe a little bit disappointed, having kind of done a lot of the hard work to get over to buoy 5, and the ski didn't turn quite where she would have wanted it to. She just sort of fell on the inside, and her weight shifted more onto the top of the ski instead of on that edge, which would allow her to cut over to 6 from an earlier point, and not quite able to get out the gates. But she's improved, and that's kind of key. She's gone from running 4 yesterday to 5.5 this morning. She's going to have a final, that's confirmed. She's going to be, thinking, well, I'm going in the right direction.
And if you think that improvement is worthy of skier of the day, then vote for vote at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Vote for your skier of the day. All right, then. Who else are we looking at so far as the instant replays? Karen Truelove. Actually, Ali Nicholson.
Let's just look at the wind really quickly. That wind's picking up. Okay, let's do Karen first. So this is the 39, and we talked about it. She didn't get her best buoy 1 of all time. 2, was certainly not ideal. She pulls all the way to 3, little bit of a drop back of the hits, but solid S-turn. And, we talked about it earlier. If she had tried to turn that, there was a good chance she was going to fall. She stopped, she S-turned, she got out the exit gate, she ran, I think she said on the interview, her best score of the year, and so she's in with a chance. And that chance has given her an opportunity at this point to make the final, to go up against Jamie Bull. And so she made exactly the right decision there. We've got Jamie Bull. This is her 3. So we're going to see her buoy 1. She did not finish well out of 1. Usually we're used to seeing her 1.35 being so good. Here it wasn't perfect. Finish on the tail, and then big time. It's not a safe check. It kind of looks like a safe check. Finished on the tail. Doesn't get any fluency, any movement out of that buoy 2. So she was going to be struggling from there to get around the buoy 4 that she needed to confirm a place in the final.
All right, then. We've seen those instant replays from a number of our skiers, and we certainly look forward to seeing a good portion of those athletes through into the final round of the competition. We're trying to determine the 4th and last competitor to make it through. We know who the top three are. That is Manon Costar, Whitney McClintock-Reedy, and Regina Jaquist. We're trying to determine between Jamie Ball and Karen Truelove who has made it through in the fourth and last spot.
Just thinking outside of that for a second, Tony. I mean, obviously including this runoff, but I mean, we've just seen the weather bug, I believe it's called, come up there. The wind's picking up. It's at 7 miles an hour, I think now. So this is the prevailing wind here at Trophy Lakes. If it's going to be a wind, it's going to be a tailwind off the dock. So I think that in that final, those for the ladies, those 39s are going to be into the wind, starting at 32. A little bit of a headwind on those 39s. We're going to see some big scores run.
All right, and there is our current leaderboard as it stands. You see the tie for fourth place, which we're trying to determine a skier from to go through to the final. There's the remainder of our schedule, which includes the jump event as that will take place towards the end of the day. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Freddie Winter. And we're just waiting on the technical delay to resolve itself, but we'll return to skiing as soon as we possibly can.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressed into the nines, okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what we're feeling. now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
All right then, looks like we are close to being back to action on the water. My name's Tony Lightfoot, he's Freddie Winter. And just to get you up to speed so far as Jamie Bull is concerned, our first competitor out in the runoff for 4th place. She has a protected score of 6 buoys on 11.25 meters, which is the minimum starting line length for our runoff. She will go back down the course because of the length of time that we've been without a skier on the water. That means that the skier would actually get a free warm-up pass going down. So whether Jamie Bull runs it or not, she will come back in and continue to score with the second pass at 10.75 meters, Freddie.
Yeah, and I wonder, will she start at, she can start at any line she wants.
Absolutely.
So, does she start at 35 to give herself like that, not that crazy intense first pass in this tailwind? Does she start at 32, do her normal, or does she even just go and like have a straight warm up at 39?
She could go in on 16 meters if she wants to.
She could do 28 miles an hour if she wanted to, but this wind is picking up. This is going to be a factor. So, Karen on the dock, she's probably looking at that. She's probably thinking, well, I've that wind's picking up. I want to get out there and ski as soon as possible before it gets any worse. Jamie's going to have the benefit of not having to run her tailwind pass. She's going to come in the headwind at 39, and she's going to have a score that she can put up.
All right, there's our helmsman. That is Pat Bloodworth, getting ready to bring on our first skier in this runoff. Once again, it is Jamie Bull. So there's the remainder of our schedule.
I must apologise for the viewers. I'm getting my breakfast in right now. So.
A rather late breakfast. It's more like brunch.
It is, yeah. Saturday brunch. Well, so we're going to get into the skiing right now. This is, pretty exciting to see. We got two of the very best skiers in the world going off in a runoff. They've been disrupted by some slightly strange goings on this morning. We're going to see them go out. Jamie, I'm very excited to see what she tries to do for her warm-up, and then Karen's going to go out, and she, unlike Jamie, has to run that first pass. She must run that 38 off the dock. Going to have a tailwind, going to have to make sure that she does all the things associated with that, pull out early for the gates, make sure she doesn't pull too long, keep that line tight. So, Jamie just doing some jumping jacks. As we see, the wind's picking up. It's more and more. So 6 mile an hour, 10 kph. It's moving up and up as we go. I think we're going to see for the men later. It's going to be a big factor. People are going to be taking probably. I wonder if we're going to see people changing their line lengths.
All right, let's take a look and see what's occurring. We've got Jamie Ball with her Syndicate Pro slalom ski.
He's been ripping on that recently. I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Super cool to see Jamie, because she was, you know, someone to watch the last few years. Not being disrespectful to her, she was definitely competitive, but she wasn't the skier we see today. She was getting close. I think the Malibu Open in 19, she ran a 4.5 at 39 against Regina in the final to come second. And she was really close to getting that one. That would have been the first. That would have been one of the deepest she ever got at 39 at that point. Now she's running 39. You know, she's run it a handful of times in pro tournaments this year, and often doing it in finals. The cool thing I saw from her this year was at Stillwater, she struggled through the preliminary round. She didn't have her best first round, then through the first 2 rounds of the head-to-head. And then in the final, she needed a big score. She stepped up, she ran her 39. So she's a big game player. So as much as she'll be disappointed that she's not made it straight through into the final, I know that she's very capable here of going and doing something huge. So we haven't got any news quite yet on what line length this will be. This is, again, it's a practice pass. If she falls around buoy 1, it does not matter. But she's got a practice ride. She's been out
12.
You know, off the water for long enough to get it. And we're hearing it's 12. And I think that's a really, really smart decision. It's going to be enough intensity on her body. It's going to give her a taste of what she's going to do at 39 on the way back. But it's not, you know, going at 38 would have been a bit tough. She's already run it. But it's a lot of pressure, and it kind of makes you feel strange. Well, okay, we're hearing again. Sorry, it was 38.
Made it look like 12, though.
She made it look like, yeah, I mean, even longer. That was really good. So it kind of funny. I mean, first at 38 of the day was the one where she had all the warm-ups. Looked, I mean, I'm going to say it, didn't look great. You know, then we've seen her run 2 more 38s. And this last one, even with a pretty strong tailwind, and we all thought it was 35. It could even have been 32. Easy, easy, easy. Getting better as the day goes on. And that's definitely something that's going to make her feel good with a final later if she makes it through here.
All right, we'll see what's occurring dockside. There's Karen Truelove, her season's best going into this competition, and already exceeded that with 3 at 39.5 off. So she's already skiing to her best score this season so far.
Yeah, and you can't be, you know, upset with that. She's come into a pro tournament, and she's skied her best in the semi-finals, and she's put herself in a really good spot. So as much as she's, you know, she'll be really wanting to make that final, but she'll leave, you know, whatever happens with her head held high. Coming in at 39, this is the big pass. This is going to set the score that Karen has to beat. Remember, she has to beat it. She cannot tie. So every half buoy here counts. It's huge. Jamie's over to 1. It's an okay 1. It's not bad. A little bit on the tail. 2, much better than 1 before. She's over to 3. She's in this. She's probably, I don't want to say probably going to run it. 5's going to be a big one. She's over to it.
Hair in the eyes off buoy number 5.
I think her ponytail turned around, flipped it across her eyes coming into buoy 6. I thought she was good. I'm really interested to see that replay from the boat in just a second. But yeah, she was going, and so okay. Besides anything else, she set Karen a full 6 at 39 to advance. That's huge. Now the headwind here working to Jamie's advantage, slowing her down into the buoys, keeping the line tight. And here I'm thinking, wow, she's going. She's over to buoy 4. It was a pretty good buoy 4 with a little bit of that tip rise that we sometimes see on Jamie's onside. I know she's working on that more and more, but over towards buoy 6, and you see her. She literally flicks her head. Yeah, she's inside of that. So Karen needs to get a 5.25 at 10.75. But yeah, Jamie blinded into buoy 6. I think. But let's look.
You don't see it that often.
No, I mean, when I had long hair, it happened once in a while. It was really annoying. That's why I shaved it all off. Anyway, so
that's
Karen,
not the excuse that I'm going with.
I'm not sure what you mean. So Karen has to run 38 off. There is no warm-up here like Jamie had. She had not touched the water yet, so she was going straight through. Jamie was able to get a warm-up. Karen has to run this. It's a pretty strong tailwind. I'm going to say it's 8 miles an hour, 9 miles an hour. It's blowing. It's pretty hard. She needs to pull out really early for her gate. Watch for loose line here. No, that's actually a pretty good gate. I think she's managed it pretty well. Come on, Karen. It'd be great to see her out. That's not the one she needs. Not great at 2 either. So I mean, it's tricky there. So you're gonna. It looks, if you were to look at it on paper, like Karen was, pretty far away from Jamie, a pass and a half or so. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Karen had to wait far longer than Jamie, as well as James Heed. Karen had to wait, the best part of an hour, maybe even more, I don't know, to get on the water. Then it all slowed down there. Her nerves were up and down. Her preparation was probably not perfect. So, it's a bit of a shame that she wasn't able to get further down, but still, best score of the season earlier today. She'll be happy. She's come 5th. She's got some good points, and that'll help her on the water ski pro tour.
Most certainly, and commiserations there to Karen Truelove, but a highly commendable ending position with 5th. And so now we've got our 4 skiers advancing through to the next round of the competition. Jamie Ball there in 4th. Manon Costard in 3rd, Regina Jaquist in 2nd, and Whitney McClintock currently leading going into the finals. Let's go over to the dock and see who we see.
All right, I'm here with Jamie Bull. We just watched her in a runoff with Karen Truelove for the 4th spot to get into the finals. You had to ski a pass, take a break, come back, ski again, and you just got to the end of 39.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a crazy runoff situation. I mean, some boat issues, so ran 38, felt really good, and then they're like, sorry. And I was like, but came back, regrouped, had 38 as a warm-up because it was a fast time, so it was protected. That felt really good, and then super nice start at 39, and then I got hair in my face around 5, and my dad's going to tell me to cut my hair.
You going to shave it? What are you going for?
Just go bald for finals.
It'll happen naturally, like me. Hey, that was great skiing. That's super exciting. It's nice to see in the semifinals a battle like that, but you got more to do today, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's time to regroup and then try and do that for our next round.
All right, we'll be watching. Good job. Congratulations so far. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Seth, and some great skiing up to this point. We've got the Open Men's Slalom semi-final about to take place in a few minutes. My name is Tony Lightfoot. He's Freddie Winter, and we'll continue on with that action in the next few minutes here at the 2021 Malibu Open.
Well, there he is. There's Matteo, my roommate, and the chap that made it in last spot yesterday. So we've got a really high-level start list here. You know, Matteo, Nick, Corey, the new guy, Rob Hazelwood.
Handsome Bob.
Handsome Bob, is that his name?
Yeah.
Jacob, a guy that has skied only once in a Pro Tour event this year in San Gervasio, but he did amazingly. He ran 39, I think, every round. He nearly got Thomas de Gasperi in one of the head-to-head rounds. He's the guy we're going to see a lot of. He's a really good skier. Detrick, yeah, I mean, we know how well he's done this year. He came in having not done the early season events. He did US Open, I think he came 6th. He came 3rd at Hilltop the week after, and in California he came 8th, having had a really good qualifying round. Colin McCormick came 2nd here last year. The guy can ski, and he likes this boat. Dane Meckler, I don't know if people are familiar with his story. Unfortunately, having had an amazing start to the season, made Masters, made the final at Masters. He bust up his finger. It got wrapped in a rope, and he thought it was a small injury. He didn't end up being able to ski for a few months. So he's really just come back. So I was happy to see him do well. He's had a rough little season, but again, he's come back for maybe the meatiest part of this Pro Tour, the end, with the World Championships in the middle. And I think after that, we've got Adam Caldwell, the hero from yesterday. Like I said, he did the coolest thing that I've ever seen on a slalom ski. Unbelievable ability to get away with that buoy 3 there. Thomas de Gasperi, 2-time world champion. Nate Smith, 2-time world champion. Will Asher, 2-time world champion. It's going to finish with a bang today. These guys are in it to win it.
Absolutely, and a huge variety of ski brands being exhibited here in this particular event. We'll go through that list in just a moment. Freddie Winter in the lead in the men's slalom water ski Pro Tour rankings with 2:45. Nate Smith, the only person on that list who can usurp that standing as a result of the results today. Currently lying in second with 2:17, and the remaining results you see right there. So Matteo Lizzeri riding on Syndicate. He will take to the water first, and we will go continue to go through the list as we see Corey Vaughan, birthday boy himself. So there, a happy birthday there to Corey Vaughan. I'm sure he's got some fans over in Bumpus in Virginia who will be cheering him along. His wife Amelia and their little one here on site as well. He's getting ready to go out and attack the course full force. There is Scott Greenwood from Elkins in Arkansas. He's at the helm of that towboat and getting ready to put the the boat through its races. The Malibu Response TXI.
So we've got quite the semi-final coming up. I mean, we've got like a lot of the very best skiers in the world. It's exciting to see that win. I keep talking about it, but it's slightly dying down. I thought it was going to be getting a little worse, but we're cutting from 12 down to 4, exactly the same as the women, which was actually 10 down to 4, but we got a top 4 final. So these early skiers, they're going to have to go all out. It's only when we get to Adam Caldwell, who with his incredible slide around and complete 3 boys at 10.25 yesterday, managed to get in the top 4, so he's going to know exactly what he needs. Dane Meckler, the skier before him, will know about what he needs, but he's going to be the guy to beat, or the score after Dane will be the score to beat in order to get to the final. Look at Jacob. He's a good chap. Wearing some Bjorn Borg underwear, very Swedish. Representing his country very well there. He'll be happy to be seen to be so patriotic.
All right then. So look at the list. You have Syndicate. You've got Parsons Project Pineapple. You've got Radar. You've got another Syndicate ski. Another Radar. Then you've got Good. Then you've got LaPointe. Then you've got Good. Then you've got Denali. then Good, then D3, and then Syndicate. So a good smattering of representation from those ski companies, and we thank Good and D3 and Denali especially for their support of this broadcast here at this event, which is the 2021 Malibu Open.
These guys are getting some food in. Wow, what a spread.
My stomach just grumbled.
I know, I was just thinking about the same thing. We get fed with TU bars here, which is a perfect replacement for that lunch that we just saw.
It's fine if you're an astronaut.
Yeah,
I guess.
All right, so we're just counting down the minutes here. Let's look again at the wind. It's dropped right off. My prediction was way off. Never listen to me. I'm not the weatherman. So yeah, it's good. It's perfect. It's just enough wind to take off any roll that you might see out there. If there's a little bit of roller here or there. So first up, let's talk about Matteo Lazzeri. This is a guy who has started his own tournament. So just as much as the Malibu Open is a phenomenal tournament, there's another tournament in Europe pulled by Malibu Boats, which Matteo is the architect of. He started that in 2014, I believe. And he's been running that event successfully ever since. And this year was the only event outside of the USA where pro skiing happened, which is, pretty exciting. We're a worldwide sport. Obviously, COVID took from us this year Moomba, and took from us, 4 or 5 events that would have happened in Europe. We usually have tournaments in Lacanau, in France, Thorpe in England, Dommartin in France, and a handful of other places that I can't remember. But yeah, Matteo was really flying the flag for the rest of the world this year, and he's doing a great job being an organizer, being a guy that runs a ski school, runs Jolly Ski over there in Italy, and he's a good chap. He's my roommate this weekend with Manon, and I know he'll be excited to go out and rip it up. He was upset yesterday. He ran his 4.5 at 10.75. He got off the water thinking he wasn't going to make it in, and he was comparing it to his performance in Greece. But he's going to make it work today. I feel good. He's ready. He's set, and he's going to go and get a big score here, hopefully.
And I'm sure glad he actually stayed behind and actually continued to watch the events, because like years and years ago in the 1980s, and this is a story between the likes of Franz Oberleitner and Sammy Duvall, they were in a Pro Tour stop in Dayton in Ohio. And what had actually happened was that the Franz Oberleitner put out a jump and figured that he wasn't going to be qualified through to the final, so off to the airport that he went. Little did he know that the competitors to come couldn't match his distance, except for Sammy Duvall, who actually tied his distance, and they were going to go into a jump off. So the only person that presented himself on that dock at that time was Sammy Duvall, while Franz Oberleitner was just taking off from Dayton Airport towards Orlando. And that's how that story goes.
Absolutely heartbreaking, I can't imagine. But I mean, we talk about professionalism. That was Franz, was it?
Yes.
A guy I love, but maybe he was kicking himself for maybe not giving himself every opportunity.
All right, I'm down here with Corey Vaughn. We're getting started with the men's semifinal. And Corey's the third skier off the dock. Corey, you fired up for today and getting ready?
Yeah, I mean, it's my birthday. I'm skiing a tournament at Trophy Lakes in the finals. Got my wife and baby son and 2 dogs here. It's already a good day, just looking to put the cherry on top.
It's kind of nice when you do have some distractions. In essence, you don't get too pinned up on what's going on out there, because you got so much more in life to be thankful for, right?
No, that's absolutely right. Like I said, I'm just happy. I know I'm going to go to sleep a happy man tonight, and just being in a beautiful place like this, getting to ski today is a gift. So hopefully that'll translate into just fun on the water, and fun equals good scores.
That's awesome. One of the good guys, Corey Vaughn. Happy birthday, Corey. And we'll be excited to watch you out there.
All right, then on the water is Matteo Lazzeri coming to us out of San Gervasio in Italy, in the northern part of Italy, not too far away from Brescia. and a beautiful part of the world to ski at, and not only to ski but also to check out some of the culinary delights there in the local agroturismo, which I'm sure a lot of his mates are watching him ski from at the moment. He told me a couple of days ago that the place we always go for the opening ceremony of the San Gervasio Pram, La Campagnole, is going to brew its own beer for next year. So not only are we going to have the best yogurt, the best cheese, the best meats that we've been eating there for the last few years, but we're going to be having the best beer, I imagine, which is really quite exciting. Mm-hmm. All right, then. Here comes Matteo coming in for his next pass. There is Scott Greenwood at the helm of that Malibu Response TXI. Boat accelerating up to 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour out of that island. Here he comes, Matteo Luzzeri. Yeah, no dramas opener. 32 off. This will be 12. So again, we're looking to see, his balance. He's probably not going to miss these passes, but we can get some hints of what might be tripping him up later on. This is a sport where you always end up losing. You cannot beat good skiing. The line will continue to shorten as you keep running the boys. So he's going to go till he misses, and at some point he's going to get. It's going to get too much for him. So, of course, he wants to make that as far away as possible from where he is now. But I think this is pretty good. He had a little bit of a high handle out of boy 4, but I think it was a really, really good pass, or both passes so far. Very, very good. All right, sterling effort out there from Matteo Luzzeri, who should be referred to as Dr. Matteo Luzzeri, who earned his doctorate in sports psychology at Florida State University, not too far away from here in Tallahassee, and did a fine job there, and continues to ply his trade in the northern part of Italy. He does indeed, and his email signature says PhD, so I never forget it. We exchange emails about this, that, and the other. He's involved with some of the things that, we're going to the darts this year, the Darts World Championship. I forwarded him our tickets. I get a reply, a thank you, saying, I'd love to go to that. Oh, dude, you can't have a better time than that. Apart from, of course, being at the Malibu Open. I mean, it's second to only that. What would you say is the equivalent in water skiing to the 9-dart finish? Yeah, it's not running 41 because it actually happens a lot less frequently. Anyway, let's focus on this. 11 meters. He's deep out of 2. He fell over a little bit out of 2. We're going to see him come out of 4. Yeah, he's getting that big onside turn. And as much as it's good to get a big onside turn, you have to remember this. When you have all that angle tends to translate to pressure. And he was kind of far out the back. He had his ski out a little bit ahead of him. He had a lot of pressure. So that means that as he's changing his edge into the offside, 3 and 5 in this case, you've got a lot of pressure on you. It's hard to deal with. So it's kind of a bit of a, people think, you want to turn as big as possible, but you don't. You want to turn efficiently as possible. You don't want to be too overloaded. It's only going to hurt you as you move into the next buoy. All right, then. Matteo Luzzeri going through on that particular run. Started on 13, came back on 12. That was 11.25 meters. Now, knowing Matteo Luzzeri as well as you do, Freddie, what would you say his demeanor is right now from a mental aspect? Because obviously this cut's going to go down from where it is right now all the way down to 4 people advancing through to the final. Is his level of expectation relatively high or low in that respect? Well, you always kind of have an idea of what you think the cut's going to be. And if I was in his position, I would be saying, well, the cut's going to be 3:41. That's where the cut was yesterday for the top 4. I think it's going to be the same today. So that's, up there where Matteo can ski. He probably does that in practice a fair bit. Let's go to Seth at the dock.
All right. We're here with Rob Hazelwood. Rob's getting...
All right, then, before we transition with Seth and Robert Hazelwood, here comes Matteo Luzzeri at 10.75 meters, round buoy number 1. Oh, look at this. Round number 2 takes a good snap off number 2. Gets in deep off number 3.
Big 5 coming up.
Look at this. Round 5.
There it is.
Come on, get up it. Get up it.
Come on.
Yes. Get
those big shoulders and arms coming into their own there. But he'll be so happy because the finals of the Europeans this year, he got to buoy 5, he overcooked it, he blew the tail. He got to buoy 5 yesterday thinking he was going to need to run 10.75, he overcooked it, he blew the tail. Here he had the start he needed. It was all going pretty well, but I was watching that buoy 5, he would have been a bit nervous. That's what he did really well here. So he's in, he's got a chance.
And you know, the more down course he gets off the turns, the deeper he gets behind the boat to try and compensate for that. And you see his approach into number 5 there, Freddie. Just relaxes just a little bit, not too much, but allows himself enough room to get round number 6. And a great, well-controlled pass. Let's check in with Seth and Robert.
All right, we've got Rob Hazelwood. Rob ran a score of 1 at 41 yesterday. We're cutting down to 4 people today, Rob. Is there anything special you plan on changing today or going the same route you did yesterday? What are you thinking?
Just going to try attack a little bit more. The conditions out there looking pretty similar to yesterday, kind of similar sort of wind. So we know what we've got to deal with, and yeah, just attack a little bit more. Debating on whether to go out at 35 or 32, but we'll see. I think I'll be as surprised as what I choose as you will, but no, it's looking nice out there. So let's hope we get a big score.
All right, we'll be watching. We know you're a real technician, and you're always putting some good information out there. We appreciate that, and we'll be watching to see how it goes.
All right, 10.25, Matteo Lettieri. He needs a big score here. 1 won't do it, 2 probably won't. I'm going to say 3, so he knows that just as well as I do. 1, he's going to get 2, maybe an S-turn, and yeah, he's frustrated. I mean, 2 at 10.25, I believe, is his equal best score of the year in a tournament, but yeah, he knows, well, he feels that's not going to be enough. He was wrong yesterday, he'll be hoping he's wrong today, but you can see his frustration.
He's certainly producing better scores now. I mean, the consistency is starting to improve for Matteo Lettieri. Now he's just looking for something to put on top of it to get in amongst the battles that he could potentially wage with the likes of yourself, Freddie, or Nate Smith, or the likes of Thomas de Gasperi. But, ladies and gentlemen, coming back into the dock, Matteo Lettieri.
Well, here's the key, and Rob Hazelwood touched on it, right? That wind could play a big factor. If it does kick up like it did yesterday, then if everyone starts at 32, then they're going to have a tailwind 41, just as Matteo just did. Obviously, that makes it really hard on the gate, really hard buoy 1. We didn't see many guys get good starts. So if you consider that, then potentially skiers are going to have to start at 35 to take 41 from the other end, but that does make a difference. You start closer to your, probably your maximum score, it gets harder. Straight off the dock going at 35 is less easy, and you have less warm-up time before you get to your hardest passes. So the wind's going to play a factor here, I'm going to say that. I believe it's going to probably kick up. But anyway, Matteo could be okay, 2 could be fine if the wind really kicks up and things go his way. And also remember, we've just seen a runoff, it could happen again.
All right, so that was Matteo Lettieri, our next competitor to go. Riding a ski of his own manufacture and design, the Parsons Project Pineapple. He is none other than Nick Parsons out of Bountiful in Utah.
I don't know how you know this. Unreal. Also known as the Yeti.
Yes.
Because he is a big man. He's an imposing man. I'm not the shortest guy in the world, but I stand next to him and I am intimidated. The guy is huge. I feel like he's like 2 feet taller than me, but he's on his own ski. Yeah, that Pineapple. Working really well for him. I think it's I would never have this ability or really desire, quite frankly, to make my own ski, but it must feel pretty good for him to go out there on something of his own making. Him and Carl Dennis, who's also here, the guy that manufactures the skis, and it's their company. The Parsons Project, pretty exciting.
And that's as opposed to the Alan Parsons Project. Sorry, it's slightly different.
A reference I'm not picking up, I'm afraid.
All right, so here we go. We've got Nick Parsons Beautifully executed opening pass of 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line. 13 meters, making it look very, very easy indeed. And once we look at this instant replay in its entirety, we'll switch over to the dock.
All right, I've got Matteo Luzzeri here, who got in yesterday with a score of 4.5 at 39. You were the last guy in, but you upped that and did a pretty good job of it today.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that score was in my mind at 5 ball, as you probably saw. But I stayed patient today and I took it as luck as 6. Gate was not the best at 41, but out of 1 I got out pretty good. I just saw myself fast at 2 and I didn't trust to turn it. You know, I tried to be patient until the end and then I said, okay, take the 2 and come home.
Yeah, and you just said before we came on here that 2 may be a kind of a tough one to make it through, but you're right, getting the full 2 over 1.5 is at least gives you some hope, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to stay here warm and see what happens with the others, but historically, especially lately, 2 won't make the first gear cut, but we'll see.
Maybe you'll get a chance to ski again, try it again.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, good luck and appreciate it.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right. Here comes Nick Parsons, 11.25 meters.
Nick has 1 podium this year. He came 3rd at the San Gervasio Pro-Am. Made it through, just missed out on the final against Nicholas Bonatti, who was the local boy that just absolutely crushed it, came 2nd over there. But Nick, Seth mentioned Corey Vaughan earlier, one of Waterskiing's good guys. It's something I'd agree with, but we've seen at the start here, and I think we've got Corey next, but yeah, Matteo,
yeah, we do.
Nick, certainly amongst the good guys of water skiing.
Good extension into number 3 and just staying really, really patient there. And him showing signs of a good resistance behind the boat.
The reach on this guy, it must be about 12 feet. I mean, he's got the sort of a soaring eagle's reach, his wingspan. But yeah, big, powerful guy, and he looks like he's doing really well. He's been around for a little while. Nick would be in his upper 30s, I would say. I think he's been skiing, since on the, amongst the pro events for quite a long time now. But he's still at it. He's still getting on the podium, and he's competitive. He's going to know that. I think he ran 5.5 at 10.75 yesterday, 5.5 at 39 after snapping the rope. That's right. So you can see this. I call him the Yeti. He's a big beast. He's strong enough to break a rope.
Beast mode indeed. All right then, here we go. This is Nick Parsons, 10.75, actually 11.25 meters. I beg your pardon. Working with A2, although in the past he's actually set that 0 off with the plus addition to those settings. Doesn't do so as much these days, and a good portion of the reason why he's migrated from that is because he has lost a considerable amount of weight since in that time.
I mean, he's lean. I mean, not to get too into it, but if you just look at his arms going across the wakes, it's a lot of definition in there. The guy's not carrying much excess weight in terms of fat, but that's important, on a slalom ski. We've got a boat that you're pulling against. You put all your weight against it. If you've got an extra 5 or 10 pounds of fat, you're going to be really inefficient. That is just going to hold you back. It's going to slow the boat down and make sure you're sort of whiplashed a bit more into the next buoy. So it's important to be in good shape. And Nick's doing a good job of that.
Right, there's Corey Vaughan on dockside waiting for his turn. Nick Parsons on the water there, and both Rob Hazelwood and Corey Vaughan obviously exuding a little bit more of a relaxed attitude around the dockside. It's always nice to see. It's not all business out there, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I know for myself, part of that, it actually, you are very stressed. It's nice to have a good conversation with the guy next to you so you actually feel more calm. It calms you down. So, yeah, if you go out there, I mean, there's guys that do it. There's some guys who won't talk on the dock. You don't want to interfere with them. Let them enjoy their process. But, like Corey, I think they just like to have a bit of a
All right, here we go. This is Nick Parsons needing to run this pass.
Oh, he's deep at 1. He's broken over, but he's done a pretty good job. He's on the wrong side of the ski there out of 2. He's struggling. He's going to need a big 4. He's got
and he
the
gets
big 4,
it.
that's for sure. And 5, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine.
Nice.
Good for him. His 3 and 4, his 4 and 5 there were spectacular considering how he came into them, and he's going to be really happy. Fantastic skiing.
Well, and I tell you what, I mean, that is the level of trust that he has between himself and that ski, you know, because the way you can determine how good a ski really is how it performs under the most arduous of conditions rather than the smoothest of circumstances.
Yeah, and we talked about Regina and Karen earlier, how they've got that lower center of gravity, and that as much as it's not an overall benefit, it does have the positive. That's the positive of being shorter, but Nick doesn't have that. You see Attaboy 1 there, he broke forward. It is so hard, and you've got to be so strong to get your hips forward once you've been pulled over by the boat, because you know to bring those shoulders back, with the handle being higher off the water, with your central mass being higher off the water, it's really tricky. That's where we've seen in the past skiers like Chris Parrish, you watch him ski being so tall, he has to look perfect, and that's why he often does, because if he wasn't, he wouldn't be where he is as a top-level skier.
Right you are, and you mentioned Chris Parrish. He currently has the course record here with 1.5 at 43 off, 9.75 meters.
Which was the world record at the time, I believe.
Yes, it was.
It was.
So here at Trophy Lakes, the site of so many world records and national and regional records. Here we go. Nick Parsons, 10.25 meters. Ooh. Getting pulled forward into number 2. Gets outside 2. Looks like we have got a tie, I believe.
That's a tie. He had a pretty deep one, but you'll see what I was talking about before. Like his hands got away from his hips, and when that happens, you're in a bit of trouble. He really was disconnected into 2, meaning he had no control there, or a lot less control. Watch his handle get away. His hips are back, his shoulders are forward. He did a good job actually of transitioning out of that. Shows the strength he has, but yeah, that's not it. Very hard. We saw Adam Caldwell from a somewhat similar position yesterday throw it out, but he's a lefty. Nick being a righty, to do that into your onside is one thing, like Adam had at Boy 3. To do it into your offside is another. You're going face down, you can really hurt yourself. So yeah, Nick's got the 2. He's tied with Matteo, and as it stands, they're in the lead, but it probably won't last too long.
All right, and with that, let's transition over to Seth Stischer on dockside. Who do you have?
All right, we've got Jacob Bagna, and I'm probably murdering the pronunciation of it, but you're up in a couple of skiers. You ran 1.5 at 41 to get in yesterday. So far, everybody's up their score a little bit. We've got 2 2s at 41. What you got going through your head right now, Jacob?
Not really that much. Looks amazing out there. Everyone's skiing really good, so I'm just really excited to ski.
You know, that's a good way to look at it, I think. Any opportunity is a good one, and I know you're fully capable of putting it out there and beating these guys out in front of you, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. Hopefully I can go out to 2, turn 2, and go from there.
All right, just keep it going. We appreciate it. We'll let you get back to getting ready, and good luck today.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
And thank you very much indeed. Seth and Jakob ran about dockside. Next competitor to go and celebrating a birthday today, it is going to be Corey Vaughn.
I think Corey would be 34 today, I believe. I could be wrong, but he'd be 33 or 34. So, not a massive birthday, just a normal birthday.
Yeah, exactly, just a run of the mill. But look at this, 30 meters, just turns to a certain point, grips the handle, and then just rips it.
Yeah, has that really reliable offside generally. He definitely does a good job of bringing that front knee through and staying over his feet there. Sometimes finishes on the tail on 2 and 4, but he'll be dialing that in as we go down the line lengths.
Let's check
All right,
in.
fresh off the water, Nick Parsons just upped his score from yesterday, 2 at 41. So we've got two 2 at 41s right now. You think that's going to be enough?
No, that's not going to be enough. I mean, it comes down to 41, and a piece of 3 or some more is going to be what it's going to be to take to move on at least. But my 39 was all right, a little bit of a headwind. 41, I was trying to play it. I knew that tailwind was there, so I was trying to get to one a little early to deal with the tailwind, but yeah, I didn't get the swing I wanted over 2. But
Well, and like we said, looking at it right now, the wind's gone again. It's kind of up and down. It's hard to read and hard to know what you're dealing with out there. But you did a great job. I still thought you looked good off of 1 from this perspective.
Thanks, Ed.
Great skiing, man. Back to you guys.
Yeah, heart on his sleeve interview there. I think it was, he's a guy I know to be very jovial and upbeat all the time. He did look a bit bummed, but he'll be all right. He still has a chance.
All right, 35 off is the next pass for Corey Vaughan out of Bumpus in Virginia, where he's been operating a ski school now for the best part of a decade, and this year he took a step back from the day-to-day running of that ski school and coaching to concentrating more upon himself and his training and his practice sets out there.
Just watch that shoulder drop there on Boy 2. He's struggling for a little bit of rope tension. It seems like he's kind of not finishing the turns exactly where he wanted. He's a little bit too committed out of the boys, I would say. I think he went in at 32, but that was not the best 35 we've seen today, unfortunately.
But just looking and see how light he is on that particular ski, and not looking quite lean along the similar lines to Nick Parsons. And I'm seeing a lot lately that a lot of skiers that get to this level, get to a certain point, and then they get into a little bit of a rut, and they try and find something that they can change easily. And 9 times out of 10, it's just a very subtle change in body mass and body frame to get them from one side of the course to the other more efficiently, and that could be the game changer for a lot of these competitors.
Yeah, if we go back to the old days, I mean, it is the old days now, pre-2007 or 8, when there was perfect pass, which you put a value into the boat of your weight, of the skier's weight, plus the boat crew value, plus you added digits for wind and all this sort of stuff. You could fight the boat. It wasn't as accurate. What we have now, 0 off, I think they sponsor the event. It's quite a phenomenal technology that gets the boat to be almost always the exact same time, the same speed through the course, the same time between the 2 points, down to a hundredth of a second. So, in that way, the heavier you are, the more you pull the boat back. Let's focus on the skiing here. So Corey coming into Boy 3 at 11. That's a good Boy 3. He's struggling just a little bit on that onside, grabbing that handle a little early. That's not the most comfortable 38 he's ever run in his life, but he did run through 39 yesterday, so that's going to give him some confidence, and he'll be in good shape here. But just going back quickly to the body shape, I mean, the lighter you are, the less you impact the boat. If the boat's going to go the same speed between the 2 points, the less you can kind of slow it down. As powerful as these boats are, the less that it's going to sort of swing back on you. So it makes sense if you're a water skier there to go a little bit lighter. Of course, you get too light, you get weak. So there's that balance. And everyone's got their fighting weight. If I tried to be the same weight as Corey, I would not be able to hold the handle. He's a lighter guy than me just in his frame. So it's an interesting one, and everyone's trying to find that balance.
And I mean, very, very similar to traditional weight loss so far as, just the ordinary people like you and me, I guess, because, I mean, I actually spoke to 1 or 2 people in terms of a diet and weight loss and that kind of thing, and you get to a certain point, and if you lose too much weight, you go weak. If you get very, very close to what your natural bone mass is going to dictate so far as your weight is concerned. Obviously, on the other end of the scale, if you gain too much weight, then you become almost just as unhealthy as well.
Yeah. And I think that we're going to see Corey come in at 10.75, a pass that he needs to run. But, you've got people want to be professional. People eat, as well as they can to get to a really good weight. and to perform the best on the water. Anyway, here's 10.75. He needs to run it. He's had a shaky couple of first passes. He's not been turning. That's a beautiful one. His 2.4's been bugging him. That's really good. He's really dialing it in here. Boy 3's great. Airborne off of Boy 4, bit strange, but 5 should be fine. That's not perfect, but he'll get over to 6. Can he hold the slack? I'm not sure.
Yes, he can.
Yes, he can. Woo. Well, you know, curse the commentators to some degree. I was still saying, oh, this is great, this is his best pass, and then he had a weird Boy 4, he had a very weird Boy 5, but he made it out of 6, and he Matteo Lazzari'd it and came around Boy 6 and held on to the hit. Watch the start.
Well, look at his 1 into number 2. This is the kind of start that everyone should aspire to get.
That's a beautiful one. Doesn't get any better. Score under review, so they're not sure that he got around Boy 6. I thought he did, but I wasn't watching in a huge amount of detail. Watch the edge change here. He's airborne into Boy 4. Ski came off the water fully. That made him lose a little bit of balance, and then 4 and 5 were weird. He was narrow there, you can see. And then just made it work. Does he get around Boy 6?
Yes.
Yeah, he's around Boy 6.
And does he hold on to...
Yeah, that's impressive. But I mean, again, you want to have in this game, you want to have a high strength to weight ratio. And he does. I mean, he came around Boy 6 there and he held a lot of slack. That's hard work. And we mentioned it earlier, you'll see that a lot more in the men's where they can, you know, just battle through it a little bit more, maybe in a strength to weight ratio, holding on. And you'll see out of the exit gates, it happened with Matteo, it happened with Corey, needed that big save at the end to get out the exit gates and to get to 41, which is going to be the pass that matters. I'm going to say needs to take the lead here to have a shot.
Most certainly does. Okay, here we go. Battling against his best score of the season, which is 2. Can he get outside buoy number 3? Oh, it's going to be tight.
No, 2.5. He made a good fist of that, because I got to say, like, throughout that whole set, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, I didn't really like how he was skiing. 12 and 11 didn't look beautiful. The first half of 39 was amazing, and then into Boy 4 there at 39 wasn't good. But here it wasn't a bad start. He turned big at Boy 2. So he separated a bit like Nick, but big turn. Completely broken over, throwing it out, going for the S turn.
Oh, he
again,
gets
into the
outside
offside.
3.
Goes around Boy 3, so that's definitely a 2.5, but he was just had the handle too high, and it was a bit too much to ask, too much pressure in order to get out those exit gates for the full Boy 3.
All said and told, he's taken the lead with 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Out of Bumpers, Virginia, that is Corey Vaughn. 2.5 at 10.25 meters, keeping him very much in the frame. Now he's going to have to play the waiting game, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and that's not good news for Nick or for Matteo. So, you know, unfortunately for them, they're now in, you know, tied for second with all these skiers to go. Looking back at last year, 5-way runoff for 4 spots. There was 5 skiers, Nate, Will, Thomas, Cole McCormick, and myself. We all ran 3 at 41, and then there was a runoff between all 5 of us. In that case, I had my traditional Malibu screw up, and I crashed, like I tend to do at the Malibu Open, but and I didn't make it in. But I think that the full 3 boys is going to be important. So Corey, he might end up, as much as he tried his absolute best, he might end up a bit frustrated that that extra half boy could make a big difference for him.
So we're getting ready to bring on our next competitor, Robert Hayswood. Now a skier who has seen his stock rise in the last few months of tournament skiing. Started with the Swiss Pro Slalom, where he produced his one of his best scores ever. And Robert,
yeah, I remember watching that. He ran an easy 3 inside of 4, and I'm like, it was like 3rd off the dock. I was like, wow. And then I was on the dock 2 weeks later or so when he ran his PB to this day, 4 at 41, 4 at 10.25 to make the Masters Championships at the Masters qualifier. So the guy's capable. He's he often runs really big scores. He and I had, at the last tournament, we skied against each other like 5 times in a row or something like that at the California Pro-Am for the title there in the head-to-head, which was as exhausting for us as it probably was exciting for those watching on the bank. But yeah, no, the guy can ski for sure. And I mean, kind of a funny old technique. He's got that high spare arm, but he gets his vision across early. Never drops his shoulder, which you'll often see with people with a high spare arm on their offside. But he does a good job, and he's skiing really well. This would be definitely his breakout season.
All right, and it most certainly is, because Rob Hazelwood is currently on 76 points right now in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings, and he can actually increase his points total provided that he finishes in 11th spot or higher. And I think he's actually already done that by virtue of actually making it to this stage of the competition.
He's at worst 12th. So he needs to beat one person in this semi-final to actually improve his point score. Having said that, if he comes 11th, he's probably, I don't know what the points are for 11th spot, but it's not going to be big. So he's want to get as high as possible. And that's the other thing we've got to talk about here. As much as it's a 4-person final, it really does matter in the end. If you come 5th, 6th, and 7th, if your aim is to get high on the Pro Tour leaderboard for the end of the season to reflect your overall season performance. Oh my God!
Oh, he's down.
Oh my God! I did not see that coming.
Neither did he.
Wow, man, I'm sorry that happened. That's crazy. You know. Yeah, I mean, we were sort of not really even watching too closely because it was just sort of almost seemed like he'd given. I think he went out. I think this would have been 35 off, and I mean, it's a perfect 1. It's a perfect 2. He comes into 3, and then his arm just comes above his head, and the shoulder falls in. It blows the tail. So what happened there? When you blow the tail, it tends to be that your weight moves up too abruptly from the back of the ski towards the front of the ski. Man, he doesn't even look annoyed. He just looks like he's like, what just happened? Confused. Watch his weight as he approaches buoy 3. I think it's something he usually does really, really well. It comes into buoy 2 perfectly. Watch his weight. It must be that he moved from the tail to the front, and that's why the tail unweighted. I'm confused. I don't know what happened there.
All right, then. Going to dockside. Let's rejoin Seth Sischer.
All right, we've got Cole McCormick. Cole's up in 3 skiers. Cole ran a score of 2 at 41 yesterday, just inside of 3, which is interesting based on what we have out there now. We just watched Corey Vaughn get outside of 3, get 2.5. What do you think it's going to take today, Cole?
I mean, I think it's definitely, if you want a safe spot in the finals, I think you need 4, and I think if you want to be in a 4-way runoff, you're probably going to want to get 3. So
4-way runoff sounds exciting for the crowd.
It does sound exciting. I don't think I want to be a part of the runoff. I'd rather just, run 4 and be done with it and be in the finals.
So running 4, that's the plan for Cole McCormick. Good luck today, Cole.
Thanks, Seth.
Back to you guys.
All right, then, coming into the course on his opening pass, I believe on 30 meters, here comes Sweden's Jakob Bonja.
From Rob, one of the young guys coming into Jacob, another of the young guys that's making a name for himself. Rob joining us here in the booth. He'll probably want to give us some insight into what he thinks happened. Maybe he hasn't got a clue. I certainly don't.
I'd love to see the video, to be honest, if you have it, but it felt good, but much better than yesterday. I have this thing where I let go early, and when I get nervous, when I get behind a different rope, I get nervous and jump off the handle, and I was listening to you on the way in, I was like, that's exactly what happened. I jumped off that handle, let go of the handle super early, and just got dragged in, and then obviously you're then reaching with your feet and had to jump on the tip, and the tail blow was a result of a big chain of events. I fell because I let go at probably the whitewash and just skied straight into the buoy. But what can you do? I mean, I've had a great season so far, so yeah, here we go. And it felt good, actually, I was a little early on the gate. I kind of stretched my feet out, thought I was going to miss him.
But that's a perfect 1, right?
Oh, I feel so good today. Came in 2, felt early, felt up course, and then just you can see I'm in already. Like as soon as my release comes in, I'm inside, and then I'm going falling over, and the shoulders go. To be fair, I didn't look like I let go too bad, but I think everything just coming inside the buoy line straight away, and it's gone. I've got some stuff to figure out for Worlds, but we'll get there, and we'll be good. But thanks, guys, and I'm sure.
But we'll just hang around 1 second. I mean, we can just talk about, you know, you've not had obviously your best tournament here. You skied amazing at California, but you do have presumably I know you're going to do Worlds, probably going to do the Mastercraft after that,
yeah,
and then Miami Pro after that.
Unfortunately can't be here for Miami due to some stuff and visas and things, but yeah, no, I'll be here. And that's the thing. I mean, what can you do? I can't have a perfect season. I've made every final so far. I mean, other than Masters, but. So I've had a great season. I've skied amazing at California. Sometimes the roller coaster has to go back down again, and I guess that was today. But I've got jump later on, and I knew it was going to be a big score out there. So what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, if the score ends up being something 4 and 5 at 41, then you might say that it's not. You know, it would have been hard to get there anyway. Yep. So you know, you can just go and focus on the next event, and which is jump today.
Yeah, and that's I'm lucky to. That's why one of the main reasons why I always want to kind of keep going with 3 events, especially this year, and then maybe the next few years. You can't ski perfectly all day, so I mess up in slalom. I have something else to look to, something else to focus on, and I'm going to learn from today, and we'll be back for a good World, hopefully.
Good job, Rob. Well, not your day today, but skied really good yesterday in some challenging conditions.
No, we can sit in the pity booth together. But no, thank you,
Bunch
guys.
Bunch of losers over here, mate.
Yeah, we're doing good. 12th place. Right. Thank you, guys. I'm going to get warm, but.
All right, then. Thanks a lot there, Robert Hazelwood, and kudos to you for showing up here at the announcing booth and spending a little bit of your time explaining what happened out there. It's I know that mind space isn't particularly pleasant, but good to hear from him anyway.
So Jacob on 11, watch that offside, it's beautiful. Onside, he moves back a little bit early and kind of, you know, overcommits himself, in my book, just a little bit, not to be too critical, of course. Guy's an amazing skier. But the offside is the star of the show in his skiing, in my book. And incidentally, Tony, he's now guaranteed 11th, so he gets some points. He's only done 1 tournament this year, so that's obviously within the 5 that are allowed to add up. So he's moving up his score. Not quite sure where he is on the leaderboard right now with his, I think, 6th or so at the San Gervasio Pro-Am, where he got knocked out by the eventual winner, Thomas de Gasperi. But the guy's in it to win it. Of course, next pass, 10.75, it's must run. Yesterday he had two attempts with the reride he had, the projected score of 5.5. He ran it the second time. I think he's going to feel good that today he can get through it.
So continuing to move on up through the standings in the Water Ski Pro Tour. I would imagine. I mean, obviously, it's not going to finish any worse than 11th at this stop. But Jakob Bonja is still on top of the water, and as long as he's still got his hands on the handle, you know, once he gets to about halfway down, 41 off, assuming that he runs this pass, of course, then he could be in with a chance.
And I mean, the guy's a big game player. I remember at the Europeans a couple of years ago, he went out early in the final. The Europeans is a big tournament for those guys, you know, maybe in this country that don't know it so much. It's a big tournament over there, like nationals or maybe even bigger in the US. But he went out and got 3 at 41 in front of us, had a runoff for the win. So 10.75. Oh no! Crazy!
Oh my word!
But yeah, I mean, watch the ski here in the replay. The whole thing is out of the water. So we saw Rob Hazelwood blow the tail, like properly, you might say. He blew the tail at buoy 3 at 35 to where he couldn't ski anymore. Jacob, his ski just slid, popped out, and then popped back in. But at that point, you've got no traction. You have no idea what's going on underneath your feet. Oh man, the ski. I mean, it's amazing he was able to even stay on top of the water with the ski fully out of the water.
Man, that was like a turn from the days of Patrice Martin. Unfortunately for Jakob Bonja, didn't quite...
Well, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. we talked about onside, offside. You can sort of get away with that Patrice Martin weird onside turn, ski pops out, get back in. But when it's your offside, you don't have a choice. I mean, you are in so much trouble. Onside, you kind of just get your weight back and stick it back in the water. I remember Will Asher did it at the World Championships in, I think, the finals in 2013 to run 10.75. Crazy boy 4. But, you know, on the offside, you got no chance.
All right, then, as we continue to go down this list, I mean, we've just seen Robert Hazelwood and Jakob Bogner and skiers of the like of Corey Vaughan and Nick Parsons and Matteo Lacerio saying to themselves, hello.
Hello, yeah, that's it. It kind of makes them think, well, if it started off just like in the women, everyone was improving, and improving big. Matteo went from 4.5 at 39 to 2 at 41. Nick went from 5.5 to 2, and then you got two freaky things happen. Two sort of offside tail slides, blowouts in Rob and Jacob at places where you wouldn't expect to see them happen. So I'm going to say, I mean, Brian can't hear me because he's skiing right now, so I'll say it, but I mean, that's not going to fill him with confidence. You know, he would have. It's nice when skiers go out in front of you and ski quite well, you know, especially when you feel like you've got the edge on them. You can kind of go, right, well, you know, they skied well, I can continue to ski well and do my thing. Then weird stuff starts happening in front of you, kind of go, well, what's going on? And he'll definitely have looked at Rob and Jacob and kind of be going, well, what's going on with the offside tail blows?
Well, here he is, Brian Detrick out of Rio Linda in California. Has had some great late season performances, starting off with the Hilltop event. I mean, he got into the bracketed round of skiing, I believe.
He came third.
Yeah, he came third, yeah,
but
of course.
Here's the thing for Brian. The guy's got a full-time job. He's not like us ski bums.
He works for PG&E.
Well, there you go. And he lives in California. He struggles to get early season skiing in. He didn't turn up to any tournaments until the US Open. And then he starts skiing. He comes 6th at the US Open, having gone out literally first off the dock in the hardest conditions. Didn't quite make the final there because it was a 5-person final. He then goes to Hilltop the next week, skis really consistently, really well, comes third. California skied really, really well, but messed up in the last 8 bracket against Rob Hazelwood, getting 5 at 39. Brian's a guy where people they were confused, like, well, hang on, where's Brian been? I mean, he's skiing unbelievably well, but he can't do the early season tournaments because he hasn't got the time to get the practice in with the weather.
Okay, let's transition to dockside and check in with Seth.
All right, we've got Dane Meckler. Dane's up in a few skiers. Dane had a score of 2.5 at 41 yesterday. We've got 2.5 as our lead right now with Corey Vaughan. Dane, you're just commenting on the wind, kind of switching around on us. What are you thinking?
Yeah, you know, that it's like the lake looks kind of glass, but there's a little bit of swirl out there. So just trying to figure out what I'm going to do, what I'm going to start at. And a lot of it just depends on what these guys do. But I think it's going to take every bit of a piece of 4-ball to get in the final. So just got to trust too and keep going. So
that seems to be the consensus when we talk to people. So we'll have a good time watching you and hoping you get over there to 4-ball.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
All right then, and yesterday saw the welcome return of Dane Meckler into the ski scene after having to take a few weeks off to recuperate his injured hand. But on the water right now, who has been out of the scene at the earlier part of the season for a lot different reason, it's Brian Detrick. A little bit of a slide down course there on his second pass on number 3, but he has enough confidence and enough self-assuredness to know that he just has to stay patient and the ski will just do exactly what he commands it to do under the right circumstances. So there we go. That is Brian Detrick getting ready for the next pass. He's run through 13 and 12. That is 32 off and 35. We're now going to get ready for 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line, or 11.25 meters. So Brian Detrick, who was not a feature of this event last season, actually commented on his Instagram post that that it's been a while since he last appeared at the Malibu Open, and we certainly welcome him back in full force.
2016 was the last one that he competed in. I remember I skied against him. He came fourth at that event.
So has shown some semblance and form in pro tournaments in the past. That is Brian Detrick, and brings his chest up and forwards a little bit over the ski into his gate shot, and then into number one to try and break that ski into a little bit of a tighter turn.
Yeah, he does a good job. I'm a fan of how he gets his vision moving across early. That's not the easiest thing to do, but it allows him that understanding of where he's going to be on path to his onside into 2 and 4. And I think that's where he's got that nice symmetrical onside offside as he goes through the course.
All right then, folks, that is Brian Detrick getting through that pass of 38 off for 11.25 meters. On dockside, we see Cole McCormick of Canada with a season's best of 3 at 10.25 meters.
So Brian has successfully made it through his first 3 passes. So he knows that, not that he's going to care in the slightest, but if he gets around buoy 2, he's going to make it past Jacob Bonnier, but he knows he's going to have to get around 2 and further at not the pass he's about to come in at, but the one following that. So he must run this pass. Conditions are perfect. All my predictions of wind coming through completely wrong. 10.75. Buoy 1, really, really good. Pretty easy. Good 2. Drop of the shoulder a little bit. He's on the back of the ski at 3, but he should be fine. He's grabbing a little early, but it's all pretty safe. Not the prettiest 39 he's ever run, but a very functional one. No problems whatsoever, really.
And I mean, just watch the facial expressions going from one side to the other. I mean, his eyes were like almost like high beam headlights from one side of the course to the next, especially as he got behind the course a little bit on 3.
Everyone's got to face the mate when they're water skiing, and it comes with a lot of pressure on the body, a lot of wind rushing past your face, and some people have good ones, some people have bad ones. I think Brian's is fine.
Okay, well, fair enough. I'll go along with that. But it's just interesting to contrast a competitor like yourself and Brian Detrick and a whole bunch of others. Whether they stay calm under pressure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, you've got some people that are completely expressionless. Rob Hazel was like that. I feel like he doesn't look like he's even doing anything. And there's myself, I'm gritting my teeth, I'm gurning, I'm doing all sorts of weird stuff. So I don't know if it expresses that you're not cool under pressure or anything like that, maybe. But I don't know. It takes all sorts. Thomas Gasperi going through his motions right now. This is a guy who did not have a great start to the season. Well, let's forget about that for a second. Let's go back to Brian. Brian needs 3, I'm going to say, to get the... Let's see. So that's not the perfect one, but he'll get a good 2, I believe, and he'll get... Well, actually, he's kind of in this.
Oh, look at this. 10.25. Look at this. He's still continuing. Oh, look at that.
That's 3.5. Well, he's annoyed, but no, he's not. He's happy enough, and that'll, I don't know, there's a good chance that'll put him in the final. How many do we have left, Tony?
Okay, at this moment in time, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 skiers remaining, which means that Brian Detrick's new lead has got to remain intact for the next 3 competitors.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a big score. That's a big score by any account. It's probably his best score in a pro event. He's been running big scores over in California in record events. He ran some 41s the other week, which was amazing. But on the big stage, that's his best score, and he'll be very happy to do it here at the Malibu Open when he's got all these amazing skiers after him.
All right, probably acknowledging that he can't run 10.25 meters on every single occasion, but out there. But getting as far as he did with a 3 1/2 certainly puts the cat amongst the pigeons, as it were.
Yeah, and I mean, he wasn't far away from turning this. He was just really loaded. I mean, he had a lot of pressure on the ski. He was slightly bowed over with his body. You want to come out of a turn, you know, geometrically straight, and he was kind of bowed over, concave. So when the pull came, it was just putting his shoulders towards his feet. He had no structural rigidity in the middle. So he wasn't far away from turning that at all. He had the angle on the ski, just a bit too much pressure on his body. Again, it's one of those things. I mean, if he ran a full four, if he'd have stopped, S-turned, out the exits, he'd be safer than he actually is now. But he went for the 5. He kind of gambled, in some sense of the word. Went for the big one, didn't pay off. So I still think he'll be safe. I don't think 4 people are going to beat that. I don't really think we're going to see 4 people get 3.5. So I think he'll be good, but he'll be kicking himself if he needed a 4 to get instead of a 3.5.
All right, Cole McCormick is our next combatant out there on the slalom course and skiing on a La Pointe slalom ski.
Yeah, all right, let's do a shot.
Starting off on 12 meters, which is 35 off start.
That's a very strange call, I would say, because it's not that windy. I mean, like I said, all of my predictions that it was going to be a big win, but maybe he just prefers the gate from the other end. Maybe he just thinks that's the one where he's going to get the better start at 41, but...
Or maybe he has physical or fatigue concerns.
Yeah, but to me, I think that for us guys that ski all the time, and Cole's a guy that skis a lot, he's going to almost struggle more going out at a harder line length. I always find that's kind of the same for me. If I had that 32, it doesn't take anything out of me physically, it just gives me a good warm-up. Maybe he's done that on the bank. Pretty good pass. But yeah, really interesting call, and I think it's nice to see people mix it up, because I thought the wind would be a factor, but I don't think it is. It's a minor, 2 mile an hour headwind from the other end, but if it works out in his favor, he's a genius.
All right, a brilliant looking opening pass, electing to go in on 12 meters. Maybe the fact that Brian Detrick, who's sitting next to me, has kind of forced the issue with a lot of competitors going forward. Well, Brian, with a 3.5 at 10.25 meters, top score there for you, mate.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
All right, so kind of give us a little bit of an idea of what your strategy was going forward. What was your game plan with this effort?
I mean, my game plan is just go out and do the best I can. I like to worry about myself and not pay attention to what anybody else is doing. And this is 41?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, I felt some stuff yesterday, I thought I could improve on, and, was able to focus on that this set, and I think things were working a little better, and I think was actually decent here, but just wanted. I know how important 3 is, so I didn't want to blow out there, and so just patient at 3 over to 4 onside, and I knew I was down course, but as Freddie can attest, that 2-4 onside usually you can turn and go, so that's what I did. Wanted to leave everything out there, and looks like we got Cole at 11.25, so elected to go 35.
All right, stick around for just a moment or so. I'm sure Freddie's got a question lined up for you, but as we see Cole McCormick, 2 passes into the mix with 12 and 11.25 meters and clearing both of those passes. Freddie, what you got?
I don't know if we're going to see... Well, here's Cole's replay, but the thing I just like to say I was impressed with your skiing there was a lot of people came into 1 at 41 today, Matteo and Nick, with their chest down a little bit, but you did a little bit too, I thought, but you came out of it really good. You got your chest up, and that's where you were not disconnected into 2, so you could get that good turn. Was that something you were thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, always, trying to keep my center mass with me, and yesterday what I noticed was something at the gate, and I was able to have that as a cue coming into today, and I felt I executed it, pretty well, and I think that was the difference between today and yesterday, especially with the starts coming out of 1 ball.
And you didn't have a 15-mile-an-hour tailwind today, unlike yesterday. That was tough yesterday when you were skiing.
Yeah, definitely. The wind's, I guess been with me since the U.S. Open, and it's. you know, we just have to adapt to it, and it's the hand we're dealt, so we just got to, you know, make the best of it.
But pretty good today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Well, do you want to just sit and watch Cole and maybe commentate through his 39 and 41?
Yeah, we do that.
All right then, let's see. The boat speed increasing up to speed, 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour for Cole McCormick out of Canada, a member of a highly distinguished water skiing family, rocking it on B2 on the 0 off. This is 10.75. Oh, a little bit of a fumble with the handle there on number 3. Good to go around number 4, and it's inside number 5 at 10.75 meters there for Cole McCormick.
Yeah, Fred, so we got a little tailwind here. Yeah, so a little tailwind here at 39, and Cole had a good start. You know, he had a good one over to 2, you know, a little deep, but still I think he was in a good spot in the course, and I think he just went a little long here to 4, and I can't see there in the spray, but just a little extra speed, got a little hip high there. And
all right then, and with that, thank you very much to Brian Detrick, and now we'll transition to the dock where we find the Seth Stisher with Will Asher.
All right, guys, I've got Will Asher here. He's the top seed in the men's semifinal, running 3.5 at 41 yesterday. Right now, the lead in this is 3.5 at 41. What do you think it's going to take, Will?
I think it's probably going to be around that. I think if you get out of 3 and get a piece of 4, I think that'll probably be where it'll be. Let's see what happens. You know, people are going to start opting out. We just saw that with Cole here. He's thinking, okay, I'm going to roll the dice, take a 39 tail, and give myself a better chance at 41. And that's, you kind of get to see what people are going to do.
Right, yeah, and we're seeing this wind kind of up and down. Cole made that decision, and right after he took off the dock, the wind howled up pretty quickly. But if he'd have gotten through that 39, he'd have had a pretty good shot coming back into this, right?
Yeah, and that's the goal. Sometimes you're late on the line. Like, you know it's going to be a big score. You already have Brian. He's got 3.5. So that's already 2 less, or it's already 1 less spot out of the 4 where you can kind of lay up or take it easy. It's already getting hard. So, you know, he knew that going out. It's probably the right move for him.
Well, always a pleasure to watch you. Excited to watch again, and good luck out there. And hopefully we'll see you in the final. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, as we now transition to our next competitor, coming to us originally out of the great state of Ohio, and now making his residence in Charlotte in North Carolina, where he's involved in acquisitions and mergers. This is Dane Meckler, who's been out of the ski scene for a good few weeks, recuperating from an injury he sustained to his right index finger. Actually got caught in the rope in one of his practice sets, and had to spend a little bit of time while that healed. But I tell you what, he's back in full force and running that opening pass of 30 meters or 32 off. Heard a little bit there from Will Asher about the evolving strategy from some of our competitors, including the need to possibly go in on the 12-meter line and try to put the 39.5 off pass with the tailwind to give the skiers a better chance of running deep into 41 off going forward. So, Dane Meckler, not one of our taller slalom skiers in this event, but I tell you what, he uses a great amount of power behind the boat, and he has fantastic strength to weight ratio and also center of mass. So good skiing there from Dane Meckler. Our next skier about to take to the water after him will be Adam Caldwell, the surprise package coming into this competition. We'll see him ski, and Adam Caldwell will be 4th from last out on the dock. So with 4 advancing through to the final, he should have a fairly good idea of what it will take to get out of this semi-final and ski some more this afternoon. Alrighty then, folks, here we go. We have got Dane Meckler approaching the course at 58K. It's 11.25 meters. He opted to go in on 12. So the enhanced strategy is starting to rear its head a little bit with the skiers towards the end here with the wind blowing the way that it is right now. It is a 6-buoy count. That is 11.25 meters. Stylishly completed there by Dane Meckler. And certainly there is a unique way in which he comes into the turns and positions the handle. Actually completely flips the handle backwards on his left arm coming into 1, 3, and 5, and then uses the whipping effect for that handle coming back into range to allow him to get a better enhanced grip on the handle going forward off 1, 3, and 5. That's certainly an interesting aspect of his slalom to pick up upon. A lot of people have different ways of gripping the handle in accordance with their foot stance and whatever feels comfortable for them going forwards. Let's have a look and see what Dane Meckler can do. This is going to be 39.5 off, 10.75 meters with the wind behind him. The reason why he's deciding to go with that strategy is in order to make 41 off or 10.25 meters a little bit easier to get deep on. All right then, here we go. 10.75 meters. Needs to run this pass, setting it up on B1. Average engine response, low intensity. Here he comes. Look at him go. Round buoy number 4, rearing up on the ski. Can he make 10.75 meters? Oh, you betcha! And now has a chance to attack 10.25 meters. It is 41 off. Coming up next for Dane Meckler. Good attacking posture off buoy number 1 and just absolutely smashed it round buoy number 2. Good cross-course action. As I said before, not one of our taller skiers, but he certainly uses what he's got to great effect. He's also very light in comparison, which means the time that it takes to accelerate from the end of the turn right up behind the boat is a heck of a lot quicker as well. So continuing to rock it going forward. Our crew at TWBC there inside the trailer and across the site are doing a fantastic job. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel for the Water Ski Broadcasting Company, and also hit the bell icon a couple of times as well on the YouTube channel to be informed as when new events come on live. Alrighty, Roo, here we go. We have got Dane Meckler, 10.25 meters. As far as he can get down this pass will only enhance his chances of advancing. He's round buoy number 1, a little bit down course. He's round buoy number, oh, he's still there off number 2. He's round number 3. Continue to go round, oh, he's inside 4. But there you go, 3 buoys at 10.25 meters and putting him in a tie, or actually putting him in outright 3rd place right now, because we saw the scores of our skiers earlier. We got Brian Detrick with 3.5 at 10.25 meters, Dane Meckler there with 3 at 10.25 meters, so he is in 2nd place right now. Score under review, however. He got round the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, and inside 3, so it, well, actually inside 4, I beg your pardon, so it is a 3 buoy count. 3 buoys at 10.25 meters, that slots him into 2nd spot for Dane Meckler. And now our next competitor about to take to the water. A native here of Charleston, South Carolina, and skiing on Denali. His name is Adam Caldwell. so getting ready to bring Adam Caldwell into the course. He has decided not to go in with the enhanced starting line length. He has decided to go in on 13 meters or 32 off, wanting to run 10.75 meters into the wind and then taking his chances with 10.25 with the tail. Let's have a look and see if he can get to that point first. Just watching how that ski reacts from one side to the next. Oh, almost overloaded it off 5 into 6. And let's check in with Seth Stischer.
All right, we got Dane Meckler just fresh off the water, 3 at 41, just inside of 4. Dane, you were looking great out there. I know that's troubling, even though it was a great score.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah, I had to set it up with a 35 off the dock and run the 39 tailwind, which was a little bit squirrely, but I had such a good start. Honestly, I don't know what happened in the floor. It just hit my head of, go safety mode and just barely get it, or keep going, and that hesitation was enough to, I just came up inside of it. I don't know what to say. There was no excuse for that. I was there early, and oh well.
You look great, and obviously we need to let you go because right now we've got 4 skiers left. We've got 3.5 in the lead. You're in second. Potentially a runoff. Hopefully we'll see you out there again, whether it's in the finals or in a runoff.
Thank you, Seth. I appreciate it.
Great skiing, Dane Meckler. Back to you guys.
All right, Dane Meckler with the 3 at 10.25 meters. Still very much in the hunt to make it through into the next round of the competition, but he's going to have to wait to find out where that score places him in respect to the 4 that would make it through to the final. There's Thomas de Gasperi awaiting on his turn. Adam Caldwell out in the water, having run through 13 meters or 32 off, now getting ready for 12 meters or 35. As I mentioned, a skier who lives and trains here in Charleston, South Carolina, trains here at Trophy Lakes. Good load off his turn in towards number 1, employing some great strength out there on the slalom course. Not the prettiest of skiers to watch, but I tell you what, whatever he does out there on the slalom course is incredibly effective. A 12-meter run, courtesy of Adam Caldwell. So good effort there from... Okay, looking at Adam Caldwell going through these passes, running on with that Denali slalom ski, and it's a ski that's been developed over the last 2 to 3 seasons in partnership with a couple of his friends, Adam Cord and Megan Daly, who are a part of the main structure of the Denali ski company. And he continues to test out new designs and new bevels and new concave designs for that particular ski, making molds out of wood and concrete in order to manufacture those slalom skis. I found out more about that with my interview with Adam Cord, which you can listen to by going to the TWBC podcast. Let's have a look and see if all of his good work into that ski design pays off. This is Adam Caldwell, 11.25 meters. Scored 3 buoys at 10.25 meters yesterday, rather miraculously. Oh, look at that, almost dumped everything on buoy number 3, but he's still on top of the water. There you go, Adam Caldwell. Ooh, a palpable sense of relief comes over there for Adam Caldwell, based upon that number 3 turn on 11.25 meters. And Adam Caldwell was slingshotting himself side to side, almost completely overloaded it there on number 3 prior to 4. Then he just had to settle everything down and then just figure on just running the pass without putting too much more effort. All right then, so Adam Caldwell there getting ready for 10.75 meters. That is 39.5 off the standard 75-foot line. $39.5 off, leaving him with about 34.5 feet of rope. So some great skiing that we're seeing out there, and there's still plenty of opportunity for you to vote for the skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to find out more details and to vote for skier of the day here at the 2021 Malibu Open. All right, on top of the water right now, getting ready for 10.75 meters. We questioned his strategy, but prior to him going into the course, whether 13 meters was a wise decision. Now we're beginning to see that the decision to go in on that particular run is indeed paying off so far. He gets round buoy number 1 at 10.75. He's round number 2, continuing to float. Oh, look at that. Almost a slam dunk on number 3. He's good to go round number 4. Round number 5, and in the second consecutive round, this is Adam Caldwell with a 6 buoy count at 10.75. Hanging tough in more ways than one. Woo. So Adam Caldwell out there in the water has only just gotten back into training and competing after taking a really severe rib shot as he was competing in the first round of the Morley US Open of water skiing not too long ago. And some great skiing, great determined action. You know, as long as this guy still has both hands on the handle, he always has a chance. Let's see if he can continue rolling along with that Denali slalom ski. Now, a lot of you would probably have noticed that slalom ski is designed a little bit differently from the traditional designs that you see from some of the other brands. Well, the reason for that is that the skis are actually designed to actually vary more by width than by length. Every slalom ski that they produce, and this is according to my conversation with Adam Cord, every single ski that comes out is exactly the same length. The only difference between the ski sizes comes to you courtesy of width. So whether you are riding that slalom ski at being at 235 pounds or whether you are riding that slalom ski at 150 pounds, the difference is the width. Let's see if he can take that design concept and take him through to the next round. Look at him go. Round number 2, he's down course, but he's still there. He's round number 3. Can he make it outside buoy number 4? Not quite. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Adam Caldwell. Woo. Not quite the lead, but currently in a 2-way tie for second place right now. And representing the bubble score, because with 3 competitors remaining, that score from Brian Detrick, who's in the lead, has been enough to advance him through to the next round of the competition. Adam Caldwell doing a fine job inside buoy number 4, but give it up for him, please. Let's give him a big cheer. Charleston, South Carolina native, Adam Caldwell, producing 5 at 10.25 meters for the second round in succession. And not a bad start off buoy number 1 and round number 2 on the instant replay. Just a little bit down course off number 2, but was still very much in the thick of it. Tried the old Mike Shea Lander, a body slam round buoy number 3 and left the ski behind him, but realizing that he scored exactly the same as yesterday, he couldn't be too displeased about what he did out there on the water. So with 3 skiers remaining and 4 advancing, that means that our current leader at this time, Brian Detrick, with 3.5 at 10.25 meters, has booked himself a spot through to the next round of the competition, so well done to him. Now, the bubble score is a two-way tie at 3 at 10.25 meters, and that belongs to both Dane Meckler and Adam Caldwell. And coming in on the opening pass of 32 off, or 13 meters, it is going to be Thomas de Gasperi. Here he comes racing in towards that slalom course with the boat speed of 58 kilometers an hour or 36 miles an hour. Thomas de Gasperi. Rocking it out of Trento in Italia. That is Thomas de Gasperi, 13 meters. Looks like a pretty decent pass. And at this stage, with the 45 seconds that he has, so far as drop time is concerned, he's got a bit of a decision to make whether he will decide to go on with the scheduled passes as they are, or could he decide to opt up, by which he would go to his next pass of 38 off instead of 35 off. It all depends upon how he assessed this run and whether the conditions are good enough to accommodate an opt-up, or whether he decides to go with the softer option. So there on the starting dock is Nate Smith. Thomas de Gasperi yesterday, incidentally, scored into 10.25 meters to make it through to the next round of the competition. As a matter of fact, he got 3. And 3 is the score that Thomas de Gasperi would need to go into a 3-way tie for second and put himself in a potential runoff situation. If Thomas de Gasperi wants to get through to the next round of the competition automatically, then anything more than 3 will do the trick for him. This is 12 meters. Good extension round buoy number 1. Rocking it round buoy number 2. Very smooth, very precise. Riding that good wide ride with the T-gas design. And looking very, very smooth and very, very precise from one side of the course to the other. And if you're wondering how you can get your hands on that T-gas designed slalom ski, the answer to that question is you can't, because it's a ski that's designed for one person and one person alone. The person that you see riding it, Thomas de Gasperi. That ski is also asymmetrical, which means that the bevels and the tunnels from one side to the other are completely different from one side to the next, giving him a little bit more stability when he needs it and more aggressive fine-tuning of the edges when he absolutely needs it on the other side as well. So, Thomas de Gasperi getting ready to go. Coming to us from a place that holds historical significance, the city of Trento in Italy, where much of what is set in stone so far as the Catholic religion is concerned, all of those decisions were made during the Council of Trent in the 16th century. Very historical, very, very revered place where he comes from, and has a large freshwater lake which has back-to-back slalom courses on it, which allow him to train very, very effectively, running one past and going to another slalom course back-to-back. But there we go, that is Thomas de Gasperi looking in very good shape. All right then, so Thomas de Gasperi had just received word from the previous round, a reminder in the previous round that he's working against a busted callus on one of his hands. I believe it is the left hand, which means that he is skiing in not an insignificant amount of pain out there on the slalom course. But there we see Thomas de Gasperi, 13, 12, and 11.25 meters. Now electing to go with the 39.5 off pass, or 10.75 meters, into a pretty significant head breeze. As we look down along the starting dock and see a Will Asher getting ready for his turn to take to the water. He'll be last out, preceded by Nate Smith. And the person whom you see on the water being driven by Scott Greenwood, the person who is on the water, is Thomas de Gasperi, former and two-time world slalom champion and 8-time European slalom champion. So here we go. As far back as 2006, and I was reminded of this via one of the previous comments, he actually ran into 43 off, or 9.75 meters, way back in 2006. Here comes Thomas de Gasperi, 10.75 meters. Looking in go round buoy number 3, a little bit late on number 4, continuing to rock it and jock it out there. Down course off 5, round number 6, and he'll have an opportunity to take it to 10.25 meters, and shaking his left hand and still grimacing in a little bit of pain. But I tell you what, skiers don't come much tougher than Thomas de Gasperi, and he now gets ready for 10.25 meters. Let's see how much he can withstand the increased pain of his left hand. Is it enough to take him more than halfway down course, we wonder, for the next run? But looking at him at 10.75 meters, looking in perfect style out there, gripping onto the handle, ripping it going cross course. I say ripping it going cross course, and that is quite literal because he does have a burst callus on his left hand. So getting around all 6 buoys at 10.75 meters, all the more remarkable there, Freddie.
Yeah, but I mean, that's Thomas. He's the guy that you kind of know. I mean, you turn up to somewhere weird like Moomba, start of the season, you're going, okay, who's going to do well here? You always go, yep, Thomas is going to do well. Like, he doesn't miss 10.75. I mean, rarely, if ever. So, even with the burst callus, even with whatever, he's gonna make it through. Here, it's going to be a big one. He's going to have to turn 3. We're going to be seeing him coming here at 10.25. It's a big pass for him.
Yes, indeed. Here are the targets. If he gets more than 3, he's through. If he gets 3, then he's into a 3-way tie for second. Oh, look at this. He's round buoy number 2. Can he make it outside number 3? He S-turns for 3. Make sure that he's in the conversation so far as the runoff. So there we go. That is 3 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, he didn't get the one he wanted, and again, just a little bit of separation over to buoy 2. That camera's really helping us out seeing that. But at buoy 2, he sort of tried to kick it through and the ski just didn't come through with any fluency, and 3 will do. It's not ideal. This is a high-level Malibu Open semi-final.
And just shaking off the pain in that left hand at the end of that run. Let's give it up, please, for Thomas de Gasperi. And that score of 3 puts him in a 3-way tie for second place right now. We've got 2 more skiers to go, which means that there will be a runoff.
There will be a runoff, man. Well, that's going to be exciting. I mean, who would have bet this morning we'd have had 2 runoffs? I guess with that 4-person final and no countback being able to be taken into consideration, I mean, it was probably going to be likely. So we're going to see a runoff between. So we've got Nate and Will left, so 2 skiers left. Only Brian is safe, and then we're going to have at least a runoff. Well, actually, if Nate and Will don't get 3, if they get less than 3, then there's no runoff, right?
We'll have to confirm that, but we saw that Dane Meckler, Adam Caldwell, and 3, and Thomas de Gasperi all get 3 at 10.25 meters.
So the first 4 scores now are Detrick 3.5, de Gasperi, Caldwell, Meckler 3, and behind that a 2.5. So Corey is out of it,
eliminated.
But if Nate and Will run 2.5 or less, then there will be no runoff. Those top 4 current scores will go through, but I think we're going to see one of them or both of them get 3 or more. I think that's a strong probability.
All right, then let's have a look and see what Nate Smith can produce.
So Nate coming in, he started yesterday at 32. Wonder what it is here. Thing with him is you can't often tell if it's 32 or 35. He started going out at 35 a little bit more this year. That's something new he's trying for 2021, but I wonder what it was here. Whatever it was, it looked easy. So yeah, we're hearing that was 35. Not that you'd have really guessed.
So
So how many skiers have started at 35, Tony? It's been Cole, it's been Dane, and it's been Nate, right? Because they wanted that 41 into the wind.
It's a risk, though.
It's a risk, but again, I don't imagine that. I could be wrong. I don't imagine that Dane and Nate are starting at 35 all that much, especially Dane, given that he's just back from injury. But Nate has been doing it. We saw him doing it at Hilltop. We saw him do it, I think, at California one time. So it's kind of part of his box of tricks. Maybe he does it in practice a bit more. So, you know, that's actually a good thing to do, to almost do 50-50. If you feel comfortable on both, you can really mix up what you want to do in the between the two options with the wind.
So what's more of a risk in your mind, if 13 through to 11.25 or 12 to 11.25?
Oh, with an opt-up? I always sort of prefer to get that harder pass going earlier so I can feel easy on my 38. Going 32, 38 is never that fun because it just feels like too much of a jump. It's better to get it out of the way earlier. I would say, here we go, 38, looking very, very easy here. A little bit along the tail at 4, but I mean, barely anything at all. Business as usual for Nate. Yeah, we see John Travers, for example. He does a lot of 32s and opting up to 38. He doesn't like going out 35. I think that it depends on your preference, but I would say that getting that harder pass earlier for me is better. Than 38 suddenly feels easier comparatively versus going 32 then 38 and having to really kind of get into it at 39. Keeping that ski in the water, absolutely no wiggle or roll, just brings it around and not a problem whatsoever.
All right, like a true competitor, Thomas de Gasperi, not a perfect 1-ball at 41, loose line, but found your way to 3-ball to ensure that you were in the runoff at least for this final event.
Yeah, I've been battling a little bit of problems with my hands. I opened it up pretty good yesterday, but yeah, 1-ball, I came in aggressive into the gates and tried to turn early, but I didn't have the line, and I was like, I need to get to 3, and with that 1-ball, I was like, get to 3, and I just pull all the way to 2 and turn it and got to 3. Now I'm sure there's going to be a runoff.
Yeah, still great skiing. I counted you out at 1, I have to go ahead and admit, and then you proved me wrong. So great job, way to stick with it. Hope that hand holds up, and good luck in the runoff to get in here. We'll hopefully see you in the finals. Back to you guys.
All right, continuing right along, we have got Nate Smith just absolutely dancing on that ski from one side to the next. He just has a really, really fluid ease of motion from one side to the next. a lot of people have looked towards his style of skiing as being one to emulate, and like they say, always imitated, never duplicated.
Yeah, he's probably the most symmetrical guy between one side and the other. I'd say he's probably got a shout of having the best offside in professional wood skiing. Keeps a lot of ski in the water into the turns. Very little knee bend through the wakes, if you care to look at that. People, varying degrees from the super knee bend to the minimal, and he's definitely at that more extreme end.
All right, so now we're in the situation where he went in on 12, came back at 11. That was 10.75 meters, and now it's 10.25 meters. This is the pass that he's got to get relatively deep on in order to advance straight through to the next round of the competition. If he can get more than 3.5, he'll take the lead, and that will ensure him of a starting position that would be among the last two right off the dock.
3 1/4 and in, right?
3 1/4 in and in, I would surmise at this point.
Yep. So long as he gets around 4, then he's in the final. It'll be, Detrick's already in. Over to 1. Not perfect, but pretty good. Yeah, a little bit out the back, but he's over to 3. He'll do 4. And that's an easy S turn. That's a 4, and he's in the final.
All right, yes, and just saving his strength and his endurance for the next round of skiing, and this is going to be quite an important series of events here for Nate Smith, because if he wins this event, then he overtakes. Then he actually takes the lead in the men's slalom water ski pro tour standings. He has to win in order to actually do that. So just wanting to try and save his strength and his endurance, and he's safely through, so no worries there.
Yeah, he definitely came up pretty early into 3. You could see him sort of slightly jump on the front and look like he was a bit narrow, so he didn't get his best turn out of 3, which we're often used to seeing him do. But yeah, he's in the final. You see here just a little narrow over the front, but that's an easy 4. Nice to be able to do that, just to kind of guarantee yourself a space in the final. So that confirms our runoff. So as it stands, it obviously completely depends on what Will Asher does. As it stands, if Will does less than 3, there's a 3-way runoff for 2 spots. So one of De Gasperi, Meckler and Caldwell will go out. If Will runs 3, he's in the runoff. It's 4 people, 4 skiers for 2 spots. If he does more than 3, it's 3 people for 1 spot.
And also, let's not forget Brian Detrick is already through to the next round of the competition with 3.5 at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, we're going to see Nate and Detrick straight in the final.
All right, then let's check in on dockside, shall we?
All right, we got Nate Smith. Now, you just did exactly what you needed to do to make sure you were still staying on top.
Yeah, the wind's kind of been up and down, and it was kind of raining like a mist when I was skiing that set, so it's kind of difficult to see. But, I went out and watched Dan go out at 35, so he looked pretty good. I decided I want to take a 41 head. I thought that was my best shot to get to 4-ball and get a spot in the finals.
All right, I think that was great. Now we've got one more skier. We got Will out there. Now, we don't have to tell him what you said here. Do you think he's going to tie or beat what you just did, or you think you're going to go in the top spot?
I think he's pretty capable. I can't remember what the score was a year or 2 ago here. I went out, ran 3 or 3.5 or something, and he smoked 41 like it was nothing. So I know he's very capable. He always skis well here. And, he looked really good yesterday. So I think he's going to make it in the finals for sure.
Well, you guys are all putting on a heck of a show for sure, so we appreciate it, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the finals. Congrats so far. Back to you guys.
All right, then back on. My name is Tony Lyford, and he is Freddie Winter. We continue going along. Vote for your skier of the day by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That's waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Use your PC, use your cell phone. You can even vote while you're here on site in the Malibu Open 2021. Let's see what Will Asher can do.
12 meters, the typical Will Asher stand up on the gate, pretty abrupt, but he obviously has a good gate because he gets that good 1, 3, and 5, or boy 1 as a result of the gate. This looks easy as it can be. Nate, on his interview there, he referenced the final against Will Asher he had in 2019. Will was here. It used to be a head-to-head, I believe, a top 2 against each other, which has been discontinued for the, not quite sure when, but that was in 2019. They had a head-to-head. He ran 3, and Will behind his sponsored boat. He's a Malibu skier. He ran 10.25 and finished the season on a high. It was the last event of the season in the weird old days where the season was finishing in mid-September, not mid-November. We've moved on as a sport, which is great. We've got more events.
Absolutely. And Will Asher is his immaculate best, having run 13 and 12 meters. And obviously from about this point onwards, it becomes rather foolhardy to switch up your schedule of passes by going to an opt-up. At this point, it just increases the risk unnecessarily. So he's gone through 13, through 12, 11.25 meters comes up next. We'll see what happens. For Will Asher, former 2-time World Slalom champion and multiple-time World Championship medalist, has also won the European Slalom title on a number of occasions as well.
Thomas and Dane and Caldwell all just hanging out, getting ready for their runoff.
Yep.
I wonder why Dane's not ready in his clothes. Maybe he knows something we don't. All right, so Will coming through, dropping that shoulder a little bit at 1 for that textbook Will Asher onside. A lot of pressure out of that onside, so he threw his feet just a little bit early into 3, sorry, but into 5 he's good. And that's an easy pass.
Ooh, very, very easy indeed. So a wonderfully exquisite pass there from Will Asher. Getting through 11.25 meters and displaying his characteristic style and technique, just linking up with the handle at the end of the turn, just holding one position and not moving around too much. Too much wasted motion really affects your balance right off the second wake into the turn, and it's something that that Will Asher learned very, very early on in his skiing career, and is keen to produce turns like that very much today. So we've got Will Asher out there just turning and carving around. So we're on to our last competitor, Will Asher. He knows what the situation is. 10.75 meters, a pass that he needs to run. Scores that we've seen make it through to this round of the competition. To the next round of the competition, we've seen Brian Detrick of 3.5 at 10.25. That score from Nate Smith of 4 at 10.25 meters sees him through to the next round.
Will Asher, 10.75. Hips back a little bit into 1, but 1's good. Over to 2, loose line, grab the handle high. He needs a 3. 3's fine. Serviceable, big 4, and pretty good 5. And over to 6. So, yeah, I mean, that's Will being a professional. He got a good 1. He did not get a good 2. He's moving into his offside, but he just relaxed. He was calm. He knew this is 39 off. I can run this. This is not a problem. He just stayed with it. And here he is. So he has got a chance to, well, his fate's in his hands. 3, he's in a runoff. 3.25 or more, he's in the final. Less than 3, he's got no chance of being in the final. So over to 3 here, and he's all good. And this doesn't look too bad at all. I mean, he won't have been super excited about his Boy 2, given that he's going to need to get across to Boy 4, but he's, I mean, it's a pretty easy pass, honestly. That was pretty standard Will Asher 39.
All right, then, here it is. So far as making it through to the next round of the competition is concerned, if Will Asher gets more than 3, then he's in no matter what. If he scores 3, then he gets into that multiple-way runoff situation. He'll join 3 other skiers, and they will run off for 2 spots. And obviously anything less than 3 and he's eliminated. Here we go, 10.25 meters.
Behind his home boat, the Malibu boat. 1 is not it. Oh my God, he's gonna have to fight to get 3. Can he do it? He needs a big S-turn at 3. That's not it. He did really well considering how bad Boy 1 was. I wasn't sure, not that I would ever doubt Will Asher, but I wasn't sure he was gonna be in good shape, but he made it work. He's over the front, his shoulders low, he's slightly disconnected, pulled long, but he did enough. And that's just, again, that's professionalism. He knows his way to Boy 3. As we see with all these skiers, if you get over to, you can kind of get over to Boy 3 without too much of a trouble, especially these last few guys, but it's just that big turn at Boy 3 that's really tricky. We saw Brian managed it, and that put him in the final. So, confirmed for the final, Nate, 4 at 10.25, Nate Smith.
Brian Detrick.
Second, Brian Detrick will be second to last off the dock. 3.5 at 10.25. And then we have a 4-way runoff for 2 spots. Adam Caldwell, Dane Meckler, Thomas de Gasperi, and Will Asher. Now, here's the kicker. Every skier has to beat the guy before them. Because there's 2 spots, the only way that you can tie and get in is if the other 2 beat you. So it's all a bit complicated, but it's these Pro Tour rules. They don't want many runoffs in a row. So this draw here that we're about to see is going to be so crucial, because if you go out early, you've got such a bigger chance. The guy who's in 4th spot going out last is really, well, I don't want to say in with a smaller chance, but I mean, the odds are more stacked against him.
Swings and roundabouts, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if your biggest aim of the whole year is to win the Malibu Open and you're in that runoff, then this is a huge, huge moment.
All right, then. So we're going to go to the coin toss momentarily. So just waiting on Will Asher to make his way in to present himself for that.
Surely it needs to be a dice, doesn't it? I mean, I feel like, how do you have a 4-sided coin? They need to draw lots.
I think that might actually be necessary.
Yeah, I remember last year I was involved in the runoff here. There was a bunch of us with 3 at 41, and they didn't do the coin toss or the drawing of the lots on the dock, which I didn't like. So I'm glad they're doing it here. As the drama, we can actually see this with our following camera. We're going to be able to get the action here. Hopefully there'll be a microphone. We can hear some reactions. I wonder if Dane has changed into his ski clothes yet.
He's just trying to stay warm.
Yeah. No, he's not. He'll be ready. Probably chuck his life jacket on pretty easy.
All right, we go to dockside now and Steph Stischer.
Set, 3, 2.
All right, here we are. We've got 4 guys tied up for spots 3 and 4 in the finals. Right now we've got 2 people, Nate Smith with 4 at 39. We got a 3.5 at 39 from Brian Detrick. That's not spot 1 and 2, 41. That's spots 1 and 2. So these guys are going to draw numbers. We've got Will Asher, Thomas de Gasperi, Dane Meckler, Adam Caldwell. Everyone's going to draw a number to get their order, to be able to pick their order for skiing, because when we go out in this tiebreaker, the first score has to be beaten by any of the subsequent skiers after that. So you have to beat the skier in front of you to break that tie and win. We're going to be skiing for 2 spots, 4 guys skiing for 2 spots, and we're going to have the drawing here momentarily. We're going to get back to you shortly.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Seth. We're just trying to get Will Asher present for the draw. We want to make sure that it's totally fair and equitable. And back over to Seth.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to pick based on seating order. We're going to pick numbers. When you pull the number out, the lowest number, number 1, gets to choose their ski order first. So we're going to start with our top seed among these 4 guys, which is Will Asher. Will Asher will draw his number first. All right, third. So hold on to that. Then we're going to have T-Gas draw. What you got? So T-Gas has 2. And then next in the seating was Adam. Oh, yeah, Adam will draw. Adam's number 1. He'll get to choose first. And Dane has got 4. So wait a second. That's for your choices. Is everybody going to stick with those numbers? That's you want to go out first? 2 wants to go. Okay, just making sure. That's the choice. All right, here we go. So that's our order for the round here. This runoff. Back to you guys.
All right then, so to the best of my understanding, it looks like Adam Caldwell is going to take to the water first. And then the order resolves itself from then. So Freddie, that's quite significant. Adam Caldwell going out first.
So who do we have? So we've got Adam, and then...
Not too sure.
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? Because I'm not sure I followed there, but I've got Adam. Look, let's put it this way. Adam is first. He has a huge advantage. Adam, T-Gas, Will, and Dane. So Dane has got the short end of the stick. He's going to have to beat literally beat at least 2 of the skiers ahead of him in order to progress. So, like I say, these Pro Tour rules make it tricky. You definitely want to be at the start there. So let's, put it in this theoretical scenario. If Adam Caldwell can go out and run 3 at 41, then that means that for him to not make the final, he would have to have 2 guys get 3 1/4 or more.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got home advantage here. It's his lake. He runs the ski school here. This is where he skis.
And where he produces his skis.
There you go. He makes his skis here, and he's got the advantage out of all of the 4 skiers that we're going to see compete in this very exciting runoff. Thomas second. So again, he could tie Adam Caldwell. So long as 2 guys don't beat him, he's okay.
All right then. So
it's going to be a bit tricky to figure this one out, but I think we're doing a good enough job. Basically, Adam and Thomas are in the good spots. Will he's okay, but he's going to have to beat 2 people and 1 person at least. And as long as the guy after him ties him. And a penny for the thoughts of Dane Meckler. I bet he's pretty upset with how it's ended up. I'd be screwing.
All right then, so Adam Caldwell on dockside now, getting ready to go. So now that Malibu Response TXI pulls up alongside the dock. So here we go, folks. We got 4 skiers all battling for 2 spots through to this final round of competition. We're in the semi-finals. We've already sent 2 skiers through to the final, Brian Detrick and Nate Smith. They'll be relaxing on the shore side, waiting to find out who their 2 more opponents are going to be in the same round. The first of which we could find out within about the next few minutes, starting off with Adam Caldwell.
And crucially, starting at 39. So who was the guy that skied the longest to go? I can't remember if it was Caldwell or if it was Dane. Who went out first? It was Dane. Dane went out first, so he's going to have the longest between his ski sets. He's also slightly disadvantaged in that way that he's, he was skied the longest to go and he's skiing the longest from now. That's a big gap in between. Adam Caldwell is going out at 39. When you go out at 39, it is not easy. It's a big struggle to get that level of intensity through your body and deal with that in an efficient way to where you can slalom ski well, which you need to be doing to run 10.75. So here he is, 39 off. This is going to be big. If I know anything about Adam Caldwell, he's going to do some big turns. Big lefty, big one's going to be huge. It is. His shoulders in the water. He's pinged into 2. He's slack. It couldn't be more slack out of 2, but he's still going, and a little bit of a crush into 4. Man, he's skiing pretty well. That's a pretty good 10.75.
He slaloms in a technique that just defies belief.
Well, it's crazy, isn't it? Because I mean, he sort of skis slightly in a way that's like not the way people are teaching it too much right now. He's got good base, he's got good balance, but here out of 1, so deep, so low, and then he just changes edge, his body changes direction so quickly into Boy 2, but he still gets that good turn. He's obviously got a lot of confidence in his ski that he personally makes out here to be able to make those offside turns, and he's really, I think he's 37, 38. He's mixing with the big boys now. His second final. He's going for his second final. He made the final at the US Open with that spectacular crash that we saw into Boy 3. That looked fine. And I think here's the key. He's going to be coming here at 10.25. He's going to get a pretty solid gate. He's got a slight headwind, exactly what you'd want. But what he doesn't want to do really is take 41 off second pass. There's going to be a lot of pressure on his body. He's going to get a big Boy 1. We saw that Boy 2 on the 39 there. A lot of slack. So the pressure on his Boy 2 is going to be quite significant here. Let's see if he is able to manage that load that he's inevitably going to take out of 1, get the ski between him and the boat, and his shoulders level out of 2 to get around 3. I think if he runs 3 here, he's good. There's no way, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think two of the 3 skiers left will get around 4, given that none of them have today already. So let's watch.
10.25 meters.
Huge 1. He's over 2. Can he turn it? He's going to do it. He could even turn 3 here. This is huge. Come on, mate. That's spectacular. Where did he? Oh my God! Where did he let go of the rope? We saw
around number 4.
He got his ski around number 4. But the question is, where did he let go of the rope? Maybe I don't quite know why he did. Especially after we saw his acrobatics yesterday. He was in it to go, I think, and 4 would have guaranteed him. If he can get around, if he got around Boy 4, with the handle, that's a 3 1/4 or a 3 1/2, and that's going to be a big score to beat. Huge camera angle coming up here. Look at that shoulder in the water. Where does the handle leave his hand? Man. Was that before the Boy or after?
We're going to have to wind that back, I think.
Yeah, we're going to have to wind that back. That's going to be step-by-step motion, frame by frame, because this is going to be absolutely massive. So they've given 3 1/2, but I mean, to me, it's going to be between 3 and 3 1/4. I mean, I don't think he got his ski back underneath the rope. Inside the buoy line, but
that is just like milliseconds.
That's too close to call. But I mean, there's got to be a freeze frame in there. If I was Thomas, I would be saying I'm not going until that score's absolutely determined, because I need to know what I got to get, especially where I've got to go beat him. I'd love to see that view again. But anyway, let's watch Thomas. 39 off the dock. We'll go back to that drama in just a second. Here he is, coming in at 10.25. Again, big pressure, a lot, going off the dock at 39 is next to impossible. So that's not a great Boy 1, but he'll get a big Boy 2, and his shoulder's a little deep, but very professional. This actually doesn't look so hard. A little bit of pressure on Boy 5 after that 4, but he's fine, and that is it.
39.
So he's through it. He's struggling with his hand. It's kind of funny. People at home will be saying, well, what's the point of 32, 35, 38 when all these skiers can go out and run 39 off the dock like that? Well, let me emphasize this. I can't emphasize it enough. The fact that they've skied already today within the last, 30 minutes, maybe Dane was ago, but Thomas 15 minutes ago or whatever, it makes a huge difference. You don't go out off the dock and run 39 and stay healthy. And I mean, if and for it to feel any good, but you know, they're managing this because they've had their previous set. And if we were to go out at 39 every day, our bodies would be finished within a few weeks. You know, within a month, we wouldn't have any more skiing.
Just to ask you, I mean, you've been involved in certain competitions like this. How many days does it take for you to fully recover from something like this?
I mean, that depends. I mean, you always want to take a couple of days off after a tournament, you know, but this, I would say, would count as a full extra set, even though most likely there's not going to be more than 2 passes attempted here by any of the skiers. It feels like a full extra tournament set. You're not necessarily, I mean, if you're harboring an injury already, you're in trouble, because that's going to put all the pressure on that one part of your body that you don't want it to. So final score, if you want to announce it, Tony?
3 at 10.25 meters.
So Mr. Caldwell will be absolutely devastated that he did not hold on to that handle for 1 extra, maybe even 6 inches, or you know, a foot would have made a difference. And the slight irony of yesterday, he did the unthinkable to get around boy 4, sliding us back, around boy 3, sorry, sliding us back, get back up and out the exit gates. Right, let's go back to that in a second.
Here comes
Thomas.
10.25 meters. To stay in contention, he's got to get outside of number 4.
Similar to, obviously, a different situation, but watch the ski slide here. He has a bit too much front foot pressure. The ski slid, the tail slid, and the front stuck, so he wasn't able to keep moving. There, just too deep. You've got too much pressure on the front foot there. He's not able to get his hips aligned. No swing across, and he's run 1. So with that in mind, and we can go back to Mr. Caldwell just in a minute, but Thomas has left himself open. If one of Will and let me see, if one of Will or Dane run 39 off the dock and then run 1 1/4 at 41, Thomas is out.
All right then, so let's take a look. Adam Caldwell still very much in the frame for advancing with his score of 3 at 10.25 meters. Should his lead stay intact beyond the 3rd competitor to go out, which is Will Asher, then Adam Caldwell will advance.
Let's put it this way. If from now on, if Will and Dane both go out and run 3 at 41, then Adam is through, because he was the first skier. He's you know, Pro Tour rules, the first skier who goes out, as much as it was luck of the draw, is then the skier that goes through. So Will needs here to guarantee for himself to go through. He needs to run 3 1/4 or more at 41. But first, he's got to get through 10.75, and here he is. And that's a beautiful boy 1. Wow, that's a great 1 and 2.
Don't forget, this is 10.75 meters right off the dock.
Yeah, that's even better than his first one. It's kind of funny with Will. I mean, like, I've seen him in runoffs, you know, a fair amount the last few years, and you know, the World Championships in 2019 when he had an unbelievable start. It almost seems like, whereas the rest of us kind of struggle a little bit going out at 39, like it gets a little bit scrappy. We'll get through it, but it gets scrappy. Will seems to run him better when he's straight off the dock at 39 than with those passes before him. This is a fantastic pass and started. Watch the way this ski just comes through, and he keeps balanced and he's able to accelerate through. There is no wiggle. The tip doesn't rise at all. The tail isn't sliding. It's beautiful. That 1 and 2, you can't really get any better. 4, I think maybe he grabbed the handle just a touch high, but I mean, he was so in control. I mean, he was never missing it.
So it comes down to this so far as Will Asher is concerned. He's gotten through 39.5 off all 6 buoys. Now, if Will Asher was to get 3 buoys on this next run of 10.25 meters, because he wouldn't outright beat Adam Caldwell with that same score, Adam Caldwell would advance. If Will Asher gets more than three, then he will advance. And obviously any score below that, and it would eliminate Will Asher at this time.
If he ties for 1, he's out. If he gets more than that, then he's waiting on Dane. If
Here we
he gets
go.
more than that's 1, it's a good 1. He's going to go over 2. He's going to run at least 3 here. Wow, he's skiing well. Oh my God. That was a shame for him because he had a really good 1 and 2, and he was just waiting to turn out of 3, and the ski just slid. We talked about that nose slide on his 39, but watch 1 here. It was exactly the same as 39. Brilliant turn. Over to 1, the ski comes through really, really well. He's maybe a hair back, but I mean, he's so balanced over his feet into 2. 2 was really good. Brilliant. I'm watching him getting ready to go. Watch the tail slide here around him. So his shoulder's in the water, but I'll tell you something. Adam Caldwell is in. That's the first conclusion we can draw from there. But if Will had fallen there, as much as he didn't get his turn on 3, he still managed to not fall. If he'd have fallen, he'd have been in trouble. So Dane now must run 3 1/4 to get in. If he runs 3, he is out.
And Will would be in by consequence.
And Will would be in by consequence. Yeah, it's the luck of the draw. I mean, it's a slightly strange format. I mean, like, you talk about luck of the draw a lot in sporting terms, but there is no more of a definitive example of that in this situation. Poor old Dane, who is going out last, having skied the longest time ago, skied before everyone else, has to go and beat 3 1/4. So it could be that he ends up with a 3 and he goes out, which is miserable. But those are the rules, and that's what was written down. So that's the way we're going about it.
All right, then here we go. We got Dane Meckler. The first person through to the final is Adam Caldwell. Who will join him? It's going to be a straight-up battle now between Dane Meckler and Will Asher now. Thomas de Gasperi. Oh, my word.
No. Will is in. That was a shame. I think, I feel for Dane, honestly. It's rough. His gate, to me, it didn't look like he committed. He went through like it was 32. He didn't have enough tension on the rope to get him swung out into buoy 1, so I think he got narrow and, got over the 2, and there was too much to ask. He was very narrow. You can see he makes that last-minute aggressive reach just to try and give himself a bit more room, but it didn't work, and he's bummed. I mean, I hate to say it, but he probably thought that luck wasn't on his side from the moment that he got that bad draw. Look, just not quite enough intensity. I'm sure if he watched that, he'd say the same, and if he had his time again, he would do it different. You've got to, let's just go to Doc quickly.
All right, let's check in with the doc, and Seth, who do you have?
Third pick there, you've got to beat 2 scores in front of you. Adam put out a 3.5 at 41. What were you thinking at that point?
My mind was a bit blank on it. They called 3.5, and they gave him 3, and I just thought we would keep running off. Okay, I'm 3, so there's another runoff. And I know now Adam's there. The things were capable of it. Watching him ski. You could tell he's just trying to set himself up there on the last pass, and he might take that 41. I'm happy I get to play again. It's fun, man. You know the deal these days. If you can't spin it around from being stressful and taking over your life, at some point you got to be able to enjoy it, take it in, see you guys skiing, enjoy the people around us.
Absolutely, well spoken, and you still have another score to put out there. 4 guys will be battling it out in the finals shortly, and now we're going to be moving back to the women's finals. Watch them do their thing as well. Thanks, Will. Good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Thanks there, Seth, and also congratulations on Will Asher making it through to the next round of the competition, the finals. And the 4 skiers that have advanced through to the finals, starting with the number 4 seed going into the final, it's going to be Will Asher. Number 3 seed is going to be Adam Caldwell from Charleston in South Carolina. In second place, with second seed with 3.5 at 10.25 meters is Brian Detrick. And your number 1 seed going into the men's slalom final, it is going to be Nate Smith with his score of 4. So those are your 4 finalists. What a great event, and what a great runoff to be a witness to. I tell you what, it's going to be a humdinger coming right up.
Humdinger is right. So Will very happy there that 3 stood up after his start. Adam Caldwell very happy that he let go of the handle early. Sorry, Adam, but in my view, inexplicably, I couldn't understand what was going on when he did all the hard work. But he's got away with it. He's in the final, and he's going to be in with a shout. That's Adam's second final after the US Open final. Seems like he does really well when there's a ridiculously high cut for the final. He kind of makes it. 5 people at US Open, 4 people here.
And here's our Open Women's starting list for their final, which will be taken to the water next. And no rest for the weary. Jamie Ball will be taken to the water first. She had to get into this competition via a runoff situation herself. Then Manon Costar, then Regina Jaquist, and our last competitor to take to water will be Whitney McClintock-Rainey.
That's a big final. I mean, those are the de facto 4 best skiers in the world in the women's. Jamie, the one that's been on fire this year, Manon, the current world champion, Regina, the current world record holder, and Whitney, the birthday girl, who's been crushing of recent. She's a 2-time world champion. So we've got, I wonder how many Masters titles between those. Well, we'll have to
huge amount.
A huge amount. I mean, certainly every single Masters winner for the last, I don't know how long. Jamie winning it this year, Regina last, Manon the year before that, and Whitney before that. So I think we've got the last 4 years of Masters winners all separate, which is pretty cool.
Very, very cool indeed. Not only do we have the slalom finals in the women's and the men's, but we've also got the jump finals coming up. So for you fans that like to see people pound the ramp and fly tremendous distances, we haven't forgotten about you. So we've got that event to take place right after the conclusion of the slalom. All right then, folks, here we go. Jamie Ball, the current U21 World Women's Slalom Champion and the current leader in the Water Ski Pro Tour points list, currently sitting on 212 points.
And incidentally, the person with the most practice today, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, if she's going to like the practice or if she's getting a bit tired, but she ran 2 perfect 38 offs in the runoff, and even though one was, she strangely sort of had to go back to the dock after it, but you know, much better than in the first round today. So she's actually improved as she's gone on today. She started off the day with a what she would call subpar 3 at 39. She ended up in the runoff. She then moved to in the runoff. When she had a chance at 39, she ran 5, hitting 6, and I'd say she only kind of went inside of 6 because her hair got in her face around buoy 5. But here's a great first pass. We're starting at 32, which is normal for Jamie, it's normal for Regina, and it's normal for Whitney. Manon often starts at 28, but she did start at 32 this morning. So no change there for today.
So getting a few fan messages coming through the comment section of the on the YouTube channel. Some folks are sending their best wishes to Jamie and to Manon and to a whole bunch of other competitors during the course of the runoff situation in the slalom event and the main event prior to that. There is Manon on the starting dock. And making the turn at the west end, we now have Jamie Ball approaching the course here and now, I believe, on the 12-meter line. Hailing out of North Bay in Canada, residing temporarily in Lafayette, Louisiana, where she continues to work on her mechanical engineering degree. And a member of the Raging Cajun water ski team. There you go. That is Jamie Bull.
Man, action's coming thick and fast. It's not stopping. We had women's semis followed by a head-to-head, a runoff, sorry, and then the men's semis followed by an even bigger runoff, and now we're on to the women's final with the 4 best skiers in the world. That's what we like to see on the final day of the Malibu Open.
Yep, action thick and fast. We just saw there Jamie Bull coming off of buoy number 5 into number 6. Wind is barely present here at the moment. It's a little up and down during the course of the day, but about 4 or 5 kilometers an hour, which barely registers, really, if we're being honest. There is Manon Costard, currently lying in 3rd place in the Water Ski Pro Tour standings, and can actually move up the Pro Tour standings if she was to register a result better than 4th at the moment at the end of this competition. And don't forget, there's still bonus points to be awarded for the best score recorded by any of our skiers, irrespective of what round they did it in. At the moment, there will be no bonus points awarded because there is a 2-way tie for that particular distinction between Regina Jaquist and Whitney McClintock-Greeny.
Yep, so no best score points. We didn't touch on that, but Nate did actually take the best score point away from Will by superseding his 3.5 with a 4 at 41 or 10.25 on the men's side. But of course, that's all to play for with their final coming up right after this.
All right, then, that was Jamie Bull, very, very aggressive in her start and her edge change in towards her buoy number 1. Looking very sharp and just easing that ski around. A good fluid motion there, especially into 2-4-6 side. She is right foot forward. A little rearing up on the back of the ski, but she had this pass very much under control and just exuding confidence and talent out there on the water. That is Jamie Bull.
Well, that was easy. So going back to the best score, we've got 1 at 41 tied with Whitney and Regina. Jamie's best score so far, she ran that 5 yesterday and that 5 today in the runoff that was very close to being a 6. And then Manon has run a 5.5 this morning. So everyone capable here of getting these huge scores. You know, that big pass is 39 for the women, but then we're starting to see, multiple women run 39 as these late tournaments in the year start coming. So Jamie is coming in here at 39 in just a second, and she's going to really think that she has to run it. I mean, there's no two ways about it. With the skiers after her, Regina, Whitney, Manon, she's going to want to get all the way down it. And over to 1. That's a pretty good 1. 2, very good 2. I was waiting for it to potentially rear up, but didn't, and she's over to 4. She's going to turn this well, and she's going to run this pass, I'm going to say, barring anything. And that's
beautiful, beautiful run.
That's a good pass, because we'll often see her get that unbelievable buoy 1, but then we'll sometimes see her rear out a buoy 2, but she didn't. It was maybe her best turn of the whole pass there, buoy 2. It was really, really good, and just shows that, there's you can't really pick who the best skier in the world is right now. Jamie's obviously right up there, but she didn't have in qualifying. She was 3rd. She was tied for 4th this morning, so she's really put it together in the final. Good
extension there on number 5, and just really, really has an is about her on that slalom course. And as I mentioned, you know, you gain confidence every single time you compete in these events, and you know, and just bring your best form and see if it holds up, and if it does, you just keep on trucking along, and if it doesn't, back to the drawing board and just work from there, I guess.
I mean, no one wants to peak in the first round, and you've seen here with Jamie, she had a pretty good first round, 5 at 39. Second round, not so good. Bit of experience in the runoff helping out, but now she's looking at the best score. So, you know, she's got that really good offside. She's coming into Boy 1. Her best ever is 2. She's run a few 1s this year. I think she's run 2 maybe twice. She did one of them at Lake 38 in a pro event there in start of June. So let's see her here. This is going to be crucial because the best score of the weekend is 1. Oh, she's going to get around 2. She could turn it. This is going to be huge. Throw it. I think that's 2.5. Again, we're going to look at unbelievably big skiing. She doesn't, I mean, she's not one to have a massive celebration. You know, she almost looks relieved every time she comes off the water.
But that's experience right there, Freddie, because she knows that 3 of the best slalom skiers ever to take to the water are about to come up next.
Yeah, okay, but she's never experienced that. She's never got over to 3 at 41 in a tournament, right? So again, we don't know what her final score is going to be. 1 was good. She got over to 2 well, and she turned it backwards. But where does she let go of the handle again? This is going to be the big thing, like with Caldwell. No, she's inside. She's inside. Yep. Sorry, I thought she got around it, but she's inside. So that is a 2 at 41. She's moved. She's our first skier. She's into the lead. But let's just say that that's going to be a big score to beat. I can see a runoff coming up for first. I don't think I could be completely wrong. I would never want to underestimate the girls that we have left. But I mean, to get over to 3 for a win, that'll take a lot.
And you know that actually increased upon her total from the previous round by 5 buoys.
Yeah, the differential between the semi-final and the final 5 buoys. I mean, she looked out of sorts in that round, and then oddly, in the runoff, she looked cool, calm, and composed, and did a really good job through there. So here we go, 2 at 41. I mean, that's thrown down the gauntlet. We've seen 3 separate women run 39 in a tournament for the first time since, I'm going to say, US Open 2016, when Manon went out first, ran it, and then Whitney, and then Regina, then Whitney. So, you know, that's a very, very high level tournament that we're seeing already, but you know, this final's shaping up to be pretty huge. Manon's going to go out there. She's going to be out at 32. She's going to have a couple of she's going to have a few passes to sort of warm up before she goes out. Really, obviously, to take the lead, she has to run 39, just like any of the other girls do here if they want to take the lead. We've got Jamie Bull about to come into the booth. We'll get her take on her skiing. She's got to be so happy. We'll watch Manon's first pass first. 32. So always hard when you're on the dock. I can sympathize with Manon a little bit when the guy or girl in front of you goes out and gets a huge score, but you need to use those first passes to go out there to calm your nerves, to feel good, and she'll do that. And she's safely through her 32, and she'll feel good because that was a good first pass.
All right then, folks. On the announcer's side here, we've got Jamie Bull. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, Tony.
All right, excellent stuff. You absolutely smashed it out there with that 39.5 off and getting the score of 2, which I found out is an equal world under 21 women's slalom record, the record that you currently hold. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I've had 2 a couple times, so that's the first time I've turned 2 in a tournament.
Let's watch
I haven't tried 41 in a long time, so I wasn't really sure what I was doing. It came in, good one. Really good too. Well, for like what I do at 41. And then I was like, maybe if I throw my ski out, I can get outside of 3. And then I was like, Worlds is next week. I don't need to do that.
You don't want to do an Adam Caldwell, huh?
No, rather not.
So Jamie, I mean, that's a spectacular attempt. And I mean, like, you know, again, the score remains the same. But if we're going to talk about your best ever, that is your best ever. Because the last time I saw you when you ran 2, I think for the first time, which was at Lake 38, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And you kind of S-turned it. Here, you've traveled another 70 feet across course, and okay, you didn't get a bigger score, but I mean, it's a different deal what you did there. You turned 2, you weren't just, you know, surviving.
Yeah, absolutely. Like for me, that's way further. Big difference between just pulling all the way 2 and standing up and getting a full 2 versus actually moving into the buoy and trying to turn it.
Yeah, I mean, that takes a lot of confidence to do that. And, you know, you set yourself up incredibly well for the next round. The question I have for you is, what do you got to do? What's got to happen for you to celebrate, to like throw a fist and scream? Because my God, that was in the final of the Malibu Open. That was spectacular. I was hoping to see you kind of, you know, throw off your bib or whatever and get real excited, like throw your ski around.
Everyone that knows me knows I'm not very good at claiming. I'm very happy inside right now. I'll smile big, but.
Good.
And to that point, we'll let you go because the potential of a runoff could well be there dependent upon the scores to come, right?
Yes, absolutely. So thanks, guys, and we'll see you later.
Good skiing, Jamie.
Thank you.
All right, excellent stuff there, courtesy of Jamie Bull. And also on the water with her opening a couple of passes. That was Manon Costard slicing and dicing it.
So we see Regina sitting on the dock. She's going to be second to last. She's going to be right after Manon here and before Whitney. Manon's going to be coming here at 38 off. It's a pass that she runs every day. She will be excited to... she'll be very excited to be able to get through here and try and run it good and get her nerves settled before she has to attempt that must-run 39 off. So, boy 1, a little bit deep, don't like that much. She's over to 2, she's got that good 2, her offside is very strong. 3 is good, she's falling out the back just a little bit. It's not the best 38 she's ever run, but it's functional. You know, we said that earlier. Will Asher, didn't get a beautiful boy 2, but stayed in it, very professional. You don't have to get through it looking good. That's all for you, but for the score book and the judges, you just got to get around 6 boys now at the exits, and that's what she's done there. And she'll be coming back in at 39.
Oh, fantastic skiing and just absolutely cruising her way through this pass, I would say, at least for a good portion of it anyway. She seems to be in really, really good rhythm on that ski.
Yeah, she's been skiing really well. I mean, not 10 out of 10 turns, but my old coach John Battler used to say you're better off going down the lake with 7.5 on every buoy than 10, 10, 10, and then 2. So she's looking balanced. She's got her weight over her feet, which is what you need to. She's got that understanding of where to move on the ski in order to get it to accelerate, in order to get it to turn. Seeing that wind graphic there, 0 wind, nothing. It's beautiful out here at Trophy Lakes. That's why we've seen such big scores already. Manon's going to come in here at 10.75 and she's going to try and get a score that's going to challenge for the lead and something that's going to challenge the other girls ahead of her in the running order to beat.
All right, let's have a look and see, shall we? We've got Manon Costard approaching the course at 10.75 meters. The stall has been set out in front of her. She has to get through this run to challenge the lead.
Oh my God. That's pretty good too, considering she's still going. Come on, Manon.
She's still
oh my
there.
God.
Look at that, what a recovery.
Come on, get it.
Get after it. There you go, 6 at 10.75. Oh, wow.
Deary me, I didn't give her a chance out of 1. That was unbelievable. You can't get a better boy 2 than that. Watch her 1. She's finished with her hands above her head. She's got no connection to her hips, which is where you want the swing to be coming from, really. She pulls all the way to 2 and just turns it without... And we'll get to in a second. Let's watch this boy one. Not good. She's finished out the back. She's pulled all the way. She changes, but look at this. The turn is perfect because she doesn't get super deep. She's able to then start moving. This is the third or fourth 39 that she's run this year in a tournament. She ran, I think, 2 or 3 at California. My God, I mean, we're going to see, this is a huge final. I'm so happy she's done that. Obviously, slightly biased.
Obviously.
Yes, and that's what we like to see. She's throwing the fist. She's happy, but she's got to calm down. The lead is not 1, the lead is 2. Incidentally, that's the first time in a tournament that 4 people have run 10.75. 4 women have run 10.75, so that's a new record, and the Malibu Open 2020 will be the new one to beat in that sense.
Okay, let's talk European record.
Yeah, she ran her PB at California. She ran 2. Her best before that was 1 1/4. She needs to tie the European record. She needs to get her best ever score in order to equal the lead. I know she's capable. She's going to need a good gate. If anything is a slight tailwind, it's just picked up. Let's see. Come on, Manon. Come on. I don't know what happened. I think that's a half, but I'm almost not sure where she let go of the handle there. So she's going to be pretty disappointed. I mean, it shows the unbelievable level of women skiing right now that you can get. That's I don't know what it is, but you can.
I think that'll probably be a half.
Yeah. I don't know. You can get past 6 at 39 and be disappointed, but she is disappointed, and that is miserable for her. She'd set herself up really well. She'd done incredible. She'd run that 39. Her gait just wasn't good. I mean, I think she was unfortunate, not to give her an excuse, but the wind's picked up a little bit, so that makes the gait a bit trickier. The pull out, you have to pull out earlier to get rid of some speed, and she maybe wouldn't have seen that coming. I think the gate looked like she didn't quite get her body round and swinging into 1 in the way she would have liked. But yeah, there we go, half at 10.25, so 1.5 behind the lead. And kind of, you look at it, the door is open, as much as I hate to say it, with half. If someone isn't backing themselves, not that Regina or Whitney will probably be thinking this, but if they want to just guarantee to beat Manon, then they can just get a full 1. That'll be easy. Turning it is hard, and that's what Manon was going for.
All right, and by that virtue, because Manon Costard is currently in second place with 2 skiers remaining, that means that Jamie Ball is guaranteed at least 3rd spot, and with that, she would have an increase in point value. Now, if the skiing was to stop now, and Jamie Ball would actually have 3rd place, then she would have an increase in point score in the world in the Water Ski Pro Tour points up to 222. She currently lies in 1st place right now. This is Jamie Ball with 212. So still plenty to play for, and here comes multiple-time world champion, multiple-time national champion, multiple-time world record holder, and I think it's safe to say the only person that we know of that has actually won the women's slalom event in the Malibu Open ever since its inception.
Oh, it's been going for quite a while. I think Abel Copel-Ella was the one that won it in 2011.
But every time since then,
since, yeah. So Regina is legitimately going for the 10th in a row. If we go back to Real Madrid when they were searching for their 10th Champions League, they were talking about La Decima, but they didn't do it 10 times in a row. Regina is going for a decade of dominance at one tournament. It's almost unthinkable. I can't imagine that's ever really happened in water skiing before. So she'll be very excited to try and get to that point.
Fantastic skiing there, a big beam and a smile at the end of that pass there. You expect nothing less from multiple-time world champion Regina Jaquez, who resides out of Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, where she runs a compound in a pharmacy. I'm sure her friends and family, some of them are actually here, as a matter of fact. They're watching her. and whoever else is in her family that isn't here on site will no doubt be watching them via the webcast. Some great skiing there from Regina Jaquist. Good extension round number 5 and indeed number 6 on this slalom course. And with that, we'll continue on. She's in the middle of a 45-second drop now. At this time, we've got Whitney McClintock, Rini around the dockside. She'll be last out to ski. The list of skiers, the results that we've got so far, we've only got 2 results. We've got Jamie Ball with 2 at 10.25, Manon Costar with half at 10.25 meters. And if nothing changes so far as the point scoring is concerned, then Jamie Ball, because she has a score of 2 at 10.25 meters, would actually get the 2 bonus points by having the best score in this competition among our women's competitors. But a lot of other things, a lot of other moving parts are still very much in play. As we see Regina Jaquist approach the slalom course on 12 meters. She started in on 13 meters as a result. Continuing to rock and roll on this particular run. She's round 5 and round number 6. And with that, let's go over and see Seth on dockside.
All right, we're here with Manon Costar. I always butcher the name, but you just crushed 39. You were excited, came back at 41. I know it wasn't what you wanted. What'd you feel out there?
I'm so mad. I felt really good. Felt much better than the other rounds. I had my plan. I wanted to improve every round, and I did. So I guess I'm happy with that. But I'm extremely pissed off at what happened at 41. It was gonna be, it felt really good. I felt good. I really moved out. I want to say wide, but it's 10.25, so you're not super wide. But it was good and moved out really well. And the handle there was a little bit of pressure because I was moving out, and I wasn't expecting that. So the handle dropped. And that's super frustrating. That is very frustrating. So, good. I'm happy with what I did. Just frustrated for now.
Totally understand. It all happened super fast out there, but impressive skiing. This is the first event that I know of where we've had 4 women run 39, you being one of those as well. It's great skiing, and although you did come up short of what you wanted, you should be proud of what you did out there.
Well, thank you. In 16, I was I think the first one to be having a 3rd place with half at 41, and I think now I'm gonna be the first one being 4th with running 39. So here it is.
Well, you made history at least. But anyway, great skiing, and we've got a couple more out here. Back to you guys.
All right then. All right, on the water we have got Regina Jaquist, 11.25 meters on pass number 3.
Looking easy. She's, going around all the boys. Look, I would like to draw attention to the wind. It's really picked up. So when Jamie skied, it was not there. There was, if anything, a 1 mile an hour tailwind off the dock. When Manon went, her last couple of passes, it went up to 3 or 4 miles an hour. Let's say 5. I don't know. But now it's really increasing. It's getting tricky. Yeah. See that the wind is high. So what does that mean? It means that Regina's got a headwind here at 39 off. The 41, where she needs to run more than 2 to get the win, well, to get the lead, I should say, at this point, it's going to be with the tailwind. Unless this wind drops down, she's going to have a really hard gate. She's going to have a potentially looser line than she'd like at 1. So I'm going to say this is not a given. Regina has been back on the pro scene for 2 rounds exactly since she came back from major injury, and she's run 39 both those rounds. But we need to not lose sight of just how impressive that is. I mean, this is not a given that she's going to run this 39. As much of we know that she's the best women's skier potentially of all time. But if she runs through this 39, running 2 or more is not a given.
They're on dockside, getting ready to ski. Our last female skier to the slalom in the course in this 2021 Malibu Open. That is Whitney McClintock. Our second to last skier is already out in the water, having run the opening 3 passes, 32, 35, and 38. Now 39 and a half off is in her sights now. Let's see how far she can get. She's already run this pass twice in as many rounds. Let's see what she can do. Here she comes, round buoy number 1. A little bit of a delay.
That's not, she's pulled really long to 3. She's going to have to do really well to run this pass from there. But again, she's hooked back up. That's fine. Ooh.
Oh, she always seems to have an answer, doesn't she?
She's an animal. There you go, Whitney clapping. That's good. Those guys have been long-term.
The plot thickens. So excited.
The plot thickens. Whitney last off the dock. See, the 3 skiers before her go and run 39. It's never happened like this. Regina, back from injury, she's run 39 3 times in a row. Manon, I mean, she said it right. She said that, she could end up 4th with half at 41. It's crazy. Yeah, Regina's amazing. She came into buoy 3 there, pulling really long, but she used that low center of gravity. She made sure that she didn't jump on the front too much. She got the ski between her and the boat, and from there she made it work. Came forward there. She's happy that happened at 5 and not 3, but she's round 6 there and out the exits. So let's put it in very basic and blunt terms. To have a chance of winning, to tie for the lead, she needs 2. To take the outright lead, she needs 2 1/4 or more. To guarantee 3rd, she needs 1. It's all a bit complicated.
It is. And of course, the world record which she holds is 4.5.
Anyway, so here we go. 10.25. She needs a half to tie for 2nd now, but to guarantee 3rd, she needs 1. To get, she's going to need her best score since injury in tournament, as much as that's only been 2 rounds. This is going to be crucial. So, a big gate coming up. Over to 1, she can only do 1. So Jamie is guaranteed 2nd. Regina's 9-year reign will not be 10. That is a shame in some ways to not have that record, but she's got to be so happy overall. She's run, I think, in the 3 rounds, she's run 1 at 41, half at 41, and 1 at 41. She just couldn't quite get the ski through there, and so Jamie is set up. I mean, she's got 1 skier left. Whitney will have that tailwind on if she makes it through at 10.25. So this is really quite exciting. As Whitney said, the plot thickens. Just a long pull there. A long pull and kind of had a bit too much speed. The ski just didn't want to engage around the back end of that turn. So that's it. And she's smiling. I think she's happy. Probably she's not used to losing here, but I mean, she's never come into a tournament probably with less preparation and with more adversity.
And let's not forget that kind of score, a 1 at 10.25, would normally win most tournaments.
Yeah, she won the Swiss Pro earlier this year. The only other tournament she entered, she won with 4.5 at 10.75. So you're nearly always going to win with a score of 41. That has been how it's been in the last few years. Whitney and Manon both ran 39 in the California Pro earlier, in August, and that was the first time 2 skiers had run. That's the first time 2 skiers had run 10.75 in the same tournament. So Whitney's getting ready, and she's going to be pretty excited to go out there. The stage is set. I mean, this has already been the best women's final of all time in a lot of ways. So let's see if that can be confirmed. Incidentally, US Open 2016, the one that Manon referenced in her interview, Manon came 3rd with half at 41. I think Regina came 2nd with 1 at 41, and Whitney came 1st with 2 at 41. So we are looking at if you replace the one Canadian for the other, we're looking for exactly the same. But if Whitney can run that 39, this will be the best ever final in women's skiing, and what a place and what a time to do it.
Here we go, Whitney McClintock-Rini, looking to be indelibly linked to history in the women's slalom event. Came into this final having scored 1 at 10.25 meters, tying the top score up until that time by Regina Jaquess. But now that Jamie Bull is currently in the lead with 2 at 10.25 meters, she currently is in possession of the 2 bonus points for having the best score, irrespective of whatever round it was completed in.
And Whitney, I'm just thinking back through the years, I mean, she's not got over to 3 all that much. I think she might have done it with, I think her best ever is 2 1/4. So Regina's just joining us here. We're going to talk to her in a second. It's an unbelievable final. Let me ask the first question to you, Regina. Well, no, let me be the first to say congratulations. What a comeback tournament. I'm sorry that you didn't end up with the win. You know, if we're going to talk about skier of the day, I'm probably behind you. Let's be honest. Sorry to influence the vote there. So congratulations, but probably bittersweet there.
Oh, you know, I mean, I didn't even know where to go. Like 2 weeks ago, I was like, should I ski? Should I not? I mean, monkey off the back. So many emotions, but no, I just so happy with how it came out.
That's congratulations. It's so great to see. And I mean, I've had an injury in the past, and I remember the first time I got back on the podium, I was so happy. And you don't know when you have a surgery and if you're going to be able to reach that same level again. So huge congrats to you. There's no one that I would back more to come back than you.
Thank you.
So, you know, amazing.
Yeah. No, I mean, 2 months ago it was like I can't walk, so how will I ever ski? But I had so much support. My mom was by my side the whole time, the whole family, and then Malibu, good. They've just been so supportive the whole time. Injuries are tough, but it's all part. This has been amazing for me.
Well, congrats, and I mean, what a time to do it. Like, you know, this is obviously an event that means a lot to you, but it's also, you can also say it's a warm-up for the World Championships. You're a 4-time slalom world champion, I believe. So
yeah. I mean, no, I just came out here, and to run 39 every round, I was more than happy. I mean, podium is going to be awesome. I mean, it's just, all of it's very bittersweet. I mean, I'm an athlete, so yeah, you want the first place every time. But to be able to run 39 every time here, that was like the first time I've skied in wind. So I mean, there was a lot of challenges, but I'm so happy with where I'm at, and I built a lot of confidence just off of this weekend.
It's a huge weekend for you. Didn't get the win, but a lot of good for the rest of the season. You'll be entering 3 more tournaments, I would imagine. All right, so we got Whitney coming in, and this will be 38 off, 11 meters, and Regina, potentially you're part of the biggest ever final in.
I mean, this is amazing. I mean, Jamie skied amazing. The gnome backed it up. Now I ran 39. I don't think there's been a finals where even 3 people have ran 39. So we've already hit record history, and Whitney's been skiing amazing. So I have no doubt this perfect headwind, the Malibu, we're going to have all of us run 39.
Well, it'd be quite something if that happened.
It would be amazing. It's just so cool to see how much the sport has, for women's slalom, has evolved, and how much we've all been pushing the limits and pushing each other. And I mean, if we all run 39 today, that's unheard of. Who would have thought that even just last summer?
Yeah, I mean, and this morning in the semi-final, 10 women all ran 38.
Yeah.
That's almost certainly a record.
Yeah,
I
we
know
had to
that
get a piece of 4 to get 39. I mean, just, it's amazing.
Yeah, well, and it's funny like that. Like, there's just been, I feel like this year especially has just been huge for women skiing. You see the level is going up and up and up, and, you know, the pressure on Whitney to come through here and run a 39 to even get on the podium.
Yeah, I know, that's going to be impressive.
That's wild. That's never happened
That
before.
just never happened. So it's awesome. I've helped put on this event this year, and it's just nice to see those big scores behind the boat. So I know everybody that's at the Malibu factory watching, everybody that's on shore from the Malibu Boats Company are super stoked to see this go down in history.
Well, that's great. We're very, very thankful for this event that happens every year and at a great place. Whitney is coming in. So, Regina, I'm going to put you on the spot.
In the making.
Yeah. Does she run it?
I do. I know she will. I mean, she's been on point all weekend. She's both 39. She ran both other rounds. Were spot on. I mean, I didn't even think she was going to miss them at any point. So.
And she got that headwind.
Yeah, and she's got a nice headwind.
All right, here she comes, 10.75
wow,
meters,
that's not a good
39 and a
one.
half off. She's going to have to pick up the pace here. Round buoy number 2 and 3, keeping it going. Round number 4, she's still there. Look at her go. Round buoy number 5. Does she make it outside number 6? Miracle of all miracles. There she goes.
I think we're all just so happy to all run 39. I think that's exactly why Whitney was throwing the fist, not just because it's 39, but she just made history for all of us, backing that up with that domination. And she skied amazing this weekend. It's pretty cool for both of us. Being as much competition that we've had with each other through the years, and being the last two on the dock and knowing, okay, we got to run 39 to podium, and then both doing it. That's just, and that was a fight for it. She stayed in it.
I said as she came into buoy 4 there, I'm like, there's no chance.
I know,
And
I heard you.
But I mean, I don't know how she came out of 3 there and kept the composure
She just
into that.
kept going. She was determined to make history for our women's finals.
Yeah, this is girl power. Hashtag. Oh my Lord, this is incredible. I mean, it's really cool to see that. And, this sets a new standard. I mean, all the tournaments this year, next year, and in the future, this is now like, remember that final, remember that Malibu Open 2021 when everyone ran 39. And I can't see that, that can only be good for the sport that's.
Oh, it's amazing for the sport. I'm glad I was part of it. I know I can guarantee you that's why Whitney threw that fist so hard. Not because she was so excited herself to run it, but she knew. She stood on the dock, and I heard her, when I was putting my bindings on, I heard her just go, I'm just so excited to be part of this history right now, to see these two girls go out and run 39.
You should have seen when you ran 39, the camera was directly behind Whitney, and she's just laughing with a big smile. And she goes, well, the plot thickens, so this is...
That's awesome.
All right then, folks, we've got Pro Tour points on the line. The water ski Pro Tour points are...
But let's just focus quickly, Tony, just quickly on this. She needs 2 1/4 for the win, 2 for a runoff, 1 for second place on countback, and 1/2 for third place. Anything less?
I mean, she's a lefty. She could turn 1 and challenge.
That's the one. And
get it out.
does she take the exit gates? Wow. So she ties her personal best, her best of the year and her best for many years, to have an all-Canadian runoff for the Malibu Open title.
I mean, that's just amazing skiing. So glad to be part of it, and this will be a great runoff. It's always good to have the finals be so intense and so competitive. And I mean, she wanted it. She was.
But let's consider this again. I mean, I'm going to talk about the kind of slightly unfair rules of water skiing. Whitney squeaked 2. That couldn't have been any tighter. Jamie hit buoy 3, but they got the same score. Now they're going to run off for the win. This is crazy.
Yeah.
So.
No, honestly, when I was standing on the dock watching Jamie, I thought she was 2.5. I wasn't sure really what the score was until they announced it.
I don't know where she got the speed from to get over to
there.
buoy 2 there.
I thought it was going to be a 1,
I mean, she fully on top of the ski, no accelerating edge, but somehow managed to make it through. You can see how happy she is.
She is. She was happy when she ran 39, but no, she looked great all weekend. So I really didn't think had a doubt that she wasn't going to run 39. She's definitely feeling her spot and her groove, and she looks strong. I mean, obviously she's very strong right now with how she ran that 39.
I mean, amazing how she's skiing. But if you look at it this way, I think the first round at California Pro, she ran her first 39 off maybe in a couple of years, certainly of this year. She then ran it the following round, and I think the following round she ran 5 in the final, and then she's run it 3 times in a row. So she ran it 6 times in the last 7 rounds.
Yeah,
or maybe
that's impressive.
Or around there. it just shows how form can really, you can just turn on a switch. Because we didn't see her do that at Hilltop, where she was running 4s and 5s.
Right.
And now she's got that 6. She can do it. She can kind of have the confidence. And everyone you run, you know that more than anyone. Everyone you run, you kind of go, well, I can do this, and I'm not going to screw it up.
Right, yeah, and you can get in trouble and still pull it out. So, I mean, she's very happy down there. That's awesome to see. And it's going to be a good finals for first, so I'm excited for both of them. Oh, and there's the coin toss.
Let me just pull up the rules here, because this is going to be really interesting. Does second have to beat first, or can they tie and go out again? I believe...
No, that's not right.
I believe the second has to beat first.
Another runoff, and after that, we do that, Petey.
So, I got the rule right here.
Got him pulled up.
So, slalom finals, ties.
Nikki's going to tell us. Regular runoff.
For first... Ties for first shall be runoff. Random draw for order. No more than 2 runoffs. If a tie still exists, the tie will be broken based on highest score from prior round scores. So there's going to be up to 2 runoffs. The first one can be tied. If this first one is tied and the second one is tied, then best scorer in the previous round goes above. So that would be Whitney. So to put it straight, if Whitney and Jamie tie twice in a row, Whitney wins.
Yeah.
If apart from that, then it's whoever goes ahead.
If you tie again, it'll go. I think they're just getting told these rules right now.
Yeah, it's confusing. They're always a bit different. So I mean, I haven't pulled up from earlier for the previous runoff. So you never have your phone to hand when you're a skier on the dock. So I mean, it's always a bit tricky, and you kind of got to rely on the information.
Yeah. And every tournament's different, like you said, which kind of gives it a good little twist and drama too on everything for the spectators and the people watching at home and everything. So I like the different rules coming in at different events.
It certainly makes it interesting, and we've seen, like, if we're going to talk about runoffs, this is the 3rd runoff of the day. That's got to be a record in some ways. Jamie had the runoff to make this from the semi-final to the final. The runoff with 4 guys for 2 spots from the semi-final to the final of the men's. We've got a runoff here.
I'm sure the jumpers are loving us.
Oh yeah, no, they're pumped. But I think everyone at home is losing their minds. They're having the best day of their lives watching this ski.
I know. I've been having to be the one sitting at home watching. So yeah, it's always exciting to see the intensity and the drama on the dock and everything. So yeah, I know. Hopefully we're getting a lot of views, and we'll see what brings out the champion of the 2021 Malibu Open here.
It's going to be wild, and I think in some ways, if you look at this, just to look at that narrative, Whitney won the World Championships age 19 in 2009. She then won the following World Championships in 2011. She's won Masters. I think she was the Master Champion in 17. She's won a few Masters maybe. She's won most of everything there is to win the sport. Jamie is, I believe, 21. She maybe 22, but she won her first major title, the Masters, this year. She won Hilltop last year. She won Hilltop again this year. She won a bunch of tournaments this year. She's now kind of, they're both Canadians. There's the Whitney turns 32 today. There's Jamie, who's 10 years younger. Who's the top dog in Canada?
Yeah, I know, and I'm sure that's what all the Canadians are thinking too. They're both on their game right now in this season, and it's hard to say, they both look so good right now, and they're both strong, fit, and, they're going to run 39, and they're going to have to go out at 39. This is going to be very interesting as far as the runoff goes, to go out at 39. This is going to be pretty insane, I think, to watch.
That's probably never happened? Or maybe, no, you and Whitney probably had a few.
Have done a few of these along our time frame.
Yeah, but
so as far as that goes, I may put that to Whitney with the experience behind her belt, having that 39 off the dock. But you never know with the young guns.
If you're going to look at the pros and cons, it's Whitney's way in that experience. Also, Whitney skied a lot more recently than Jamie.
Yeah.
3 skiers more recently. Jamie's going out first. She also has skied a bit more today, so she had those runoff rounds. Is she happy that she skied a bit more? Or is she unhappy that she's a bit more worn out? I don't know. So there's a lot going on here.
I was pretty worn out with my 2 sets. So this is her 4th set, literally, right, today?
Yeah, fourth, yeah. She's put her ski boot on 4 times today. Not many times that happens.
Yeah, she'll probably take off till Worlds.
Yep.
All right, and getting messages all the way across the world. We got a message for you from David Akers. These women are absolutely crushing it, according to David Akers, former punter for the Philadelphia Eagles. Gina Kruger messaged in as well.
What did David say? I'm just curious. What did David say? What the NFL record holder say there?
These women are crushing it.
There you go.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
And they are as well behind the Malibu Response TXI towboat.
Guys, let's set the scene here. We're going to come in, slight tailwind, probably, enough to where it's going to make a difference. You're going to have to pull out early on her gate. Jamie is first. Whitney has to beat her to win. If she ties her, they go again. If she doesn't beat her, Whitney is the, Jamie would be the champion. So let's see.
Here we go.
All right, here we are, 10.75 meters, 39.5 off start. Unheard of. Here we go, look at this.
Looks like a good gate. That was a good one, too.
That's not a good 2.
Looks like she's gonna fight for it though in this tailwind. We might. Oh, I did think she. I thought she was gonna pull it off, but that's still an impressive score off the dock for 39. And Whitney now knows she's got 4, and I don't know if you can see it at home, but our breeze has picked up too. So
it's been up and down all day, and it's definitely up right now. So Jamie here, great one, really good one. Finished on the tail out of 2, which then was almost the premonition of what was going to happen at 4, the exaggerated version of that.
Right.
Over to 3, and what did you think, Regina? You think she was going to make it?
Well, with how back foot she was going into 2, I kind of think she did the exact same at 4. So I was pulling for her. I mean, it would have been awesome to see them both go out and run 39. But, I mean, tremendous skiing from the girls. I mean, still amazing skiing and still a big score for Whitney to have to go out and do.
Let's get your take on it. You've been in this position, with probably more women's slalom finals than anyone in history, Regina. So Whitney's got to go out. She's got to run a full 4.
Yeah.
What do you think?
The only disadvantage right now for Whitney is that she's never done 39 that direction, so that's been the only thing that she hasn't seen today. She's had the 39 headwinds every time. But she's looking great. So, I mean, and also if she gets a bad start, if she knows that she just needs to get to 3.5, tie her and go back out. Whitney's in an advantage at this spot. Like, if she just keeps tying, she gets the win.
Jamie could have stood up at 4 there had she wished to, but of course she didn't know what she needed to beat. So she was trying to go for it, and it didn't quite come out for around 4, but she's got 3.5.
Right. No, I mean, amazing skiing. This is an amazing finals. Like David Akers said, I mean, it's pretty cool that we have an NFL football player, world record holder, watching our sport, watching the live webcast, and telling us how the women are crushing the event, which they are. But this is going to be interesting. Here's Whitney, and we're going to see this 39 hopefully go down. The winds kind of died back down. It's like how it was for Jamie, and I don't know. What are you calling?
I don't know, because I saw her come out. I think boy 3 is the key buoy. I really think buoy 3 is the key one here. If she can get, she has a really good offside. If she can get towards buoy 3 and not fall out the back, she's going to be good. All right, here we go.
10.75 coming in. Let's see her gate shot into buoy number 1. If she can get
We've
round
got
number
drama
4.
already. Come on.
Good little downforce off 2. She's still there. She's still battling
she's
hard.
Gonna stand up and take
She'll stand up and she'll take the win.
That is phenomenal skiing from Whitney. and there she goes. She retains today anyway the spot of top Canadian. It's her second win of the year after she won the US Open a few weeks back, and she will be exceptionally happy. Regina, do you want to take us through this?
She is. She didn't have a great one, I didn't think.
No.
I was kind of worried, but then she turned the 2 ball, and I was like, well, she's back in the game, and I knew going into 3 she'd be fine since she is that lefty. And I knew once she got out of 3, she was just going to play smart and stand up to 4. Amazing skiing.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for your 2021 Malibu Open Women's Slalom Champion, Whitney McClintock-Rini.
Well, and what about that? when there's the biggest slalom final in the history of the sport, you want to be ending up on top of it, not just to say that you won the Malibu Open, but you can say that was the highest standard of skiing we've ever had.
I know. That, I mean, definitely set a new standard for us, and having to run 39 just to get on the podium, and it's amazing. I mean, yeah, of course, when you see those numbers, look at that scoreboard. I mean, that's insane.
Manon there, I'm biased here, but my heart bleeds a little bit there because, I mean, she ran 39 and came fourth. I mean, she's off the podium. That is brutal.
That is brutal. That is brutal. To be at 41 off, you would think you would be 1 or 2, not fourth.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just insane. So I know, like, it's amazing skiing, and she's still got to be proud.
Let's go to dockside and check in with Seth Stischer with big old winner, I believe, Whitney McClintock-Reed.
All right, we've got Whitney McClintock, who just
all right, I got to go ice.
Took the win at the Malibu Open, had to run 2:41 to tie Jamie Bull, and then came back and just won. What do you got to say?
That was an unbelievable experience. Right from watching Jamie, I was like, whoa, she is almost at 3-ball. Like, it just immediately gave me goosebumps. And then Manon did it, and I got excited because I'm like, oh, this is history in the making. Already after Manon, this is the first time 4 girls have run 39 in history in a tournament. And then we all did it in the finals. And I was blessed to be a part of the US Open final. I don't know what year it was, but where Manon ran 39, Regina ran 1 1/4, and I actually won that one too. And that was my birthday weekend, and it's my birthday today. So God is so good. This is such an amazing testament to his faithfulness, and the journey has been amazing, having my little baby in the boat all the time, and my husband's amazing for putting up with me every day. So this is fun.
You seem excited. No, I mean, absolutely great. You know, the exciting thing watching and being down on the dock is seeing you come down and genuinely have excitement for how Jamie Bull skied, knowing that you then had to go out and ski against that. But you stepped up, and as you said, it's kind of a victory for all you ladies doing that. It was great. So congratulations.
Before I stepped off the dock, I said to the boat crew, I said, there's no losers right now. And then I thought to myself, well, I guess if I don't run 39, technically I would be the loser. So that wasn't the easiest 39 of my life. I definitely gripped it and ripped it harder because I didn't want to be the only one. And yeah, it was awesome.
Well, congratulations. Great skiing. Your Malibu Open champion, Whitney McClintock. Back to you guys.
Well, congratulations once again extended to Whitney McClintock-Reed, especially considering that it's her birthday today. And let's have a look at the updated Women's Slalom Water Ski Pro Tour leaderboard. Jamie Bull still in the lead with 2:32, but hunting her down is Whitney McClintock-Reed with her score of 209. Manon Costard with 185. Chelsea Mills with 108 so far. And in 5th place, Sam Dumoulin with 104. And you can see the remainder of those rankings by going to waterskiprotour.com. Waterskiprotour.com, you can find out more about that tour and also about the rankings in each of the Waterski Pro Tour events, whether it be women's slalom, which we've just seen, the men's slalom, which is about to take place, and the jump event to take place not too long afterwards. Okay, open men's starting list. Will Asher will take to water first, followed by Adam Caldwell, and then Brian Detrick and Nate Smith.
So that's an interesting one because Will has the superior backup score given that Adam ran 2 3s qualifying in semi-final. Will ran a 3.5 and a 3, but because Adam and they both ran the same score in the runoff, but because Adam pulled that first lot, he is being put after Will. So it's an interesting one. I mean, I think if I was Will, I'd feel a little bit hard done by. But you know, given that he might want to be later to see, you know, what sort of score he might have to beat to at least to get on the podium. But Will, I think actually maybe in the end he likes to go out a bit earlier. So this actually could be to his advantage, and he's going to be able to go out there, and as much as he's not going to know what he has to beat, he's actually in some ways he's free, doesn't have to think about what's going on. He just goes, right, well, I got to put my ski on and go and run a lot of boys.
Here we go. Our first competitor out is going to be Will Asher.
I'm down.
We'll wait on the starting line length. Our syndicate team skier. Also a member of Team Malibu as well. Will Asher on his opening pass. His season's best so far is 5 at 10.25 meters. And I tell you what, he wouldn't mind getting the score along those lines to really put a cat amongst the pigeons here. At 35 off 12 meters, that was Will Asher on his opening pass. So nicely performed on buoy number 1 and just continuing to roll his ski into the edge change on buoy number 2. He is a right foot forward skier, which means his left side turns are demonstratively better than his right side turns, the 135. So looking in great shape. Beautifully executed and no worries there from Will Asher. We're going to dockside and check in with Seth.
Still good. All right, we're with Jamie Bull. Now, Jamie, unbelievable skiing. 4 of you into 41 in the final. You had to come back out for a runoff with Whitney. I know it didn't go how you wanted. You were cold off the dock, but tell us a little bit about it.
I mean, it's super awesome that no one missed 39 in the final. So I don't think that's ever happened before. 4 girls through 39 is pretty impressive from everyone. I'm a little bummed, but Whitney skied awesome, so I'm happy.
Well, we were happy to watch you. It was impressive. It's always impressive to watch you skiing and to watch all 4 of you girls. And I have to go ahead and tell you that Whitney was stoked when she was on the dock watching you run 2 at 41. She was excited, notably, even though she knew she had to go out and ski against you. So it's cool to see that camaraderie, but I know you still want to win. So congrats on second, and you'll be back, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Great skiing. Back to you guys.
There is Will Asher. Opened up with 12 meters, followed through with 11.25 meters out there on the slalom course. Great effort there from him. And just really using some smooth technique to get from one side to the next. And at this stage of the game, he's looking to try and conserve as much energy as possible so that he has something left in the tank whenever he tries a 39.5 off and indeed 41. Those passes coming up next.
And the rules are here that all the men have to start at 35 or shorter. I dare say no one's going to go out at 38, but it's actually helped in some ways because it's going to force a 39 tailwind, which is probably what they would have wanted to do anyway, but it's enforced that. So that's going to make it trickier at 39, but it's going to make it easier at 41. So Will's going to have a 39 with a fairly stiff tail breeze here. It's picking up. That gate's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky all the way through the whole way through the course. Tailwinds get worse as you get further down the lake as the wind sort of gathers speed. But he'll want to run through this. Doesn't matter how he does it. He knows that a headwind 41 is going to definitely help him.
So here we go, folks. This is Will Asher. 10.75 meters. Oh, falling in a little bit on buoy number 1, but managing to recover and to get back on track. That was a better looking 3. Continuing to just absolutely rocket down course. Had the audacity to check up on 5 and still have enough room to get round buoy number 6. That was Will Asher.
Audacious move, Tony.
Very audacious.
Yeah, that's a big time safety check. He's coming in probably a little bit fast with the wind behind him, and he decided, you know what, I don't need to screw this up. I'm going to take it easy. I'm early enough. I've done all the hard work at the start of this pass, so let's go easy. And you can see, I mean, like the start of the pass is beautiful. He's coming through really well. Little handled a touch high if you're being really unfair, but here he just went a bit easy. Grabbed the handle. Didn't get any angle, but dropped the shoulder, got around 6. But like I said, he doesn't care at all the way he gets through that 39 in that tailwind, so long as he does. It's not about looking good now, it's about running scores. And so he's coming into a headwind. It's the first headwind 41 he's had so far, not including the runoff, actually. But he's run 3.5 and 3 in the qualifying round and then the semi-final. He got around 4 in the tailwind in the qualifying round and 3 in the semi-final. So he's going to be coming in here knowing that with the headwind, the advantage of the headwind it's going to slow him down, keep the line tight when he gets to the buoy, so he's not skidding out of control. He's going to feel good that he can get the 3, the 4, the 5 that he needs. Remember, the last time he ran 41 in a pro tournament was here in 2019, 2 years ago, this very event in the final. Can he get far down it? He's over the front at a 1. That's not good, but he's skiing well. He's able to make it back, and he's done the same thing there. Oh, man. He's done that was pretty crazy because you watch him come out of 1, and it didn't look good. He's over the front. He's not in a good position, but he's an athlete. He's like a cat. He gets his balance back. He swings across into buoy 2, sorry, and then does the same at 3, but still over to 4 and tries to turn that so he can get across to buoy 5. Whoa, the handle
drops
so
his
low,
handle in the first buoy there.
He's coming out here looking really good. That was impressive, but yeah, gets over to 3, over the front, pulls to 4, and again, he's first out. It might be that 4 wins this event. Blew the tail, too much pressure on the front of the ski, but he knew he had to turn it because he knows the skiers after him are going to be going as hard as possible. So he rolled the dice. I mean, there's nothing in his mind saying he's got to stop. It's his onside, but you know, it's that thing again. You know, you scrap a 4, you can get 4, but if you go for 5, then you can end up falling in. That takes your score down by half a buoy, which can be absolutely critical in the final. So, I mean, it's impressive skiing because he was off balance a lot there. But yeah, just pushed the tail of the ski out of the water by overloading the front.
And actually tied the score with 3.5 that Brian Detrick produced in the semi-final round that allowed Brian Detrick to get to this stage of the competition. We're going to see him in a few minutes.
Yeah. Well, you look at Will and his event, and he's run 3.5, 3.3, and 3.5 at 41. That's super solid. He'll be disappointed maybe not to have gone further, depending on where he ends up, but I think he's still skied really well. So here's Adam Caldwell, a guy that has not got over to buoy 4 yet this tournament. He's been specializing in 3s every single round. He let go of the handle there in the runoff, which nearly cost him, but in the end didn't. So he's going to make a mental note to hold on to the handle. We know that what he's got in his back pocket, he can slide on his back and get out the exit gates on his onside, but he's got to hold on to the handle a little bit longer into his offside so that he can get the score around that buoy.
So Adam Caldwell, an inspiration to a lot of skiers watching him perform, and a resident of Charleston in South Carolina, so I'm sure that he's got plenty of local support going forwards. Riding on that Denali slalom ski, a ski of his own design and manufacture. Looking in very, very good shape, and has a slalom style and technique all of his own. Just not afraid to load at the end of each buoy and just hold on to everything that he can well into the edge chain to the opposite side. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He's Freddie Winter. Glad to have the pleasure of your company here at the 2021 Malibu Open. And don't forget to vote for your skier of the day. Could it be someone like Brian Detrick or Adam Caldwell, or even the likes of Regina Jacquis or Whitney McClintock-Greeny? Vote by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. waterskibroadcasting.com/play.
That's a hard choice.
It is.
That's a hard choice, and I think we're going to have to wait to see the end of this final to make a definitive decision on what's the right way to go. I mean, I think the women all did unbelievably well, so this is going to be an exciting final. Will's here. Will's stealing my food. Well deserved, well deserved. Here we go. Will's just joining us, turning his microphone on. Will, 3.5, did amazingly well in my book to get there out of buoy 1. How do you feel? Are you happy? Are you mad?
I think you probably know how it goes. Like, once you start to run the pass and you get in a bit of a rhythm, you're like, okay, I can hold on to anything. You start to feel a bit like superhuman. But see what happened. I really like the gate and the approach into 1. Oh yeah, just keep dropping the handle. I like had no space on my handle. I like overlapped my hands out of one. Just a little bit of movement, bobble at 3. Yeah, so I was going to barefoot that out.
Well, we've seen stranger things this weekend, with Adam yesterday, but that's a good effort. So 3.5, got to ask you, where do you think that's going to leave you?
I don't know. It turns what's happening. I don't know if you guys can see, it's really dark behind us. It was quite a pushy tailwind on my 39, which I didn't really like. But then even on the gates at 41, it was quite a lot of wind in your face. It was hard to maintain that speed. Who knows, man? The guys behind me are so good that I wouldn't put all my chips on it being enough, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely not.
But you've kind of got that magic score around 4, which does make a big difference. I mean, I think it'll put you ahead of at least some of these guys. So let's see, Adam Caldwell, 39 off. Must run past to have a chance to get anywhere near Will Asher. Big onside turn, his speciality. A little bit of loose line. We saw the same in the runoff earlier. He's going to get a big 3. Damn. And then he's deep at 4, over to 5, big 5. And then, I mean, in the end, not much drama. I mean, he's got a bit of a weird old 2 and 4 sometimes with that loose rope, but I mean, he makes it work, and you can always count on his onside.
Yeah, you can tell he's got a lot of patience. He waits for that ski to come around, and he knows it's going to come around at a certain point, and then he just slams on it pretty hard. I mean, harder than probably any of us. But you can tell he's just waiting, and then he gives it all.
Yeah, so I don't know if you care to wait with us a second, Will, but he's going to be coming into the course at 10.25 at 41 off to challenge your lead. His best score of the weekend is 3. He's run 3, I think, in every single time he's gone on the water so far. So he's going to need to do his best score of a tournament in order to get close to you.
Would this be the first time he's done it into the headwind as well, or was it last round?
No, he did in that runoff. He did 3, and he got over to 4, but let go of the handle before he got around the boys, so they scored him 3.
All right, then make sure you vote for Skier of the Day, waterskibroadcasting.com/play. You've also got one last opportunity to order up on your apparel from TWBC. Go to TWBC, go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to purchase your apparel from TWBC. All right, then, now, headwind, 41 off.
Home sight.
Home sight, ski of his design. Let's have a look and see what he's got for us. This is Adam Caldwell. Entrance gate 1.
Wow.
Look at this.
Oh my God.
Oh, and almost ended up on Kiowa Beach.
Well, I mean, that's pretty spectacular skiing. Pretty amazing for him to have got, he got a great 1, he got a great 2, and then he's moving. I don't think he got around 5. I could be well wrong. Watch.
He's got 4 at least.
As he hit the gates, so deep. But he does a great job. Gets over his feet. He moves through. I'm going to say I think that's a personal best. I think he's run 3.5 before. I don't think he's ever run 4, though I could well be wrong. I mean, even here, he's still kind of in it. I thought he might have run it, but yeah, he was just, I mean, Will talked about patience, and he was patient there at 4, but the ski was just, he was a little bit off balance. So yeah, he's run 4 there. I'm going to not definitively say he didn't go around 5, but I don't think he did.
No, he didn't.
We'll wait for the judges to continue, and he's happy. He's happy. I mean, he's guaranteed his first ever podium at a pro tournament.
And still in with a chance of actually ascending 2 rungs higher, depending upon what results come with our next 2 competitors.
I mean, to be honest with you, like we talk about, Brian, who's the very next skier, he's been skiing really well. He's been running 41. He ran it in some record tournaments, but his best ever score in a pro tournament was the 3.5 that he scored earlier. Adam's just gone and surpassed that. So, who's to say that's not going to be... that he can't. Well, Brian's going to have to go and run his best ever score in a pro tournament in order to take the lead. In fact, in order to tie, the rain is coming down.
Okay,
look,
the
it's my
rain
dad.
is just started. There's a tailwind. There's this a fine mist, which will be pretty horrible in your eyes, especially when you talk about coming in at 41 from the other end. It's going to be right in your eyes. A little bit in that tailwind won't be so bad, but this is going to be very, very interesting. I think Brian kind of getting screwed with the conditions here, and Will talked about how dark it was behind us. We're not able to see that from where we're sitting, but looks like it's going to potentially rain pretty hard, and I don't know for how long this is scheduled for, but Brian could be in for a bit of a bumpy ride here.
All right, but in amongst all of that, Brian Detrick, who comes to us out of Rio Linda in California, which isn't too far outside Sacramento, and the side of the California Pro-Am, which I believe he placed in the top 8. He preceded it with some good scores, including a podium finish at the Hilltop Pro-Am.
Yeah, he came third at the Hilltop. That's the best result of the year so far. Maybe, I'm not sure how many other podiums he's had, but he's got a good shout with only 4 skiers here if he can beat one of them. But it's already big scores. The rain is no joke, and I mean, for anyone watching that doesn't ski in rain very much or isn't a skier themselves, rain is horrible. You've got nothing. We're just going to go to the dock. Got Will Asher. Will just ran 3.5 at 41. Strong score. But I know Adam just went out there and went a little further. What's in your head now?
Do you really want to know? No.
It's not coming down.
I thought I was doing great, and I was happy with how the start went, kind of. I just want a bit more. But I'm happy. I'm out here. I'm playing with the boys, and it's fun. It's still fun.
Well, we appreciate it. I know bugging you right after that happens is not the best thing, but we appreciate the way you carry yourself, what you've done for our sport, and how you continue to just kick ass most weekends.
I appreciate that. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's just in the moment, like, oh, what could I have done differently? So.
All right, well, we've got 2 more to go. Here we go. Back to you guys.
All right, then, looking at Brian Detrick on his second pass. Went in on 12 meters. I believe this is 11.25 meters, there and thereabouts, but looking in very good shape and just absolutely hammering those turns on his 2.46 side and getting himself really, really early and wide coming into his opposite side turn. And getting into this kind of rhythm early into a set is very, very critical to any success that you would want to enjoy later on in the set.
Let's talk about this rain quickly. Brian's going to be coming in at 39 with the wind behind him, but there is a pretty, I mean, it doesn't look good, this rain. I mean, it gets in your eyes, it hurts, so you're continuously blinking. So you've got bad vision to start with because there's obviously, the rain's kind of cutting in your eyes, but you're also kind of in pain, so it's not easy. He's going to, I mean, I feel bad for him, honestly. This is not ideal. I'm sure if he could do it again, he would grab a set of goggles. And that wind's also picking up. The rain is almost coming in sideways. It's coming in at a pretty strong angle. I wonder at what point they'll make a decision to stop, but I guess they're pulling him in at 39. So, tailwind, tricky. Rain, tricky. Very little vision. Is he going to be able to run
tricky.
this?
Here we go, 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. Good stretch on number 1. Oh, we're not getting the best of starts. Oh, my word. And coming into shore. Let's give it up, please, for Brian Detrick and applaud his efforts to get this far in the competition.
Well, I feel for Brian there. I think the conditions really screwed him. That's frankly, it's just unfair. He talked earlier today when he was in the booth about the wind sort of picking him out this year. He had certainly had that US Open, still did very well today. It didn't seem like it was meant to be. I mean, we do an outdoor sport. There are different conditions for everyone to some degree. Everyone's got a little bit more wind or whatever it is. But whenever rain becomes a factor, when it changes between skiers, it's absolutely miserable. You can just see as we go back there. I mean, his boy won. He grabbed her early, and you just can't see. It hurts. It's not good. It's really not good.
Which leaves us with one final skier to take to the water out of McCordsville in Indiana. This now is Nate Smith.
So where are we? So Brian is guaranteed 4th, potentially 3rd if Nate does less than 2 at 39. Will is guaranteed 3rd. Caldwell is guaranteed 2nd. So if Nate goes ahead, if Nate gets 4 1/4 at 41, a big ask, especially with this rain, he's going to be the champion. If he runs 4, there will be a runoff. If he runs 3 1/2, there will also, no, if he runs 3 1/2, he will go ahead of Will on countback. So 4 1/4 for outright win, 4 for a tie and a runoff, 3 1/2 for 2nd, and 3 1/4 or less for 3rd. And Nate, incidentally, as we're talking about Pro Tour points here, he has the best score of the event. Oh no, that's not true. He has 4, which is the best score of the event. With Adam Caldwell, it's a tie, so no one's getting those points. So as it stands, if Nate doesn't improve on his 4 and take the win immediately, then there will be no Pro points awarded for best score. So 35 off, Nate Smith. The wind is strong. The rain is getting worse. He will not be enjoying that too much. I mean, you're just gonna have a hard time. And again, let's talk about, like, we just saw Brian go down at or not able to turn 2 at 10.75, but he had the wind behind him. So coming in at 10.25 with the wind in your face like this, which is pushing the rain harder into your eyes, it's going to be pretty bad.
And Nate Smith there, and he's I wouldn't say exactly the best conditions for him to be skiing in, what with the rain and stuff, but it's not uncommon for him to train in adverse conditions. I mean, he has actually skied in his native Indiana during the course of the winter with the ice and the rain and all that kind of stuff, just donning on a full dry suit and just going out there and running back-to-back 35s and back-to-back 38s, you know, so just to keep himself in condition in the off-season. So, you know, adversity like this, I mean, obviously it's an obstacle, but it's not an insurmountable one so far as Nate Smith is concerned.
No, we're certainly not counting him out. I'm just saying that there's a higher chance he might not do it than all things being equal. They're not equal. Adam Caldwell and Will Asher had better conditions than this. Brian Detrick, about the same, maybe even a little bit better. So Nate's not been lucky here today with the conditions, but I mean, as they say, you make your own luck, and if he can get through that and run the 4 1/4 that he needs, which incidentally last year he did, he ran 4 1/2 to take the win, he'll deserve the victory.
Here he comes, 11.25 meters, and you can see Nate Smith visibly having to squint quite considerably to keep his vision on the slalom course as close to where he wants it to be. 6 buoys. Round all 6 buoys on the slalom course, and there you see trying to cover his eyes as much as he can as he exits the slalom course. So yeah, it's very, very much a concern and an obstacle out there, Freddie, but we'll see how far he can take this beyond this point with the 6 buoy count on 11.25 meters.
This is the sort of weather where when you get yourself all ready for your practice set, you're kind of all set up, I'm going to ski at 2 or whatever, and you've got everything lined up in the day, and then you see the rain coming down like this, you go, nope, not today. You put your ski back in its case. So he doesn't have a choice. I mean, I don't think they're going to stop the tournament. If I was Brian Detrick, I'd be pretty upset if they stopped the tournament for Nate when they didn't stop it for him. So, and not to mention, there's a lot of jump to get through later today. Hopefully the rain, I mean, that's going to be tricky for them too, but yeah. Not great. These are adverse conditions, absolutely. So, Mr. Caldwell, Adam Caldwell, probably pretty happy, sitting there kind of going, yeah, let it come down. Tsunami, please. Let's have a big whirlwind, and he'll get a big pro win.
And in years past, in respect to the Masters qualifying, they changed their qualification and their criteria from year to year. Now, most years, they've normally picked winners from specific tournaments to be invited into the Masters. One of those tournaments was this one.
It has been frequently the Malibu Open So Nate has to run this. Detrick has 2, but Will have a completed 6. Will and Adam Caldwell have a completed 6 boys on this plus, so he's got to run it. I think he's going to do it. A little bit out the back at 1.
Here he goes.
2 is good. That's a big 2. 3 is good. Again, he's struggling a little bit with that offside more than what we usually would see. I mean, it's still child's play for him, but it's also
top drawer.
What we want to. It's not what we would normally see from Nate. He's struggling with that rain, and it's only going to get worse. I mean, he's going to. Not only is there going to be more rain in his face as he comes in with the wind in his face, but he's going to be going faster at 41. So, it's going to be tricky.
Yes, indeed, and he was busily trying to shield his eyes at the end of 11.25 meters. I'm sure he's did the same right at the end of a 10.75 meters. So now we are on the championship pass for Nate Smith. He needs to get a portion of 5 in order to take the Malibu Open men's slalom title for 2021. If not...
What do you think about another runoff, Tony? You reckon he's going to scrap a 4 and then go back out? Both of them in the same conditions? Like that, then that's going to be a fair fight.
I would actually like to see that.
Well, I mean, it's the flavour of the day, isn't it? We've had only 3 runoffs so far. Again, like Regina said, the jumper's really happy with us for taking so long with the slalom, but it's coming down. This is tricky. I mean, like I say, it's tricky. They didn't stop it for Brian, so they can't really stop it for Nate. It's not too different. Brian's going to have all sorts of things to say if they stop the tournament for Nate, so he's going to have to go through it. But I mean, it's windy, it's rainy. He's got to turn 1, he's got to turn 2, he's got to turn 3, he's got to really turn 4. But to get a chance of the win, he's got to get a full 4 for a runoff, and more 4 1/4 will take the win.
Round 1, a little bit slow off 1.
2. This is fantastic skiing. Damn, 4. Over to 4. Can he get around 5? Yeah.
Yeah, he can. He skis that one, S-turns, and takes the title right there and then. Nate Smith, ladies and gentlemen, your 2021 Malibu Open men's slalom champion.
I mean, Tony, let me say that is impressive, because that rain is ridiculous. Look at the rain. You can see it visibly. And he's just kind of smoked it. He took an easy 4, so he didn't fall. But the start of it was really, really good. So good for him. I mean, he's got the best score of the weekend in the absolute worst conditions. He's taken a lot of points. He's got the full points for the first place. He's taken the lead in the Water Ski Pro Tour, which hurts me, putting me in second. And he's got the bonus points for the best score. So good skiing. Can't take anything away from him there. That was impressive.
Fantastic effort there from Nate Smith, and as you mentioned, he has taken the lead in the men's slalom Water Ski Pro Tour. His win gives him 253 points in total. Add the bonus points for having the best score of the competition, and you find that Nate Smith is currently on 255 points. So there you go, Nate Smith, your champion here at Trophy Lakes in Charleston, Carolina.
So I think the leaderboard, I think it's going to be Nate first. He's taking the lead. That's great with the tournaments left. Be myself after that. And then I believe Will, with he's got superior points to Thomas. He came 3rd in this tournament, so he will have moved up into 3rd spot. Thomas will still be in 4th. Yeah, I think that's right. Maybe Detrick's gone ahead of Rob Hazelwood with his 4th place.
He has. All right, then. There is your slalom leaderboard for the Malibu Open 2021. Nate Smith, your winner. Adam Caldwell in 2nd. Will Asher in 3rd. And Brian Detrick in 4th. And we'll try and get a word or two from Nate Smith right here and now with Steph Stischer.
All right, what an exciting finish. Adam Caldwell puts out a 4 at 41, headed for 5, blows apart, skids down the lake. They give him a 4. Nate's up. It's raining, and Nate comes out. Nate puts out a 5, and Man, I'm blown away. Great skiing from all of you, but Adam, from you first, how's it feel to be out there waiting to see if you're going to win this thing?
Feels pretty good, to be honest. I didn't have any great, huge expectations today. I was just really happy to get through the first 2 rounds and be up here with these guys and be able to compete against Nate and Dietrich and Will and everybody. It's just such an awesome experience.
You definitely performed well. Nothing to be down about for sure. But Nate, going out there and doing what you had to do to take the W.
Yeah, I mean, just like Adam said, you know, when the rain's going out there, you just kind of hope to get a wide gate, turn in, and see what happens. I mean, I really, with this heavy mist, you can't really see anything. Like, raindrops are almost better than this. But, you know, the women went out, ran 4:39s in a row, so we had to at least try and put something out there. So, you know, Adam always reaching and stretching for the last quarter buoy, half buoy, 3/4 buoy, whatever you want to call it. So, you know, it was a lot of fun and exciting finish.
Well, you guys should definitely be proud of yourselves. You're at the top of the heap. Great skiing, great event. We appreciate it. And congratulations, Nate, on the win. Back to you guys.
And here we go. We've got the Water Ski Pro Tour Men's Slalom leaderboard. Nate Smith taking the lead with 2:55, as I mentioned. Freddie Winter with still on 2:45. Will Asher there with third with 1:62. Thomas de Gasperi 1:57. Brian Dexter with 95. And you'll be able to see the remainder of the skiers on the Pro Tour leaderboard in men's slalom by going to waterskiprotour.com, waterskiprotour.com.
Look at Adam Caldwell. They're coming back from like 5 broken ribs, getting in second place here, and then getting into 7th on the Pro Tour leaderboard. I mean, we've got to remember, like in the old days with the elite list, when the Masters was selected using the top 7, that would put him in a really good spot to make the Masters.
Absolutely, and we'll continue right along to our next event. Our next event will conclude these championships. It'll take place on our jumping ramp. We've got junior jumpers first, then open women's jump, and then open men's jump final, and then after that we'll have the awards. This is the continuation of the 2021 Malibu Open, and we'll be back right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressing to the nines, okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now. I can't stop, I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now.
All right then, folks, continuing coverage of the Malibu Open 2021. Before we go into the women's jump final, I got a new guest along the desk. Tell us what your name is, sir.
Hi, Tony. Rick Bond. I'm the, owner and developer of DB Skis. I build decorative wood skis for events like this and for people all over the world, actually.
Okay, so tell us a little bit more about this. I mean, this is a trophy that will be given to our champion in one of the slalom events. Kind of give us a little bit of an overview of the process that's used to make the ski, and a little bit more details in regards to it.
Yeah, I was a high school teacher. I'm a retired high school teacher, and at the end of my career, I was looking for something to keep myself busy, and I've been a woodworker my whole life, as my father and grandfather were, and I've always been an avid skier my whole life, and I married the two passions together, and I came up with this wooden ski idea. And I was actually, my wife and I were fortunate enough to go down to Gordon Rathbun's Ski Paradise, and down there he has in what's called the Palapa, where you rest when you're not skiing. He has skis everywhere, decorating old classic skis. And I said, boy, that's really neat. And then I came up with the idea, hey, what about personalizing the skis? And that's kind of where I came up with it. And I was in high school, I taught CAD for 30 years, which is computer-aided design. So I was able to incorporate that, and I bought what's called a CNC router, which does all my graphic work. The skis are made by hand, and I do all the graphics and everything with the CNC router. And I just thought, it'd be great, because people love, decorating their homes with old wooden skis. And I said, well, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you had a cool old wooden ski, but with personalized, with like whatever your lake name or your house name. And that's kind of where I came up with the idea.
I've actually been to a few skiers' residences and houses and that kind of stuff, and I've seen a few of these skis around, and also seen them being presented as trophies, which we'll do this time around as well as part of the 2021 Malibu Open. How would they get in contact with you in regards to ordering something like this? Because with Christmas coming up in just a few weeks, this will be an absolutely ideal and unique gift to give someone.
The perfect Christmas gift, right? Yeah, the simplest way is to just go to my website, dbski.net, or my email, dbski2@comcast.net, and get a hold of me. And I do a lot around Christmas time. Actually, one of the biggest uses, and I have to thank Will and Nicole Asher for this, it was their idea, but as a wedding present. And actually, people do them for their weddings, put the bride and groom's name on, put the date on them. Then they take them to the reception and have all their guests sign the back of it. So it's a neat kind of a history of your wedding. And again, Will and Nicole Asher actually came up with that idea, and I've actually built quite a few for that. So that's a wonderful idea.
Wonderful idea, and a great product, great decorative skis. And remind them once again, which website do they go to?
dbski.net.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. Thanks for providing the trophies here for the Malibu Open 2021. Not only now, but in the past. And we'll be back in just a few moments with continuing coverage of the Malibu Open 2021.
Thanks, Tony. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
All right, with continuing coverage of the Malibu Open 2021.
We brought the funk into this function. We show up dressed into the nines. Okay, never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high, I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high, I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
All right then, so we've got action on the water. We got Sam Hill in the Open Women's jump final. We'll get the distance for her very, very soon, both in feet and in metric. But here she comes in for jump number 2. 58 feet. All right, here comes Sam Hill in for jump number 2, just trying to keep the line nice and tight off the turn. A little bit flat coming into the bottom of the jump, but managing to land and ride it out. Decent effort there for her. Distance will be revealed to us very, very soon, and I imagine that jump is going to be around about the similar distance to jump number 1. She jumped 98 feet on the jump number 1. It's a 107 this time around, 107 feet. All right, one last jump here for Samantha Hill. Let's see what she's got with this one. Best jump distance is 107 feet. I believe she jumped closer to 112 or actually 110 yesterday. But not this time though, so passing up on her third and final jump. And almost skiing right up the shore. So that is a Sam Hill with a best jump distance of 107 feet. So just picking up our next competitor, Clea Stern. Got how many skiers we got? We've got 5 some more women jumpers to come after her. And then we'll go into our top 8 male jumpers to round off the 2021 Malibu Open. So on the water round, Clea Stern. Elizabeth Hall, I beg your pardon. Elizabeth Hall is our next competitor on the water. So jump number 1 of 3. Let's see if she does the full double cut. Yep, looks like she's edging out towards the left and using the power of that Malibu Response TXI to get as wide as she dare on the right-hand side of that towboat. Now just waiting for the right time to turn, a little bit of slack off the turn, and with that amount of slack, she only really had one sensible option, and that is to pass up on jump number 1, leaving her with 2 attempts remaining. That is Elizabeth Hall. Okay, second attempt, having passed up on jump number 1. Let's see what she can do here. Raising up that right ski to reduce the amount of drag and to get up a little bit wider on the boat, a little bit less in the way of slack, but managing to drive on through into the base of the ramp, and that is Elizabeth Hall's second jump distance. Posting up a 0 score on jump number 1 because she passed up on that attempt. We'll see what she's got for us on the second of 3 jumps. .4 meters, 33.4 meters, or 110 feet. So therefore taking the lead in this jump competition so far after 2 competitors. The only other distance that we have so far is 107 feet, and that was courtesy of Sam Hill. All right then, folks, here we go. Jump number 3 for Elizabeth Hall. Trying to work against 110 feet or 37.4 meters. We'll see what she has by way of a distance on a third and last attempt. And we'll never know because she passed up on jump number 3. So her best distance, which is her only distance, it is 110 feet or 37.4. All right, we're down to our final 4 competitors in the women's jump competition, starting off with Georgia Fern, and she will take to the water next. All right, before we take our next competitor, we're going to bring the ramp up from 5 foot high to 5.5 feet high, 1.65 meters. While that happens, we'll step aside. This is the 2021 Malibu Open. We'll return right after these.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have 2 options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Into this function, yeah. We show up dressed into the nines. Okay, never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot. Be at the top, I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
All right, then we'll continue to bring to you coverage of the women's jump event here at the 2021 Malibu Open. We've got 4 competitors remaining, all of them jumping on a ramp height of 1.65 meter or 5.5 feet high. You see the first of them. That's Georgia Fern, who recently competed in the U21 World Championships over in Santa Rosa Beach not too long ago, and has stayed in the United States since then. Georgia Fern from Great Britain. And then we'll continue on with a host of competitors from a wide array of countries. I just mentioned Georgia. And then we'll have Brittany Greenwood from the United States, Hannah Streltsova from Belarus, and all the way from Australia, Jacinta Carroll. So working our way down the lake and getting ready for what I believe to be a 3/4 cut on jump number 1. And this is one of the few times, in fact, maybe her first time jumping on the ramp height of 5.5 feet high, at least in this tournament. She jumped in the first round for the first time at 1.65 meters high. And Georgia Fern in the previous round, I believe, jumped 120 feet, if my calculations and memory are correct.
I actually like it.
So let's see if she can come up with something along the same lines, maybe a little bit further, who knows. 3/4 cut, it looks like, for Georgia Fern. Raising the ski. Oh, a very quick turn there towards the ramp. Oh, nicely done. Like what she's doing out there. Good dose of speed, and that should be a pretty substantive distance there for her. A little bit squatted after the second wake into the jump, but no worries there. She was able to extend pretty much fully after that. Distance should be making its way to us right now. Okay, whilst we still endeavour to get the jump distance on jump number 1 for Georgia Fern, here she comes in on the second of 3 attempts. So 33.9 meters on jump number 1, which is 111 feet. Let's see if she can come up with a little bit more. And you know what? I think she has. Her form into the jump was a lot better, and coming off the top, it was pretty darn good too. So on our instant replay there, showing how much better she was on jump number 2 than she was compared to jump number 1. Ooh, 128 feet or 39.9 meters, I believe. .39 meters exactly. Which I believe is actually very, very close to a personal best. If not, it is. So some good jump distance there from Georgia Fern with a 128-foot jump. It's 39 meters exactly. Let's see if she's got anything left in the tank. Driving it on out to the right-hand side of that Malibu response TXI Turbo. Handle up a little bit high, but still prepared to take the jump, and with all of that speed and all of that drive, and maybe come up with a distance in the region of 130 feet. I'm not too sure whether the control was there to permit that kind of distance. Leaning a little bit over her left ski coming off the top and getting a little twisted into the landing. But still a decent effort there for Georgia Fern, jumping up the 5.5-foot ramp for the first time. Distance should reveal itself, hopefully, before we get to bring Brittany Greenwood out onto the water. So backing that jump down a little bit with a 121-footer or 36.8 meters. So Georgia's best jump is 128 feet or 39 meters exactly. So well done to her. Next skier on the water is Brittany Greenwood out of Little Rock in Arkansas. Has competed at the top level in the sport of tournament water skiing. Represented the United States of America at the most recent World Water Ski Championships in Putrajaya, Malaysia, about 2 seasons ago. Here comes Brittany Greenwood coming in, jump number 1, just pulling out nice and wide. Turning somewhere between the 700 and 600 foot cut buoy. Nice and wide here and just trying to keep that line nice and tight through the turn. Holding on to that pull and that power from the Response TXI towboat with the 6-liter Monsoon engine. A Marinized version of a General Motors truck engine. And the folks at Malibu Boats certainly being put to work marinizing those engines, coming through with at least 20 engines a day in regular production for the various models of towboats, whether they're wakeboard or tournament water skiing centric towboats. And a big shout out to the good folks there in Tennessee for their efforts in producing such fine pieces of hardware. Good extension off the top of the jump there for Brittany Greenwood as she sets down to land. And will ride that jump out beautifully. So we're going to get a distance. 45.6 meters, 45.6 or 150 feet, 45.6. 150 feet. So taking the lead with 2 skiers remaining. Brittany Greenwood's best jump out of the elimination round was 156 feet, so she's still got a ways to go before she gets anywhere closer to the jumps that she produced, or anywhere close to her personal best, because her personal best is somewhere in the 170 range, to the best of my recollection. Here we go. Here comes Brittany Greenwood. Jump number 2. Good turn. Not too sure what quite happened there for Brittany Greenwood, but having a little bit of difficulties there with the landing and will not get that jump scored. Turns away, then turns in towards the jump. But a good, decent bit of lift as she came in to land, though, but she just got thrown out towards the back of the ski and not in a position to ride that jump out. So Brittany Greenwood a fall on jump number 2 and has 150 feet to carry thus far. Okay, so one of your last opportunities to vote for Skier of the Day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to participate in the vote for Skier of the Day. Also, one of your last opportunities to shop at waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to grab some TWBC swag, in the form of apparel and merchandise. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/shop to find out more details. All right then, here we go. Brittany Greenwood, jump number 3, 150 feet. Her best jump distance so far, but that's not going to cut any ice with the remaining 2 jumpers who are about to take to the water. Almost getting pulled over the right ski coming off the second wake into the jump, but managing to maintain her stability all the way through. So Brittany Greenwood currently 6th in the Waterski Pro Tour jumping standings with a total of 61 points. And will definitely increase upon that total of 61 points, provided that she her position is anything higher than 6, which it most certainly is going to be. Brittany Greenwood, her best jump distance coming into this competition was a 49.4. And a little bit behind the 8 ball compared to that distance. We'll get the full specs on Brittany Greenwood's third and last jump in just a moment or so. In the meantime, from Belarus, about to take to water will be Hanna Straltsova. Hanna Straltsova, her season's best jump is 54.5 meters, and is currently the leader in the Waterski Pro Tour women's jump standings, as she has won up until this time every major women's professional jump event that has been held this season, whether it's King of Darkness, whether it's the Masters, whether it's Stillwater, and quite a few other places. The only place in which she has been usurped in the jump event is at the Cable Women's World Jump Championship, which took place about a couple of weeks ago in Poland. But aside from that, whenever it comes to jumping behind the boat, Hanna Straltsova has been unbeaten so far this season. Let's see if that streak can continue with the 3 jumps that she has at her disposal. And incidentally, the last jump there for Brittany Greenwood, 162 feet or 49.3 meters. Here comes Hanna Straltsova. Oh, beauty of a jump there, absolutely launching it down the lake. Great jump there, and even worthy of a nod of approval there from the current world jump record holder and current world champion, Jacinta Carroll on dockside. And here is Hanna Straltsova, a native of Belarus, but continuing to live and train out in Zachary, Louisiana, the home of Bennett's Water Ski School, under the watchful eye of highly renowned jumping coach Jay Bennett. Just keeping her chest up and just driving off the second wake, and just absolutely launched over those skis. No twisting in the air, just pure edge all the way off the jump. I suspect that jump is enough to take the lead after skiers that we've seen so far. I would imagine it's well over 50 meters based upon what I know of what her jumping capabilities have yielded in the past. Yeah, Jacinta Carroll on the dockside waiting her go. She jumped 189 feet yesterday, certainly capable of more than that, but we'll see what transpires. We've got Hanna Straltsova, jump number 2. (181 feet). 55.2 meters, 181 feet, her best jump of the competition so far. Let's see what she's got on jump number 2. Oh, getting pulled over the right ski, but I tell you what, she got the majority of her distance before that. ever became a dangerous situation there for Hanna Streltsova of Belarus. Hanna Streltsova, not only an exceptional jumper, an exceptional overall athlete as well, the current world overall women's cable champion, as well as the world champion in cable women's tricks, and has continued to put up some really, really good scores whenever the overall competition came into being for Hanna Streltsova this season. Beautifully executed. Great jump there from Hanna Streltsova. Looks to be over 180 feet once again. Really pushing the envelope here. So opening up with 55.2 meters, and we'll see what a second jump has yielded in just a moment. So backs that jump distance of 181 with 180. Or 54.9 meters, so extremely consistent so far. Let's see what she can do on the third and last jump. I don't think she'll be particularly pleased with that distance. She'll ski into the dock.
She had a slow time. She had a slow time.
Okay, so from the information I've been able to ascertain, one of those jumps yielded a slow time. Not too sure which jump it was, whether it was the second or the third. So not getting much off the ramp on that initial third jump attempt. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a delay before we bring Jacinta Carroll on. I understand that one of those jumps yielded a slow time, which gives an unfair disadvantage to the jumper, depending upon where the slow time was recorded.
180, so you already just come in. That's a shit roll. Huh?
That's a shit roll.
Yeah, that's just putting the ski in jeopardy.
Yep.
So Hanna Streltsova already has a jump of 181 feet to work from.
So the top score will be a 180, 54.9. Okay. Just so I'm clear.
Yeah, that's my understanding too.
So it looks like Hanna Streltsova is swimming in toward the shore.
That you had a slow time on the first jump? Just then, or did they tell you before you jumped the second one?
They didn't tell her.
Huh? No, you got to tell her after the first jump when you got the slow time. You can't wait till now to tell her. We're asking for a reride because of that. Stay with it.
Okay, so as we continue to roll right along, here there's your list of previous winners. Sasha Denyaskaya not present here this time around, but won the event last season. So the Belarusians having a pretty darn good run here at the Malibu Open, but there's a little bit of a controversy brewing at the moment in regards to a slow time on one of the jumps. right then, so continuing right along with the jumps. Apparently, from what I've been able to ascertain, the slow boat time was recorded on the first jump of 3. However, under the rule, whenever the boat records a slow time or any abnormality in the boat speed in respect to times, they are obligated to actually tell the skier immediately after it happened. So after jump number 1, they should have dropped her into the water and told her about that abnormality in boat time. And that didn't happen, so it looks like there is going to be a re-jump based upon that for jump number 1. Now,
Take the re-ride. Jesus. That 180 should be protected.
now we're just trying to work out what jump is protected, what's the least distance that she can come away with here if she doesn't jump anything more than about 180 feet. If nothing changes between here and the end, irrespective of whether they recorded the slow boat time or not, the jump distance would possibly be 181 feet. We're just trying to sort a way out the situation. Be sure to vote for your skier of the day. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com, waterskibroadcasting.com/play to vote for your skier of the day. There's your current weather conditions: 20 degrees C, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, according to our thermometer. Lake temperature considerably higher, humidity at 80%, and wind about 4 miles an hour.
Okay, the judges voted no, not protected for re-ride jump 2, jump 3. So she can re-ride just.
So 180 is protected, right?
No, the 180 is not protected if you're asking for a re-jump. There's no protected distance. Wait a second.
Come back. Scott, back up.
So, were you only asking for a reround on jump 3?
3, yes.
Wait a minute.
I'll bring it up.
Oh, and then she went to. Okay, then she went this thing for her. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if it was quick. But it hit that curve and all. You just don't really.
All right, then, still trying to work out what jumps are protected, if any, before we bring on Hannah Stroltz over for the next and possibly last jump that she'll take in the 21 Malibu Open. We just heard some conversations along the dock side, and they're just trying to resolve the situation in regards to Hannah's distances, where she jumped 181 on the first, 180 on the second, and something along the lines of about a shade over 150 feet on the last one. But the complications came into play with the information that one of those jumps yielded a slow boat time, and okay, so looks like she's got a longest jump of 181 feet. Hannah Stroltsova, that is the equivalent of 55.2 meters. We are going to re-ride her third and last attempt.
No.
3? No.
The third jump is not. 180 is 180 protected.
She's not taking a reride on 180. Jump 3.
Well, but does she has a score 180?
in the books. Yes, sir.
She has a 181 with a slow time, and she has a 180 on the books. She's taking a reride on jump number 3. If she doesn't jump higher than 181, then she can have a reride on jump 3. If she wants it.
No. She wants the one.
No, I have 180. That's
She's got a 180.
And then she has rewrite on jump 3, and she can improve whatever she wants to.
No, I just need to know that I have 180.
But we took about jump number 3.
Okay, look, and as Hannah Stroltsova leaves the dock, the information that we have from dockside suggesting that she is taking a re-ride on jump number 3. She'll take a re-ride on jump number 3. Who hasn't received a score for jump number 3. That's going to be wiped off the board. Previous jump distances have been in the range of 180 feet, which is 54.9 meters, and 181 feet with 55.2. Now that better jump distance of 181 on the first jump distance yielded a slow boat time. And under the rules, in order to receive a re-ride based upon that jump, the jump distance on the third and last attempt, or the distance on either of the remaining 2 attempts, whichever is further, has got to be less than that jump distance of 181 feet in order to be awarded a re-ride. Let's see what she can do on jump number 3. Certainly, if this next jump distance yields a distance of over 181 feet, she will take that one, certainly. Let's see what she's got. Hannah Stroltsova, jump number 3. Oh yeah, a beauty of a jump, and what a great effort there from Hannah Stroltsova. Give her a big cheer. Well, with all the technical stuff that went on in the background and the amount of time that transpired between her original third attempt and this rerun, she should definitely receive some kudos for remaining calm and level-headed and really launching off on the jump number 3. We'll see if it's more than 181 feet. 55.5 meters. It is more than 181 feet. In fact, it's a 182. Take her back to the dock. She is done.
Split, please, Chris. Oh, please don't go forward, don't go forward.
So 55.5 meters is the new lead distance, courtesy of Hannah Stroltsova. And now that is the target for Jacinta Carroll to attack.
I go 82. Can you please tell me yes or no in meters whether I've got the win or not?
You like meters?
Only if I go 82, I would like to know yes or no in meters if I've won.
Okay, so I think you heard much of that conversation, just about ready to take to the water. A distance in excess of 55.5 meters is exactly what she needs in order for her to take the title here at the Malibu Open 2021. And the consummate professional that she is, Jacinta Carroll, asking for that distance to be given to her immediately if she jumps in excess of 55.5 meters. because she doesn't want to put herself at risk with jumping any more than once if she doesn't have to. The current world jump champion, world jump record holder, many time Moomba Masters jump champion, many times world jump champion, has won every women's jump title at the world stage since 2013, and will be looking to try and achieve a record of sorts. The first ever female competitor, quite possibly, to win 5 consecutive event world titles. That is the goal that she will try and aim for in about a week or so's time at the World Water Ski Championships in Lake County in Florida. But here we are in the low country of South Carolina, just outside Charleston. The Malibu Open 2021 Women's Jump Championship. Here comes Jacinta Carroll. Brings the skis in. Launches herself. Oh, and a beauty of a first jump there for Jacinta Carroll. Now, we'll keep an eye on the feet and inches, but significantly, if that jump exceeds 55.5, you may have seen the last of Jacinta Carroll, at least in this competition, if that jump distance is over 55.5 meters. But we'll wait for the distance anyhow. Good pull off the top. $55.9 for Jacinta Carroll, 183 feet, 55.9 meters. That should be enough to take the win there for Jacinta Carroll. Indeed it is. Now she's going to make a decision here whether she continues on jumping or whether she takes the boat ride home. There is your podium. Jacinta Carroll, your winner, ahead of Hannah Stroltzover and ahead of Brittany Greenwood, your top 3. Now, Jacinta Carroll holds the distinction of being the one and only competitor in women's jumping history to have achieved a distance of over 60 meters. Holds the world record at 60.3 meters, just a shade under 200 feet. In terms of feet, it's about 198 feet, 60.3 meters. Now let's see if she can harness the energy, harness the power of that monsoon engine inside that Malibu Response TXI. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 2. Decent looking jump there, but feels that she left quite a lot of it behind her on the jump. Jacinta Carroll, the first time that we've seen her compete in a pro tournament in the Northern Hemisphere for the best part of 2 seasons. Lifting her ski and reducing the drag to get a little bit wider on the boat. And now, on this instant replay, just allowing for that line to go tight. And drives off the turn and just barrels in, full force. Little bit of a crush there on that jump, but managing to just fly in for the landing. Well spotted there. She is the Malibu Open Jump Champion for 2021, so congratulations to her. But she's still out there pounding the ramp, and she's going to do that one last time with the 3rd and final attempt. $186 feet, 186, so increasing upon her previous jump distance to the tune of 3 feet. So 186, but her best jump distance in this event in the previous round was a 189. Let's see if she can blast this one into 190 foot range. Here she comes. Here is Jacinta Carroll, jump number 3. Oh, I'm passing that up. But ladies and gentlemen, as she comes back to the tour, let's give it up, please, for Jacinta Carroll, the 2021 Malibu Open Women's Jump Champion. with a best jump of 186 feet or 56.6 meters. So congratulations to her. And just on a side note, Jacinta Carroll is one of the interviews that you can listen to on the TWBC podcast. Go to Spotify or to Google Podcasts or Apple Podcasts and search TWBC podcast to find out more information and to listen in on Jacinta Carroll's thoughts and ambitions going forward this season. As we look at the women's jump leaderboard, Jacinta Carroll 56.6, Hannah Strotzova 55.5, and then Brittany Greenwood 49.3. Those are your top three. The Pro Tour leaderboard still shows Hannah Strotzova in the lead with 173, Lauren Morgan 136, Taryn Grant 105, Brittany Greenwood 182, Janina Bonneman 68. Jacinta Carroll enters the list at 52. Remember, this is her first tournament back in the Northern Hemisphere for the best part of 2 seasons, so she's still got a little bit of catching up to do. And for those of you that want to see the remainder of the leaderboard in the women's jump or indeed any other event, go to waterskiprotour.com, waterskiprotour.com. Within the next 2 minutes, we will start the men's jump final. We're going to take a step to the side here, and then when we return, we will have the men's jump final here at the 2021 Malibu Open in just moments.
You just lost a little bit, and I think.
That little rise, 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 you blow.
All right then, folks, good afternoon once again from Trophy Lakes in Charleston, South Carolina. This is the Malibu Open for 2021. Brandon Shipper will be our first competitor out in the Open Men's Jump Final, followed by Robert Hazelwood, then Martin Coleman, then Emil Ritter, Igor Morozov, Rodrigo Miranda, Chile, water ski athlete from Russia, and then Chile, followed by Freddie Kruger, and then finally Jack Critchley. 8 jumpers about to take to water in the final, and we'll see what transpires, starting off with our first competitor, Brandon Shipper. All right, departing from the dock and our first competitor out, it's going to be Brandon Shipper, who jumped 182 feet in the round previous to this one. All right, let's go to dockside and find out some more. Who do we have?
Here with Robert Hazelwood, literally dockside. How do you feel? Ready?
Yeah, I feel pretty ready. Conditions are looking absolutely perfect. Just a little calmer than yesterday. But yeah, it's looking pretty nice out there. Should be able to get some good distances today, hopefully.
I think you will. So we saw Jacinta go out, do a 186, so better than yesterday for her. Are you thinking that you're going to be flying a little further as well today?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you always want. I feel like we're all used to this 6 down here that's just a little different. The boat is on serious form. It's absolutely flying, so there's no excuses. And yeah, we're ready to fly, hopefully.
Yes, I'm sure you will. You're used to that Malibu, so go rip it up. Back to you guys.
All right, here we go. Brandon Shipper. Let's see what he has in store for us with the first attempt of 3. Turns in. Decent looking opening jump there, I fancy, and Brandon Shipper doing a grand job out there with the first attempt. Just trying to hold his head and his shoulders up as he edges from the right side through to the left. Okay, so whilst we wait for Brandon Shipper's jump, let's go dockside.
All right, we're dockside down here with Martin Coleman from the Czech Republic. Anybody back home watching?
I think it's a little late in the evening, but, you know, hopefully my brother, my dad stayed up and will watch.
I'm sure they are. And how do you feel going out there tonight? Are we going to see you go over 200?
Yeah, yesterday it was kind of windy. Today the conditions look a little better. You know, yesterday everybody was going into the final, so kind of feel it out, and today hoping for a big score.
All right, well, I'm sure you'll do it. Go have fun. Back to you guys.
So flying 56.3 meters or 185 feet. That was Brandon Shipper on jump number 1. Here he comes on jump number 2. Oh, you gotta love that, I guess. Not getting the best of jumps off the top of the jump, but that doesn't stop him from having a little bit of fun, I guess. A little bit of a squat off the second wake through the jump, but lands and rides it out and suspects that jump is not going to be quite as far as the previous one. 166 feet, 166. Probably barely into the 50 meter barrier. So, Brandon Shipper, jump number 3. Coming right up. Far from the madding crowd, we've got our jumper from a water ski athlete from Russia. That is Igor Morozov. So many acronyms to describe our athletes originally from Russia without actually using the standard 3-letter acronym. WAR sounds about appropriate though for Igor Morozov. Here we go. Let's have a look and see. Jump number 3. That's better. That he launches on that one. I suspect that one's going to be into the 180-foot range again, in excess of 56 meters. But utilizing the power of that Malibu with the monsoon engine to great effect. Distance coming through, yes, indeed, in excess of 180 feet. It's 192 feet, 58.5 meters. Very close to the distance produced yesterday by Robert Hazelwood, who jumped 193 feet. All right, so Robert Hazelwood is our next competitor to take to water and jumped 58.9 meters yesterday, or 198 feet. So about 0.4 of a meter separating Robert Hazelwood's better jump from yesterday compared to Brandon Shipper's best jump today. There's our remaining 6 competitors. There's Coleman, Ritter, Morozov, Miranda Kruger, and Critchley. All getting ready to go. Right, let's head to Lakeside.
Replaying you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, down here with Brandon, who just got off the water. First Malibu Open, made your first Malibu Open finals as well. That's an accomplishment in itself, but not only that, 192, that's a huge jump and a way to start out with the finals. So how do you feel?
I feel good with the 192. Yeah, I just wanted to use the boat a little better and finally did on the last jump. Unfortunately, it was the last jump, but yeah, I'm pumped on it. Happy to be out here. This is my first Malibu Open, so it's a lot of fun skiing and competing here because I've heard a lot about it and it lives up to the hype, so I'm happy.
Awesome, we appreciate it. And 192, first jumper out. We got some big things coming for our finals, so thank you and congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right then, there, Brandon Shipper, brilliant jump there of 192 feet or 58.5 meters. Here comes Robert Hazelwood, jump number 1. Turns around the 700-foot cut buoy, somewhere between 700 and 600 feet away from the jump. Here he comes, jump number 1, brings the handle down, good and solidly off the turn. There you go, good spring, good flight off the top of the jump. Very stable indeed. Should expect that we're jumping with the last name Hazelwood, a storied history from all of the members of that particular family. Whether you're talking about the likes of the great Mike Hazelwood and the likes of Tim Hazelwood as well. And then extending it out further to the likes of Will and Tom Asher. 55.5, which is a 182-footer. 182 feet. And there are your conditions. Humidity still hovering around 80%. Hardly Hardly a breath of wind out there, blowing at about 1 mile an hour from the northeast. If it starts blowing any more from that particular direction, it would certainly be a welcome present. Here we go. Well, actually, that first jump's distance has been revised. It's 59.5 or 195 feet. Here he comes, jump number 2. Ah, nice. Nicely connected together on that one. Whether that one is in excess of 195 feet has yet to be determined, but good, solid effort there. I'm sure Georgia Fern along the shoreline approves of that. Handle up a little bit high, but managing to drive it on home. All right, let's go dockside. Regina, who do you have?
All right, down here with Emil, we just saw Rob go 2:03. So the boys are picking up their game today, which we expected. What do you think? How do you feel?
Yeah, it's finals day. We have to go a little bit deeper, cut a little bit harder, and hopefully fly a little bit further.
And, you know, any different changes that you're going to do as far as the 600, bringing it down, or are you just going to start where you were yesterday on your last jump?
Yeah, definitely bringing it down. I'm going to attack a little bit more. Yesterday was like a tryout game, like get it out of last year, so I'm ready and I'll bring it down.
We're excited for you. We look forward to seeing you out there. Back to you guys. Here comes Rob.
Okay, folks, the jump there on the second attempt was a 62-meter effort. That's 203 feet. Here he comes, jump number 3, quick turn. Good dig off the top. Ah, beautiful pull off the lip of the ramp and got pulled all the way through into the landing. Always a good indication. So Robert Hazelwood absolutely on fire today. And jumping well in excess of 193 feet that he produced yesterday. At least 10 foot further today compared to his opening round of jumps yesterday. 62.4 meters, 62.4 meters or 205.
Thank you, guys. Good job. Good skiing. And 3 going.
All right then, so now setting the standard, Robert Hazelwood with 205 feet or 62.4 meters. Next competitor about to take to the course, and a good portion of the reason why we have our slalom and jump courses installed here at Trophy Lakes. A skier out of the Czech Republic and the current men's world overall champion. He is none other than Martin Coleman. Martin makes his way out on the course and gets ready for jump number 1. I suspect that we'll be going back to Regina and Handsome Bob.
Down here with Rob, 2:05. That's awesome. Big improvement from yesterday. What you feel? How'd that Malibu feel out there?
It felt like I finally just got into it a little bit, got a little later. I mean, still, turns were where they need to be, but they just need to be kind of 5 feet later to be getting timing on the ramp. But it's nice. I took a little crash out the front the other week, and that was the first set where I've truly not kind of been a little scared and just kind of gone for it. So there's distance. There's plenty of distance out on the table there. So it's nice to know that I can be back and putting some distances up.
Yep, well, now you've changed the game for the rest of the field, so it's going to be awesome to see what we have left in store with these guys. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you very much, and kudos there to Robert Hazelwood for coming through with his lead jump distance of 205 feet or 62.4 meters. Let's see what Martin Coleman can produce right here and now. Jumped 200 feet exactly yesterday. Let's see if he's got anything left in the tank right here and now at the Malibu Open. Got the speed, but didn't quite get the snappiness off his knees so far as the lift is concerned. Nice and square over the tips of his skis. I reckon that jump is in excess of about 180 feet. Certainly got plenty of lift off the top of the jump. So waiting on that distance. 58.6, 58.6. Which is 192 feet as we look at some of our other competitors getting ready for their turn to hit that 1.80 meter high ramp. All of our jumpers in the open men's jump final jumping at the 6-foot ramp height. So no change to ramp height between now and the end of the competition. We see Rodrigo Miranda getting changed up. He is the defending Malibu Open jump champion. And he'll be our third competitor from last out, representing Chile. Representing the Czech Republic, here is Martin Coleman. Ah, beauty of a jump there. That has got to be a little bit more in terms of distance, I fancy. Hasn't had an awful lot of opportunity to train on the jumping event, as most of his skiing is centered around the good facility in Utah, where the lake there does not have a jump ramp, so he has to find and has to find his locations and has to find his opportunities to hit the jump ramp. Few and far between that they might be. Oh, look at this, 205. 61.8 meters, 61.8 meters there, 203 feet. And comparing that to Robert Hazelwood's second jump, his jump distance on jump number 2 was 203. But was marginally further using the metric system, 62.0 to 61.8. Now, third and last attempt. Let's see what Martin Coleman can unload with. Here we go, coming in, jump number 3. Does he bring this cut in later? Oh, getting more pull off the top of the ramp from that monsoon engine inside that Malibu towboat. But unfortunately, not too much more in the way of speed, unfortunately, for Martin Coleman. Little bit of slippage there with the right ski hitting the ramp. But considering the amount of times that he's had to train and practice in the jump event, I would say that that's a pretty darn good effort. Looking round at some of our competitors getting ready for their jumping sets. We see Freddie the Nightmare Kruger close proximity to the starting dock. See Rodrigo Miranda directly behind him. And we're going to get the distance for Martin Coleman on jump number 3 momentarily. In the meantime, representing Chile, this is going to be Emil Ritter. Okay, and whilst we continue along with Emil Ritter, a quick opportunity to tell you that waterskibroadcasting.com/shop is the place to go for TWBC apparel. It's open until the end of the tournament, so your opportunity to get some TWBC swag is limited. Here is our leaderboard for the jump event: 203 feet, 203 or 61.8 meters on jump number 2. That's enough to give him second place as it stands at the moment. All right, Emil Ritter. Electing to go with letter X on the 0 off. Let's see what Emil Ritter can do. The previous jumps yesterday was eager to get last year's escapades out of his system, but not exactly launching on that first jump of 3. He has 2 more attempts before his day is done. We'll see what he can do with the remaining jumps. Certainly everything looked pretty good off the 600-foot cut buoy. 51.2 meters or 168 feet for Emil Ritter. Yeah, and just sliding out over his left ski, not getting any height. And Regina, who do you have?
All right, we're dockside literally with Igor. We're not going to keep him long. Just want to know, are we going to see 210 plus?
Hopefully.
I want to see over, like, I really want to see you go 220. You are a defending champion. Do we have it in us tonight?
Well, I'll give it my best, you know. Like, I would love to go to 20 right now. I think that's where, you know, kind of the podium is going to be. So I'm aiming for that. So for me, it's like, do I get my timing right? I'll be there.
I think you're going to have your timing right. Go do it, and we will see you on the podium. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Great to see Igor Morozov, water ski athlete from Russia. And now bringing in Emil Ritter. Jumping. Attempt number 2. On the 6-foot ramp height, 1.80 meters. Here he comes. Ah, look at that. Better looking jump. Tidier looking jump. Good extension off the top. Rides it out. That jump has got to be in excess of 200 feet. Could well take the lead if it exceeds 205. Yesterday, Emil Ritter jumped 201, and almost everyone, I believe, indeed everyone, has jumped in excess of their previous round distances this afternoon. All right, let's check in with dockside with Regina whilst we get the second jump distance for Emil Ritter.
Measure. We are here with Jacinta, our 2021 Malibu Open champ, and your first time in 2 years back on the U.S. soil, and you took home the win. How do you feel?
Yeah, obviously it's awesome to come back and be able to pick up where I left off, kind of thing. I always love coming to this event, and great people, great atmosphere, and great conditions out there. So I kind of left a little in me, so hopefully in the weeks to come that can come out.
We definitely do, and thanks for putting on such a great show for all our viewers back home, and congratulations again.
No worries, and thanks, Reggie. Thanks for proving to all of us you can ski with one leg and ski awesome, and for all the hard work you do behind the scenes. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Back to you guys. Here's Emil.
All right, here we go. Emil Ritter, third and last attempt. Let's see what he can uncork with this one. Ah, better look at that. Good dose of speed and good control this time around, and he will leave the 2021 Malibu Open here at Trophy Lakes in a far better shape than he did last season. We'll see about the distances in just a moment. Yet to get the distance on jump number 2, and of course the distance on jump number 3 is still being processed at this time.
Thank you.
So 62.3 meters, 62.3 meters on that last jump. That's the equivalent to 205, but his best jump was 207 feet. So Emil Ritter emerging out of the water with a 63-meter jump, or 207 feet, so putting 6 meters on top of his best jump distance from yesterday. And yes, but the most important thing for Emil Ritter compared to last season, he will be coming out of the water with his jump skis on his feet, walking away from the venue this time around, which is always a good thing. All right then. Next competitor on the water is Igor Morozov. Let's join Regina.
Okay, here with Karen Truelove. We were together today on the slalom, but we're down here for the rest of your family, not just Freddie the Nightmare, who's going to have top seed, but the other 2 surprises, both your boys, Dash and Ridge. Well, first question, how is Freddie coming in? You think he's going to be able to get the 2021 championship out of this tournament here?
Well, certainly hope so. Yesterday was not what he was hoping for. Jack is actually top seed, so he'll have to go. Oh, it's okay. Hard to keep up with it all. So he'll have to go out and kind of, set a big one, and sure someone's going to go out here and set the mark too. We've talked about maybe some adjustments that hopefully he'll be able to make. This lake has always been a little bit weird, just kind of the layout of the jump course is a little bit narrow down there on the 6, so it can kind of play with your perspective. So hopefully he'll execute and come out with a big one and put some pressure on Jack and have some fun.
He always does. And then, how does it feel having both your boys? What's the oldest age?
12.
So 12 and under. How do you feel when you're sitting in the boat and they're going over the ramp? Is your heart racing, or you got that jumper mind still?
I guess we're just kind of getting used to it in the family. Now that I'm not jumping, everything's a little bit more relaxed. Yeah, it's fun. It's good fun now. We'll see where it goes, but yeah, they're loving it, and it's great to have the opportunity, and so we'll keep going as long as they want to.
It's awesome to see the generation now get to take off to Bill Jaw's legacy that you both have created. But I know you've got a lot of work to do because you've got to get down and coach Freddie hopefully to this win here, and it's back to you guys.
Okay, so jump number 1, 63.6 meters. And with that jump of 209, that vaults him straight into the lead, I believe. Yes, it does. That's the jump distance of 209. That increases upon his jump distance that he produced yesterday of 206 feet. So Igor Morozov certainly has that going for him with 2 jumps remaining. We'll see what he has in store. This is Igor Morozov, water ski athlete of Russia. Here he comes. Jump number 2. Let's see if he can improve upon 209. He's eager to do that because he knows that the jumpers to come afterwards are all highly capable. Ah, look at that! Brilliant pull off the top of the jump there, and just using all the power of that Malibu Response TXI engine. Just looking in very, very good shape right now. And Igor Morozov, a bit of an outdoorsman, goes backcountry snow skiing during the winter. And does all kinds of things to stay in competitive shape. And just look at the rise and just pounding the jump all the way through. Let's go dockside and catch up with Regina.
Here with Emil, 205. better than yesterday. We were in the lead, just lost it from Igor. How did it feel out there?
Oh, it feels awesome. Conditions are really good. The boat is pulling really strong. 600 is kind of tricky. I got out a little bit narrow on the last one. I wanted to go more, but well, we'll save it for next tournament.
Well, amazing feat. You got the mental side out of you from the crash from last year. You got your first tournament here with your baby boy. How does it feel to be able to go compete around the world and still have your family with you?
Oh, it's awesome. And to be honest, to be standing here at the dog after a jump set, not laying down in there with some pain is awesome. So I'm happy. I will keep pushing it and I will keep going.
Yes, and you did amazing too. If I was nothing to be saying that you didn't push those limits. So back to you guys. Here comes Igor on his third jump.
Here he comes, third and last, struggling to hold on to his form, but still able to get his feet underneath him.
1839.
And managing to land a distance in excess of 200 feet. The question is, by how much over that barrier did he jump? Turning around the 700-foot buoy, closer to 700 than he was to the 600. Igor Morozov in great form out there, even though he struggled to hold his position coming into the jump on his third and last. Handle up a little bit high, getting a little bit strong out off the second wake into the ramp. So 213 feet, 64.8 meters, 64.8. So hanging on to that jump and producing a fantastic distance, 64.8 or 213 feet with 3 jumpers remaining. The first of those 3 jumpers is the defending Malibu Open men's jump champion. It is a skier from Chile. It is Rodrigo Miranda. And now we're getting into the realm of skiers that can increase their points total in the Water Ski Pro Tour rankings. Rodrigo Miranda currently on 94 points. His worst contributing score was the 18 points that he produced in the US Open. And to increase upon his points total, he'll need to come in 5th or higher. If he actually wins this event, he'll increase his point total from 94 points all the way up to 136. So there's a lot to play, a lot in play for Rodrigo Miranda. And if he gets anywhere close to that point total, even if he gets 3rd, he will usurp Jack Critchley from 4th into 3rd. A lot of moving parts so far as the Water Ski Pro Tour is concerned. Here we go. Jumper on the water. This is Rodrigo Miranda. Nice and wide and getting ready to launch on jump number 1. A little bit back on his skis, not getting the full upright extension off the top of the ramp, and will land and ride that jump out. Great effort there from Rodrigo Miranda. Hardly a breath of wind out there, as you can see by the wind speed indicator on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's 203 feet on the opening jump, not quite what he was looking for. 203 feet, around about 61 meters. .9 meters, just marginally ahead of Martin Coleman's best jump of 61.8 for still the same feet and inches distance of 203. Let's see what he can do with the remaining 2 jumps to put some heat on the next 2 competitors, the last 2 competitors, namely Jack Critchley, who will be taken to the water out last. And prior to him, Freddie the Nightmare Krueger. Here we go, Rodrigo Miranda, second jump. Let's see what he can do by way of an adjustment. Comes in a little bit later, handle up a little high off the turn, but managing to still pound in a lot of speed, but just could not connect with the ramp work on jump number 2. Having speed is one thing, but being able to control it and to effectively transition off the water through the jump and translate all of that to distance is quite another entirely. Rodrigo Miranda, Totti Miranda as he's known to his friends and family. 61.7 meters, 61.7 meters or 202 feet. So 61.6, 61.6 it's been corrected to. But that won't cut any ice with Rodrigo Miranda because he has one attempt remaining and he's got nowhere close to the 213-foot jump distance produced by Igor Morozov just a few moments ago. Here we go, folks. Right here, right now. This is where the rubber meets the road so far as Rodrigo Miranda is concerned. If he's going to do it, he's got to do it right here and now. Turning a little closer to the 600-foot cut buoy, 600 feet away from the jump. Right here is Rodrigo Miranda. Here he comes. Oh, and getting into all kinds of shape except the correct one. He'll ski into shore and unfortunately unsuccessful in his defense of his title as Malibu Open men's jump champion. Commendable effort, therefore, but unfortunately sometimes not everything clicks the way it should be. 175 was the distance recorded on jump number 3. But he skis into shore and not too concerned about that jump.
Yellow, 60 wide.
All right then, so our skier about to take to the water with a season's best jump of 71.4 meters, currently in the lead in the Water Ski Pro Tour men's jump standings.
Okay.
So the skier on the water who this year tied the late great Andy Mappel with the most wins of an individual event in Masters history with 14 total wins. Former world men's jump champion, world jump record holder, acknowledged as probably the greatest men's water ski jumper of all time. It is Freddy Krueger. And now let's check in dockside with Regina.
On the dock with Jack Critchley, top seed. Have you been top seed before?
I don't know if I have. No, I don't think so, actually, no. So this is a new experience, so we'll see what Freddie can put out there. The other guys have put some jumps out that pretty down the course, so it's going to take me a little bit to take the win today.
Well, at least you'll know what you have to do. It's pretty cool, the camaraderie that you guys have on the men's jump dock. Right when he was putting on his shoes, you just said, "Go boot it, Freddie." And, you know, it's a genuine thing that you mean, and you're just going to come back and follow it up. So, you know, how did you guys create that?
I jump a little bit with Freddie, but he's an old man. He needs the encouragement, man. Come on. One on the bank's going for him, so we'll see what he does on his first jump.
Back to you guys.
All right, then, chasing down a distance of 213 feet. Here he comes, jump number 1, Freddy Krueger. Oh, and not connected with jump number 1, unfortunately there. So he's got 2 jumps remaining to try and get everything settled down. In previous years, we're normally quite accustomed to seeing Freddy Krueger go one and done on just one particular jump, producing enough distance and then tapping his head and heading back to the dock. But he doesn't have that kind of luxury this time around, knowing that that he has one competitor to go after him. So he has to take all 3 jump attempts, if at all possible. And just getting lent over his left ski. Not one of his better jumps. We'll get the jump distance for him in a moment. He'll be lucky. 50.7 or 166 feet. So let's see what Freddy Krueger can unleash on jump number 2. It's going to have to be some top draw stuff there for him, in order to put himself in a enhanced position in the jump final. Looks like we got some other Krugers getting changed for their go out on the jump ramp. Here we go. Freddy Krueger coming in on jump number 2. Oh, and just not really connecting on the ramp with the first 2 attempts. A cause for concern out there for Freddy Krueger. Certainly getting power from that Malibu Monsoon engine. Currently in the lead in the Waterski Pro Tour with 196 points. And certainly out of a best of 3 events count, can't improve points at the Malibu Open unless he comes through with the best jump distance of the competition, which will give him an additional 2 bonus points. So 58.2 meters. 191 feet on jump number 2. So comes down to this for Freddy Krueger. If he harbors any ambitions at all of winning this competition and taking the top prize here from Trophy Lakes, it comes down to a 1-jump tournament for Freddy Krueger. Let's see what he has got. Edging out. Let's see what he's got. Freddy the Nightmare Krueger in the men's jump final. Can he produce it? At the critical moment, here he comes, jump number 3. There you go, that is more like it from Freddy. A better jump, but probably not the best jump that he could have produced. We'll get the distance very, very soon. Freddy the Nightmare Krueger waiting on that distance. .4 meters, 64.4 meters. It's good enough for 212 feet and in second place right now. So now we've got Igor Morozov currently in the lead in the jump competition with 213 feet or 64.8 meters with 1 jumper to come. A jumper who jumped over 70 meters for the very first time towards the end of last season. To take the lead, quite possibly, in the tour and wearing the cross of St. George on the top of his jump helmet. This here is none other than Great Britain's Jack Critchley. So Jack Critchley, if he was to come through with the win in the jump event, he would actually get 137 points. Not too sure whether that one would actually supersede Taylor Garcia, and looking down at the information, yes, it would. But even if he does come through with the first place position, won't be anywhere close to the point score for Freddy Krueger at this time. But we'll see how far he can go. He jumped 219 feet yesterday, so the potential is there for him to supersede the best jump distance currently held by Igor Morozov with 213 feet. 3 jumps at his disposal. Great Britain's Jack Critchley. Here he comes. Turns away. Good tight grip off the turn. Oh, and leaning away from the boat, coming into the jump, and just not getting his legs fully underneath him to uncork a jump distance with the first attempt. So waiting on the jump distance there for Jack Critchley. I doubt whether this is anywhere. 68.8, 68.8, 63.8, 63.8. That is the equivalent of 209 feet. 209 at this time. Currently putting him in about 3rd or 4th spot at this juncture. We've seen distances of. Make sure you go vote at waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Your last opportunity to do so is presenting itself to you right now. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Also go to that same website to shop for TWBC apparel. All right, so 213 feet is the lead jump distance for Igor Morozov. And then we got Freddy Krueger in 2nd place with 212 feet. Looking down the list with 63.8 meters, Jack Critchley's opening jump. He's in 3rd place right now. Can he ascend higher with the remaining 2 jumps, this being the first of them? There you go, that's it. He believes he's done enough. He believes he has done enough to take the title here at Trophy Lakes in 2021. Jack Critchley, 2nd attempt. 67.7 meters, 67.7, 222 feet. Winner, winner. It's Jack Critchley. Does he go in for one more attempt? Looks like the boat is turning and making its way back to shore. So, ladies and gentlemen, your winner with a best jump distance of 222 feet, none other than Jack Critchley. There's your podium. Jack Critchley, your winner, ahead of Igor Morozov and Freddy Krueger, 1st to 3rd. So, congratulations to all of those skiers concerned. And Jack Critchley makes his way into the dock and almost impales himself on the spike that's close by that banner. So the job is done, the work is done for Jack Critchley.
Come over here.
And a fantastic effort, and I believe Regina Jaquist is on standby to talk with Jack Critchley. So let's cut over there right now. Jack Critchley, what do you have?
Awesome. On the dock with the 2021 Malibu Open champion. First pro event win.
Not the first, but it's the fourth, so it's still pretty new to me. Feels awesome. Yeah, I'm happy, really happy.
I mean, you had this crowd cheering. Tell me about that jump, because I just want to know, you celebrated before you even landed.
So I came off the top and I knew it was good pull, and this buoy down here is kind of my guide, and I felt like I was a long way past it, so I was pumped, yeah, I was pumped.
So you were telling Freddie to boot it, and then he said, good luck, man, too, and you truly booted. You pulled a Freddie and like out-jumped all of them by 10 feet. How do you feel?
That was awesome. No, I'm happy. We got Worlds next week, got 2 weeks, so that was a good booster, and that's picked up a bit of confidence, so I'm looking forward for Worlds. Thank you, Malibu, officials, drivers, everyone that's involved with this tournament. It's a pleasure to come up here and ski here. The site's awesome, Trophy Lakes, thank you so much. Looking forward to next year.
We look forward to seeing some more of those jumps. Congratulations.
All right, then, congratulations once again to Jack Critchley. I'm sure that he's going to move up a little bit so far as his points are concerned on the Water Ski Pro Tour. We'll get the calculations for that very, very soon. But as we get ready for the prize presentations, which will take place in a few minutes, we're going to bring on our junior jumpers. And bless their cotton socks, we've got Ridge Kruger on the water right here and now.
Good job, man. He's going to move up a little bit so far as his points are concerned on the Water Ski Pro Tour. Calculations.
All right, here we go. We've got Ridge Kruger, and then we've got Dash Kruger about to take to the water afterwards. Each one of them has 3 jumps. I think actually between the two of them, Dash Kruger was actually toying with the idea of doing a 3/4 cut, but in practice prior to this event, he took a little bit of a nasty knock, so probably just erring on the side of caution and going with the single cut. But Ridge Kruger has got the stage to himself here. We'll see what he's got with his 3 attempts at that ramp. He'll be skiing past those 500 and 600 foot cut buoy. Will not be turning round those. Here comes a Ridge Kruger.
And then that's still water.
All right, let's see what he's got in store for us here. Ridge Kruger. Jump number 1. Oh! Is he okay?
He's like, well.
Trying to get his skis back underneath him. Ridge Kruger. Up and over. Good stout effort there. Just pulling up on the handle and just catapulting himself over the left ski coming into land. Getting a little bit perturbed there on the landing, but I'm sure that the boat has made its way back to him and gotten him situated. Something just as simple as throwing a rope works wonders in that regard. All right, let's see what Ridge Kruger can do. He's got 2 more jumps. All right then, folks, give him a big cheer. Why don't you, Ridge Kruger? Encourage him along. Looking at our crowd side roving camera. Sure, a few of them are watching quite intently to see what Ridge Kruger can do with the remaining 2 jumps that he has at his disposal.
Copy that. I can put those in as quietly for these guys.
All right then, folks. There's Dash Kruger just trying to get himself prepared for the jumps that he will take relatively soon. But he's going to have to wait for his younger brother to resolve his 3 jumps. And we're so glad to have each and every one of you continue watching here at the Malibu Open for 2021. Here comes Rich Kruger. There you go, bless his cotton socks. Let's see what we got on jump number 2. Let's see if he can land on his feet this time. Up and over and lands and rides it out. Wonderful skiing there from Rich Kruger. Woohoo! A great voluminous cheer echoed out around the landing area for that jump on the second attempt. Yeah. Very, very eager to stand up and taking a bit of a jolt there on the landing. You can barely see what's going on with the helmet tilting back. We'll see what the distance is. But probably doesn't really matter at this stage.
See, I couldn't see. Yeah.
You don't have to do that because remember I gotta get in the boat too.
All right, let's see what he's got for us one last time. This is Rich Kruger.
That's a
big go get it, man.
jump.
You go for the big
I
one.
had that much time to go.
Here we go. Coming in, Rich Kruger one last time, wetting his handle. Let's see if he can cut it a little bit more aggressively this time around. Oh, look at this. Oh, there you go. Wonderful stuff there. Not too sure how old Rich Kruger is, but kudos to him for landing 2 out of his 3 attempts. Good, solid effort there off his single cut. That's some great technique, isn't it? Up and over and doesn't like to take a butt check on the landing, so he works extremely hard to land solidly flat-footed. And he will ski into the dock, and no doubt Regina will have that microphone very, very close by. So there we go, Rich Kruger with his O'Brien jumpers from back in the day. And now under the watchful eye of Freddie the Nightmare Kruger, we will continue on with our very last jumper of this, the 2021 Malibu Open here at Trophy Lakes. So glad to have the pleasure of your company. Those of you viewing from as far afield as Australia and Japan and everywhere across the globe. And especially to you good folks that are along the shore side that took time out of their busy schedules to come here and watch and support the athletes. You deserve a big cheer as well. But let's see what we've got in store, courtesy of Dash Kruger.
About like 30 feet at this age. Actually 47 feet at this age.
Here we go. Dash Kruger just milking all of the applause that he can muster. Boat rapidly taking him towards the end of the lake, just to give him as much opportunity as possible to hit this ramp under the best of conditions that we've seen so far. My name is Tony Leifert. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again here at the 2021 Malibu Open. Thanks a lot to all of our folks at TWBC for their sterling work behind the scenes to produce the pictures and imagery associated with the 2021 Malibu Open. A good shout out has to go out to our officials, to our water ski athletes, and those that are directly involved with the successful running of another great Malibu Open competition here at Trophy Lakes, and indeed Trophy Lakes itself for allowing us to use their facility for the first weekend in October. And thanks a lot once again. You all deserve a great round of applause. All right then, here we go. This is Dash Kruger, jump number 1. Up and over, and should be able to land and ride that out. Yes, indeed. He's getting some tips and coaching from the towboat to try and get a little bit more in the way of distance. Distance is certainly the leading factor in water ski jumping, obviously, but being able to come in with some great technique and do and perform in this event safely is certainly a priority. Just edging through the jump and just good stout lift off the top. All right, so Dash Kruger, and one of our final reminders to you folks out there, make sure that you click to subscribe to the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel. Click on the subscribe button and also click on the bell icon a couple of times so that when events come on live, you will be instantly informed about them. All right, here we go. This now is Dash Kruger. Not the first time that we've seen him this season. Matter of fact, we've seen him jump at the King of Darkness event a little bit earlier on. Oh, look at that. Getting pulled well over the tips of his skis, going over the ramp. Good edge, good lift. And you can definitely see where his technique and his enthusiasm for the jump event comes from. So we surmise that jump is going to be around the late 60s, early 70s in terms of feet measured. All right, now down to our last jump for Dash Kruger. Our last on the water performance coming up very, very soon. We're going to go into the award presentation soon afterwards. So for those people that are along the shoreline, you could start to migrate your way towards the podium and the towboat that's parked next to it, because we're about to give away some prizes and some checks for all of the folks concerned. All right, so now one last jump, the final on-water action behind the Malibu Response TXI with the Monsoon engine. And sure, it's more than ample power to handle the likes of Dash Kruger. We'll see what he's got on jump number 3. Here we go, folks. Jump number 3 for Dash Kruger. Oh, a hard stab off that second wake, up and over. Oh, nicely done. Good, solid landed there. And that is all she wrote for the 2021 Malibu Open from Trophy Lakes. He'll ski into the dock. No doubt he'll get quite a sizable applause coming in for his efforts out there on the water. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Dash Kruger. All right, and that will take care of the skiing for this event, the 2021 Malibu Open. In a few moments from now, we will present the prizes to the winning athletes, the podium placing athletes in this event. While we get everything situated with that, we'll step aside and take a quick break, and then once we're done with the break, we will be in a position to present the prizes. But my name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'll be back in just a few moments right after these.
But just one question. What is the World Games?
You want to know what to expect when you watch the World Games? Take a look at this.
The reason they pay me, the first one and last one up out of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, my state built different. All day, it's go time.
And that's not all. If you love fast-paced extreme sports, the World Games is also this.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in old time, we came equipped heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war.
The World Games 2022. It's the biggest international multi-sport event in the Southeast since the '96 Olympics.
It's once in a lifetime.
It's 3,600 athletes in over 100 countries in 34 sports, all chasing for gold.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. I'll be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now we coming
The
for
world
time.
is coming. Tickets are going fast.
Get yours today.
You gotta be steady, but you gotta know.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
We brought the funk into this function. Yeah. We show up dressing to the nines. Okay. Never need an introduction. No matter what, we're feeling fine. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I can't stop. I'm never giving up because I'm way too hot to not be at the top. I'm flying high and I'm never coming down. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now. Look at me now.
Just one question. What is the World Games?
You want to know what to expect when you watch the World Games? Take a look at this.
Hustle devoted to grinding. Build up with pressure to diamonds. Blood, sweat, tears dripping as I'm inclining. 24/7 is daily. The reason they pay me. The first one and last one up out of the building, cause what I've been building is crazy. This, that, hard work, my state built different. All day, it's go time.
And that's not all. If you love fast-paced extreme sports, the World Games is also this.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war. Just know this, in no time, we came and quit heavy with more. All day, it's go time. I'm ready for war.
The World Games 2022. It's the biggest international multi-sport event in the Southeast since the '96 Olympics.
It's once in a lifetime.
It's 3,600 athletes in over 100 countries in 34 sports, all chasing for gold.
Every day I check my back, we ready for war, so know it's convenient. I'll be ready if you stay ready. Ready and now we coming
The
for
world
time.
is coming. Tickets are going fast.
Get yours today.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final award presentations here at the Malibu Open 2021. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and we're about to go into the award presentations, but a tournament such as this does not exist without sponsors and supporters and some great entities along the way. Obviously, the one on the top of the list is Malibu with their boats. Also, Outer Armor, Louis D3, Eagle, Malibu, Zero Off, Denali Skis, Babes, the Red Bar, Masterline, Acme Props, Radar Skis, and Good Ski Technologies. So big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all of those sponsors for providing us with the necessary support to make this event happen for yet another season. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the sponsors. All right, before we go into the main thrust of our award presentations, we've got an award to give to the skier of the day. And polling with a 33% popularity rating, the skier of the day is none other than Adam Caldwell. Where are you, Adam? Adam Caldwell, a native skier here at Trophy Lakes. You are the skier of the day. Phenomenal skiing again as far as 4 at 41 off. Congratulations to you, sir. All right. Before we go into the prize presentations for our pro divisions, we're going to go into the prize presentations for the U17 girls. We present the main award to the winner in the U17 Girls Slalom, and it belongs to Trinidad Espinal. Trinidad Espinal, our winner of the U17 Girls Slalom competition. Give her a big cheer again. Trinidad Espinal. Trinidad Espinal, who produced a score of 5 on the 12-meter line. And she deservedly wins her check. And also a beautifully decorative ski courtesy of dbski.net. Ladies and gentlemen, Trinidad Espinal. All right, now progressing on to the U17 Boys Slalom. And we award that prize in just a moment whilst the remainder of our U17 women get situated on the podium for their shots. But I can tell you that in the U17 boys competition, your winner with the trophy and with the check belongs to Charlie Ross. And unfortunately, Charlie Ross not here to receive his check or trophy, but we'll get that sent to him and make sure that it does. Okay. All right, we continue on to the U17 jumping competition. And the winner in that event with a jump distance of 112 feet is Elizabeth Hall. Congratulations, Elizabeth Hall, on her great achievement, jumping 112 feet for the win in the Junior Girls Jumping Competition. Junior Boys, your winner in this competition, jumping 159 feet or 48.6 meters from Chile, it is Martin Labra. Martin Labra, not the first time we've seen him at the top of the podium, winning recently at the Junior World Championships in the U17 tricking event, and also in the overall, and winning some beautiful hardware there, as well as a check. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for Martin Labra. All right, now we go into the main thrust of our award ceremony. We have got the Pro Women's Slalom, and we pay down to 8th place. Just give us a moment or so whilst we make sure that we're presenting the right things to the right people at the right time. All right, so before we present the prizes, we got Regina Jaquist here giving us a few thank yous.
Yes, thank you to all the sponsors, but there are two people that we would not have done this tournament without, or we have done this for the last 13 years. They do not know this award's coming, so Tommy Harrington, Jerry Jackson, Tommy. You guys, I know you hate getting acknowledged, but you have to come up because there's not just a thank you from all of us skiers. We have a prize for you. We have to keep these two guys happy so that we can continue to keep having the Malibu Open.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give it up for Jerry Jackson and Tommy Harrington. And I believe you have one more person to thank there, Regina.
Okay, so our main title sponsor, Malibu Boats, has supported us every year. They continue to keep surprising us and giving us more and more support. So Jane with Malibu Boats, our Vanna White for today that's handing out the checks. We want to thank Malibu Boats for all y'all's support that you do for us, so we can bring that back to the factory and make everybody happy.
Absolutely. It means a lot to us that everybody came out today. We had a great competition and some wonderful performances. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. We can't do it without you.
All right then, so now into our main presentation. We've got the Open Women's Slalom. We paid down to 8th place. And in 8th place, from Milton in Florida, it is Ali Nicholson. Okay, moving on to 7th place, Chelsea Mills. In 6th place, all the way, originally from Australia, it's Vanessa Veek. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, placing in 5th, coming to us out of Windermere, Florida, her name is Karen Trulove.
Just go up on.
And now we go to the top 4 in 4th place with her score in the final round of half at 10.25 meters, 41 off. Let's give it up, please, for Manon Costa. Ladies and gentlemen, placing in 3rd with a score of 1 at 41 off. It is none other than Regina Jaquez. In 2nd place with a remarkable score of 3.5. Actually, with 2 at 41 off, 10.25 meters. Your runner-up is Jamie Bull. And your winner and 2021 Malibu Open Women's Slalom Champion with a score of 2 at 41 off. Let's give it up, please, for Whitney McClintock-Rini. And ladies and gentlemen, as it is Whitney McClintock's birthday, I hate to embarrass her, but let's have a quick round of happy birthday. So, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Whitney. Happy birthday to you.
Real quick, all of you, real quick, look right at...
Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers in the women's slalom competition. Give it up, please, for all of your podium finishers in the women's slalom. And Whitney, please, come on over if you can. I'm sure you've got a word or two to say to your fans out there who have followed you on the webcast all the way from start to finish. All right then, whilst we wait for Whitney to make a return for her winner's speech, let's go on to the men's slalom competition. Also, we paid down to 8th, and in 8th place is Nick Parsons. In 7th place, out of Bumpus, Virginia, it is Corey Vaughn. 6th place from Davidson in North Carolina, Dane Meckler. In 5th place from Italy, Thomas De Gasperi. And now, in your top 4 positions, in 4th place from Elk Grove in California, Brian Detrick. In 3rd place from Great Britain, it is Will Asher. In 2nd place, and a Charleston, South Carolina native. Let's give it up, please, for Adam Caldwell. And your winner with a final score of 5 at 41 off. Let's give it up, please, for Nate Smith.
Oh, I didn't see you over here. Thank you very much.
Okay, ready? Okay.
Receiving the winner's check and the winner's trophy, Nate Smith, your 2021 Malibu Open Men's Slalom Champion. Let's give it up for our podium finishers in the men's slalom competition.
Can you go sign here? Top three? Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, we'll continue on with the remaining presentations, but Nate, come on over here for a second. We'll get a word or two from you, sir, and we'll also get some words from Whitney McClintock. So, Nate Smith, you got your hands full there a little bit with your own ski and with the beautifully decorated ski courtesy of dbski.net. This must rank as one of the toughest ones to win for you, but you came through in the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw, the scores were pretty big out there, and then towards the end, we got that rain and wind picking up, but I just went out there and tried to ski my best, just buoy to buoy, trying to be able to see, and lucky we came out with the top score, but Adam putting it out there and putting up a big score for us to go chase.
All right then, excellent. Congratulations to you. Best of luck going forward for the remainder of the season. And another big old winner on her birthday, Whitney McClintock-Greeny. Beautiful skiing towards the end. You knew what you needed to do to take the win, and you jumped at that chance. That must rank as one of your best wins ever.
Absolutely. This is one of the best wins ever. I mean, the level of our sport this weekend is just next level. With the Worlds being so close, I think we're all chomping at the bit. We all know it's going to be a huge score at Jack's. So having this opportunity to be at Trophy Lakes this weekend, amazing event like usual. And I'm just thankful for all the organizers, for you being on the mic all weekend. Thank you. And yeah, this is pretty special.
All right then, congratulations to you and the best of luck with your future endeavors in the season, Whitney.
Thanch you. I'll be at all the rest of the stops.
Excellent.
Anyway.
All right then, excellent stuff. Now, we're going to go into the men's, we're actually going to go into the women's pro jump. In 4th place, out of Great Britain, her name is Georgia Fern. In 3rd place, out of Little Rock, Arkansas, Brittany Greenwood. In 2nd place, out of Belarus, it's Hanna Streltsova. And your winner with a distance of 186 feet, coming to us out of Queensland and Australia, it is Jacinta Carroll. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the podium finishers in the women's jump event. Georgia Fern, Brittany Greenwood, Hanna Streltsova, and your Malibu Open 2021 women's jump champion, Jacinta Carroll.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, all of you.
Fantastic performances, and come on over there here for a second there, Jacinta. We'll get a word or two from you, and I'll tell you what, you had more than enough challenges getting over here from Australia to the United States, but it certainly paid off for you in the end, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a good start to my trip over here, and hopefully can contribute to paying off the airfare. But I always love coming here, and thank you to all the sponsors. We really appreciate it. And hopefully we can all be back here putting on an even bigger and better show next year.
Excellent stuff, and the best of luck in your future endeavors. Jacinta Carroll, your jump champion.
Thanks, guys.
All right then, now we go into our final award presentation. It involves the men. In the jumping event, we paid down to 8th, and in 8th place is Brandon Schipper. Got it. In 7th place, out of the Czech Republic, Martin Coleman. And give him an extra special cheer because he's one of the folks that helped put the course in and make it brilliant. Marty Coleman once again. In 6th place, out of Santiago de Chile, Rodrigo Miranda. In 5th place, out of Lincoln in England, Robert Hazelwood. Or as he's known to his friends, Handsome Bob. In 4th place, also out of Santiago de Chile, Emil Ritter. And I tell you what a way to come back after last season. I tell you what. In 3rd place, out of Winter Garden in Florida, it is Freddie Krueger. In 2nd place, from Moscow in the Russian Federation, it is Igor Morozov. And ladies and gentlemen, your winner with a jump distance of 222 feet out of England, it is Jack Critchley.
Congratulations. Thanks, thank you very much. It's cool, so cool. No, it's too serious.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for our podium finishers in the men's jump event here at the 2021 Malibu Open. Give it up for them one more time. And now, Jack, come on over here for a second, pal. Excellent skiing there, Jack. You basically took the lead from the semi-final round and you did not relinquish it all the way through to your win. This one must count as one of your bright spots in your career.
Yeah, for sure. This is a big event to win. It's the only event Malibu puts on, so we all appreciate them doing all the hard work that they do. I'm looking forward to it next year. Hopefully it goes ahead and we can come back and show what we can do next year.
Excellent stuff. Well done, and congratulations. Best of luck in your endeavors going forward, which includes the World Championships, which will take place from October the 12th all the way through to the 17th. It is the 2021 IWWF Open World Water Ski Championships. Coverage starts exclusively live on TWBC starting on October the 12th. On the behalf of the crew at TWBC and everyone involved with the direct organization of this event, the 2021 Malibu Open, my name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you watching, and we'll see you again next time for our next live broadcast. From me, it is ciao for now.